until 7, and that's all the time that they gave us graciously, very graciously. So you don't have to go home, but you gotta get the fuck out of here, okay? So please start making your way out. Round 2 will be soon. You guys can, if you guys want to, yeah, follow Clifton Unity on Twitter. That's the group page that we just made. If you want to see updates on protests and stuff like that. So Clifton Unity on Twitter. Like I said, you don't gotta go home, but you do gotta get the fuck out of here. Thank you for coming. I appreciate all of you so much.
You guys just window from all of They picked up my feed. You guys were nationwide. You USA Today? The entire nation?
Oh, lit. Okay. All right. That's fucking awesome. That's good shit for you, too. Yeah, Clifton Unity on Twitter.
7,000 are watching on USA Today YouTube.
Wait, I'm coming.
Okay, wait.
Socialism now. Build a working class party. Fight for socialism. Socialism.
Oh, you see they bought our house? They bought our house. I told you they bought that. Oh, no.
Because almost every time I go,
Kind of moved the protesters up the street a little bit. No confrontation that we're aware of, but protesters were on top of the bus. What really worried us, we thought that was going to be a vandalism issue there. But as you can see, a very large crowd here. This is at the end of the George R. Brown Convention Center and over here by the Marriott Marquis. As you can see here by our shot, it's on Avenida de las Americas in front of the George R. Brown, but it's on Rusk. So that would make it on the north end of the street there. But a large police presence here, as you can see, and it seems like a kind of a standoff, if you will. Protesters holding their signs and police holding their place. Back to you guys.
All right, and Don, this is kind of basically the area where people obviously had started at Discovery Green around 2:30, 3 o'clock, made their way to City Hall, but then they had to come back to this area again towards the Discovery Green area where kind of the march has ended for the evening, so to speak, correct?
That's right, and Walker is only a block away. This is Walker Street over here. So they didn't have far to travel. I don't know what brought them over here. The buses weren't here at that time holding the police, so I'm not exactly sure what drew the crowd over here, but as you can see, police are kind of at a standoff with the marchers, the protesters, etc.
Sometimes, too, it's hard to leave the party, and it was really such a great afternoon, and people kind of not recognizing that it has ended. And even though the organizers, Trade the Truth and Bun B, have gone out into some portions of the smaller groups that have disbanded and told them it's time to go home, it looks like people aren't quickly making their way out. I would assume, too, Don, that it's not even really easy to leave downtown right now, even if you want to. Is that correct? Do you see a quick and easy way out?
That's correct. As a matter of fact, we were looking at the freeways earlier, especially the Gulf Freeway, as we were heading back to the Hobby Airport to refuel, and there was quite a crowd headed back out of town on the freeway, some slow conditions out there. So a lot of people have left the downtown area. Now, entrance ramps into the downtown area, at least the few that we saw, were blocked off by police. So there's only certain ways that you can get out. They're trying to prevent these crowds from getting onto the freeway, like we saw last Friday evening, where people got up on the freeway. And we had heard a report that some people were trying to get on the freeway up there near Louisiana Street. We did not find that, but we did see a large police presence up there, police keeping people away from that entrance ramp, and there were no protesters or anybody trying to get on it at that time. So I think that they're just trying to keep a handle on this so they don't shut down the freeways.
Yeah, the police patience runs short and thin very quickly when you start to try to encroach on a freeway. Thank you very much for that, Don.
Yeah, and a fair concern right there. We did see that last Friday. We don't want to see that again. Ted Oberg is kind of down here in the mix of the live picture we're seeing here on the ground. We want to go down to him right now. Ted, we kind of heard Don Armstrong's take on what he's seeing. He's thinking that what police are trying to do here is keep people from making their way to shut down a freeway, possibly.
Well, it's hard to tell, Eric. You know, we were at a corner, ironically, just 3 blocks north of here. The police officers just sort of decided they were protecting ground that didn't need to be protected. The only thing down the street was 2 dump trucks. So all those police officers took off, headed towards a bus, a metro bus. They got on. I saw you. You were protecting. It looked like you were protecting officers as they tried to get on that bus.
Yes,
huh?
sir. Yes, sir. I was.
Tell me what was going on.
Kind of what was going through my mindset is that I think everybody has the anger in the wrong places.
Yeah.
So basically, everybody is putting strict frustration on the police itself
And
as a unit.
it looked like they were following like 24 cops as they tried to get on that bus.
Yes, sir. Yes,
And then the bus drove away, and then 12 like HPD units followed them.
Yes.
And then that poor one, the last cop,
kind of got nailed. Yeah.
yeah, water bottles, people were hitting
Everything.
him. I mean, he had to speed up to get out. He or she had to really gun it to get out of there. It was
Yeah.
a little dicey moment. Is this the way you thought today would end?
Not at all. Not at all. I was hoping for an abnormal, peaceful protest all the way through. And in ways, it's kind of disrespectful to George, but at the same time, I can understand people's frustration. But if they want to get mad, they need to get mad at the culprit of what happened.
Got it. Thanks, man.
Not a problem.
I appreciate it. Good luck. Stay safe. So, we ironically have arrived now at the Houston Police Department, which has been barricaded since Friday and now has a heavier police presence than I've seen any time. You take a look, there's about 10 officers in front of this Hillcorp office to our left. They were sort of immediately surrounded for about 60 seconds, and then the crowd moved on, maybe possibly noticing that they had surprisingly arrived at the Houston Police Department headquarters. I think to describe the situation as fluid is probably an understatement, but this is sort of the way a lot of us expected this to end, right? 60,000 people can get in one spot. It only takes a couple hundred to have it cause problems as the night goes on, and so here we are at 6:20. We'll have to see how this develops.
Even less than that can do it. We're looking at a crowd from overhead from Don Armstrong's shot that quickly dispersed. They headed toward what would be the Hilton Americas Hotel alongside the front of the George R. Brown. I don't know, Don, can you explain what happened, why they went that way?
Well, I could tell you that the police, as I suspected that they were going to do, they were going to squeeze the crowd up past that bus that was damaged when those guys were on the top of it when we arrived on the scene. And that's what they did. They pushed the police line up toward the other police line on the other side of the street and kind of squeezed them together. There you can see the mounted patrol there and other police there on the right hand. They're right behind the tree there, if you can see that. And so they squeezed those protesters to get them to move. And during that, a fight broke out, not between the police and protesters, but amongst the protesters. Though the police moved in and squeezed more of the protesters down Avenue de las Americas down there, which is where they are now. And so police continue to work this crowd and trying to break up this crowd. We don't have any clue why they are here and why are they staying around. Don't know. But as you can see, it's a large police presence here. Gina?
Don, thank you.
All right, so a little slight skirmish there, but doesn't look like anybody was seriously hurt, and that's definitely the way we want to keep it. We've also got Eyewitness News reporter Nick Guttario. He's been covering this on the ground for us. Nick, what's the latest in your area?
Well, I can tell you that they're starting to reopen the street down here on Walker. You can actually see there's traffic that has been moving. Here, let's just show over that side. So there's actually traffic that has started to move down the street, down Walker, as they're moving the dump trucks. And, obviously they're concerned with people still walking out on the street. They're making their way down here. But, what started out not only peaceful, there were a number of religious leaders from the Houston area that were out here this morning talking, and it was just such a moving sight to see, both young and old. And in fact, we got a chance to talk to Pastor Joel Osteen as he made his way out, and he had a really inspiring message as to why he was here. Let's see if we can take a listen to Pastor Joel Osteen, but also Reverend Lawson as well. Okay, so we don't have the sound there, but I can tell you that Pastor Joel Osteen had told me that he wanted to come out and show his support for the African American community. He thought that was important for him. But you also had Reverend Lawson out here. It was a very moving moment. Of course, he took part in the protest with Reverend Martin Luther King, and so it was very emotional and inspirational to see those leaders out there as well. But obviously, they're starting to open up Walker here, so that you can see traffic moving down. As you can see down that end of Walker, you can see cars going across the street down here. So we're going to keep moving, making our way down to Discovery Green. But so far, so good along Walker. Obviously, a lot of emotional and spirited people. But, there were some spots along the way that Ted Oberg has been talking about. But everything is relatively calm and peaceful right now, guys.
All right, Nick, with the exception of people trying to crash your live report. Thank you for that update there from downtown Houston. We want to go now to Roxy Bustamante, who's also down there near where the marchers are, and police as well, near George R. Brown.
I've actually moved a little bit further down here. I'm off Polk and Tartress here, and we actually were told that some protesters were getting rowdy over here. I actually have Terry Walters here who could actually tell us what exactly happened. He was actually taking photos following the crowd. Now tell me, what exactly did you see?
I was here right in front of at the Hilton Hotel earlier, and I kind of started, down the way once everything ended, but I actually seen the police get jammed up. Everybody kneeled. At one point, everybody kneeled, which was beautiful. They kneeled. The police were asked to kneel, and the police officers did kneel. And I actually had a group of guys went and approached the cops and pressured. I can't even say pressured, but they approached the cars. I've actually seen on 2 different occasions where the police have been surrounded by the protesters here, and they kneeled. Everybody gave hugs. People are out here crying. For the most part, I think that everybody's for the most part trying to get communication. I do see police officers communicating, a few batons, but for the most part, it's been a peaceful rally. Just more than anything, the community wants to be heard because there's a lot of violence going on here in the community, and more than anything, it's just enough is enough. Enough is enough, and policies need to be changed. We know more than anything that their policies need to be changed. There are good police officers, but there's policies in place that protect the bad police officers, and that's all that we're asking for here in the community.
And I appreciate you so much. I mean, there was more than 60,000 people that were at the protest earlier, but I want to give you guys a look here because we're seeing police kind of move. I just want to show you what's happening. They're creating almost a square formation, almost like a perimeter, using themselves to block and kind of make sure that protesters go in a certain direction. You can kind of see that now. I can also see sometimes protesters are walking up to the officers and talking to them, but right now you can see that they're creating almost a square-like perimeter, and in the center you see their police vehicles. Now originally we were told that some bricks were being thrown. We don't know by who or anything like that. I've not seen anything damaged, but you could also see on the other side that there are protesters on the other side of that square there. Again, I'm on Polk and Chartres Street here. You can see that police are using themselves to kind of just make sure that they control the crowd and push them into a certain direction. You can see them moving that formation there. You can see they're also creating a line and pushing these protesters, separating them from that group over there on the left-hand side. Now this is what we're seeing here. Again, we're originally told that there was some commotion going on down here, excuse me, and I've not been able to confirm what exactly happened, but you can see that they're trying to use their vehicles and also officers to create almost a barrier. Now you can see some of those protesters are being moved over here, back onto Polk Street, and we're being told to move out of the way. So you guys, we're going to try to move here and make sure that we're still at a safe distance. So that's what's happening over here. Of course, I'll continue to follow this, try to get some confirmed information for you guys, but it is a developing situation. You can hear police right now saying stop. They're kind of moving their formation. They're aligned here and pushing those protesters right here onto Polk Street. Let me get out of the way. Let me get out of the way. Okay? This is a developing situation, you guys.
Why did they do that like that?
And see some of the protesters here getting aggravated.
Still in training. They still in training. One of them got
Ooh, pardon me, I'm sorry. And sorry, you guys, I stepped on somebody, but you can see, again, they're moving that line. You can see state troopers now have just arrived. They're moving into the middle of that square there. Everyone keeps asking what exactly is going on. We're not sure. We're trying to get that information, but you can see police right now are creating that line, a barrier, using themselves as a barrier. And you can see just on the other side, I don't know if y'all actually can see that there, Anthony, you can see some debris being thrown around, something's being thrown around by protesters. You can see signs there on the other side. It's unfortunate, you guys, because this march of protesters were peaceful up until what's happening here right now. So you can also see I'm again here on Polk and Chartres Street, and also there are also other protesters who are walking and continuing walking towards their cars and completely walking past all of this. There have been a select few, though, that are still gathered, and right now, I mean, you can only assume that police are trying to do some crowd control here, but they're using themselves basically as a barrier. It's a developing situation. I can tell you that the tension is high. This is the first time since we've been reporting out here since this afternoon that I've actually felt some type of tension and aggravation between the protesters and police. So that's what we're seeing right now. It was actually pretty calm. In fact, I think on the other side there, on that other block,
hey, Roxy, we wanted to ask you a quick question.
More protesters on that side.
We know this is kind of all unfolding right here. Does it seem like police are basically, as marchers leave downtown, are trying to make sure no more marchers come back into downtown? Once kind of you leave the march, it's time to not come back in? It seems like they're trying to block any way to come back into downtown?
Yeah, that sounds about right. It does sound like, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stream while you were talking. It just something popped. I'm not quite sure what's happening. It seems like on that other side, the crowd seems a little bit more agitated and things are flying. It looks like debris. But yes, it does seem like they're trying to push people kind of towards their cars and out of downtown. And in fact, we were there on Walker Street near Travis, and those roads actually reopened. They were previously closed to traffic, so you can only assume that police are trying to get people out of that way. Again, more than 60,000 people were in that march, so that's quite a crowd to try to disperse and get back to their cars. Now, I do see smoke coming out. I don't know what that is there on the other side, but you can see protesters still with their sign. It's a bigger crowd over there than it is over here. But again, you see how, and I can smell something now, but you can see how police are blocking the street here. So there's no way for us to get on the other side to see what exactly is going on.
We've got a great shot of it from Sky Eye. Don, can you tell us from your vantage point what you've been watching? Because we can see what Roxy's referring to on our screen in a better view than she can actually right now.
And it seems these protesters are trying to confront the police and actually engage them somehow, and they continue to back up. They're not trying to engage the crowd at all, and I'm not exactly sure why they're doing that. You can see the remnants of the water bottles and other things that they have thrown at police, trying to, I guess, intimidate them to get them to engage with them, but police are not doing that.
But Don, it looks as though one person was taken into custody. It looks as though one person or two are being arrested right now. I don't know how well you could see from the helicopter, but I did see one or two people being taken away in handcuffs. So they are not letting them just do whatever they want. The police are not letting the crowd do whatever they want. They did take 2 people and put them in that cruiser that we see on the right-hand side of the screen. I'm sorry, carry on, Don.
And I was just going to say, Gina, when I saw that on Friday night, the police held their stance. Unless one of the protesters touched the police officer in some sort of an aggressive way, and that's when they got arrested. And that was crossing the line, and we saw one in particular that was taunting the police out in front of them and got a little bit too close and apparently touched one of the officers, and they all went after him and went behind a building, and the next thing I saw was that person with the police officers. He was in handcuffs and off of his feet as they were taking him away to the police station.
And you know, the arrest that just took place happened really so fast. It was seamless, really. And you could see that the rest of the crowd did not exploit that situation or become more aggressive when police put a person or two. Again, I was trying to watch it and also watch the shot that Roxy has, but the crowd did not try to react to that and escalate. So that was good to see. But we do see that there is the standoff there at the street, and you are by Minute Maid Park by Hamilton, Don?
Yes, I'm off of Dallas and Chartres, right next to the freeway here. Let me pull out and I'll show you exactly where we are. There's George R. Brown, and Minute Maid Park is up ahead over here to the left. Pardon my white balance, but we're in a shadow here, so I've got to kind of gain it up a little bit. But as you can see, this is one of the standoffs here. This is the same thing that happened on Friday night from what I witnessed. And police drew a line in the sand, so to speak, and they would not let the protesters continue on. The concern mainly from what I saw is that, last Friday, protesters are trying to get on freeways to stop them, and I know that that's happened in other cities, and they are really enforcing that and not allowing the protesters to get anywhere close to those freeways. Earlier, we were off of Franklin Street over near the Congress area, and they had that all blocked. There were probably at least a dozen officers in cars over there, so they couldn't get on that entrance ramp over there. On Friday, they were trying to get on the entrance ramp just a little bit to the south here, over off of Hamilton, that famous Hamilton entrance ramp to 59.
Down the street here, and again, police have pretty much created a line to kind of block off the area there. Now, on that other side, I did see some medics actually kind of break through this line to try to get to the other side. I'm not sure if anyone was hurt or if that's just for precautionary reasons. But again, it is quite a big crowd. You can actually see them moving now. They're kind of dispersing further away, and police are still kind of holding their line. I could also see some people kind of confronting police there, still kind of. In fact, I see somebody pushing an officer there. So you could definitely see that there is some confrontation happening, and now some of them are coming back. Those who have kind of ran away have come back again. They're still holding their signs. Their police are still standing in place. Now, again, they're also blocking here on Polk Street, and actually protesters who you're seeing kind of cross by us, they're going back to their cars. Some people are coming back and forth. But you can definitely tell on that other side that crowd is very agitated, and there's a lot more commotion going on over there, and that's why probably police and some of these Harris County constables are blocking off this area. Now, I also want to give you a look right here behind us, if you will, because if you're trying to drive here in this area, you're going to see all this. Chartres is completely blocked off. They have some of the highway blocked off too. So they're definitely trying to block off traffic and trying to make sure protesters don't get onto those highways. And you can see, again, where the most activity is happening is right there down the street. And I actually see kind of more officers heading down that way. And we also have Harris County constables out here as well. So I'm trying to kind of just gauge the crowd right now. I'm kind of walking around. I'm seeing more protesters coming down here on Polk Street. And some are just walking by and asking what exactly is going on. That's what we keep asking as well. But again, you can see police have pretty much set up a perimeter. Now, they have not been, confronting protesters as they're standing here. They've been holding in place. They've really just been pretty much a barrier to what's happening there on that other side. They have not, brought down their composure at one instance at all. They've really just been standing here in place. Now, we have seen just a handful of protesters going up and starting to talk to them what exactly they're saying. We can't get that close. You can see on the other side, though, where those, you can see the posters hanging up. You can still see that police have created, again, another line over there. That's where most of the commotion is happening. And again, we originally were sent out here because we were told that protesters were actually getting agitated. But again, we're trying to confirm what exactly happened. Of course, I'll keep you updated with the latest and keep you updated right here on air and online at abc13.com.
Roxy, thank you. Thank you so much. And we're going to give our viewers that vantage point from Sky Eye so that they can continue to see what's going on. But look at that on your left-hand side of your screen. That's Police Chief Art Acevedo. Ted Oberg mentioned earlier he was walking around without a lot of security. Let's listen to what he's saying to the crowd.
I was at City Hall. And you came. Came. Let me finish. Okay. Everybody. Let me finish. I'll let him talk. Hold it down. Let me tell you. They don't know we're talking. I was at City Hall. Yeah, man. It's okay. Talking to the community. There's video of that. And I could hear my radio. People were calling me saying there was things were happening here. And the mayor, I got a call. The mayor said, "Hey, chief, you need to get down there." So I came. I asked my people, "What's going on?" There's a white naked guy messing shit up out there, and I said he's going to jail. And I went because I knew that he was jacking up the crowd, and we're not going to let them go. We are not going to let it happen. It's our city. Don't let them take it.
Art Acevedo, they're saying he's not going to let people hijack the message today at this march downtown. There he was on his knees with the protesters, taking off his mask, even as we are amidst this pandemic, and hugging people, posing for pictures as he's been doing all day. Certainly doing everything he can do on the ground there to try and say that police are not their enemy, that police want to hear them, they want to protect them, they want their respect for a service well provided, and that's what the city has acknowledged it has not yet achieved, but that it is working toward. Acevedo talking to that, Chief Acevedo talking about that to our Ted Oberg. But we were showing you right before we went to his shot kind of a little bit of a standoff happening over by Minute Maid Park and by George R. Brown, and he said that the mayor mentioned that there were some hot spots starting to develop, and so he felt it important to try and get toward those hot spots to allay the aggressive sentiments, the frustrations that some people were feeling. And this is the hard thing when you got 60,000 people. 59,598 might be on one accord about the mission of the day, and it just takes a few to really spoil a very good undertaking. And so that's what we've got now, as people are trying to figure out whether or not they want to leave the site, as Trade the Truth and Bun B, who organized this event, have been asking them to do, and the police chief certainly wants them to do.
Yes, and they made the march to kind of end today's program back towards Discovery Green, where it originated at around 2:45 this afternoon. And I think once the program concluded there at City Hall, I think HPD was kind of just thinking, okay, at some point, people are going to start making their way out of the downtown area. So you could surmise as well why they're trying to block off certain streets and get some people out. The picture we've got for you right here from Sky Eye is over Avenida de las Americas here, of course, in downtown Houston, where police, again, are kind of keeping a perimeter to at least get marchers to go back to their vehicles, where areas where cars were parked, to start filtering out of the downtown area. And then on the left-hand side of your screen, Chief Acevedo has put back his mask on here as well, still engaging and talking and discussing with people that it came down to honor the life and of George Floyd, along with the bigger discussion that it should happen and takes place here in the coming days, months, and years after this.
Yes, and you know, we talked about this earlier, Eric, during the march when everyone was downtown at City Hall, about the fact that this police department is not without fault too. It has been criticized recently for several, I think 7 or 8 officer-involved shootings in just the past couple of months. There's the Gerald Goins investigation, where so many of the cases that Officer Goins was on are now being thrown out, the convictions being thrown out.
Not to mention the couple that lost their lives in the Harding Street botched drug raid as well.
Right, because of Gerald Goins. That's the allegation. That's the case that he is now in court trying to address. So this police department is not without blemish. And today, Art Acevedo acknowledged that in talking to Ted Oberg. And so if we haven't said it clearly, we want to say it again, that there is that acknowledgement by the police department that we've got to do better, but that there is an effort during this period, during these past several days with this march, to try to begin to do better by being on the ground with the people of Houston and hearing their frustrations, not running from them, not making commands or decisions or policy from on high, but instead getting on the ground with them. But yes, this department, like so many police departments all over this country, has its own work to do as well.
And you know, the planning that went into this march, again, 60,000 people, they might not have expected that many, but they did get it. Again, it was a peaceful march as well. But you know that HPD also has a backup plan if people decided not to leave, which they might have to deploy here at some point and move to their next phase, if you will, with people. I mean, it seems more than half, if not 3/4 of the people have left, but there's some people who he'll still want to be out here on the streets.
Well, and I'm sure they're thinking they want them.
Engage police and get what they think are their voices heard as well.
Yeah, and I'm sure they want them gone by nightfall if possible, because that's when things get a little bit harder to control. You know, we watched Friday night when the police department, Houston Police Department, engaged a very patient policy. And in the end, rather than making lots of arrests, gave out lots of citations. So that's something we've seen them employ before. They were able to calmly say to the people, okay, if you don't leave now or this situation here, then you're going to get a citation. And the people just calmly lined up. There was no skirmishes. They took their ticket and then they went home. But once it gets to nightfall, it becomes harder to control whether or not you end up in a very peaceful exit like that, or one that becomes more escalated.
And for HPD, you know, they're trying to figure out what's the end game here, because we've got these pockets here where there is just a constant standoff. Protesters are sitting here staring at officers in their perimeter. We've got, again, let's go get some more perspective from some of our reporters on the ground. We've got Steve Campion here in the middle of this crowd of marchers as well. Look like they're engaging police. Steve, can you hear us? What's the latest where you're at?
Eric, we're at the corner of Crawford and Walker. I think you've been looking at live images of Chief Art Acevedo with the Houston Police Department. He has been engaging marchers one-on-one, hugging them, speaking with them directly. But this is a tense situation because some demonstrators, quite frankly, don't trust him, don't believe what he has to say. So they've been a little tense with those talking with him. But we have seen Art Acevedo really take a hands-on approach when it comes to this situation. He has been on the front lines, so to speak, talking with people, hugging them, listening time and time again. So this is a sight we've seen for days now from Chief Art Acevedo. He's marched with demonstrators. He's back out here at the corner of Walker and Crawford doing the same thing. You can look live right there on your screen as he's speaking with some of the marchers here. It's at times been rowdy, at times been calm, but again, a lot of the folks out here are quite frankly upset that he's talking to some of the protesters. They quite frankly don't believe him, given the history of the Houston Police Department. So We're going to try to listen in and see what he's saying. It's hard from our vantage point, but again, we are just on the northwest corner of Discovery Green, just alongside the Marriott Marquis. And I believe, well, you can see, quite honestly, in your screen, you can see he's talking one-on-one with people, listening to their concerns, trying to tell them to have a peaceful approach about all this. Obviously, there is a lot of emotion out here. We just witnessed really marchers who were straight on just confronting police officers. So there's been a lot of restraint by the Houston Police Department too. They are clearly, taking a less aggressive approach when handling these demonstrations and trying to listen to demonstrators as best they can. Again, Chief Art Acevedo right in the middle of a sea of people. We're talking hundreds of people here on the northwest side of Discovery Green. He's trying really to diffuse the tense tensions out here. You can see he is talking directly to a young man out here. Clearly, he's listening to their concerns. And again, Chief Art Acevedo, let's see if we can squeeze in here for a second. Chief, we're live on Channel 13. What's your message to people still out here?
What I'm telling people is that this is Houston, Texas, and above. Yeah, going into a crowd that's riled up as a photo op. Yeah, okay. Some naked guy was out here, got everybody jacked up. Mayor Turner called
demonstrators to go home. It sounds like you're out here listening to people.
I just want demonstrators to demonstrate, not to be violent.
We need justice
because we need the way we get justice is to vote and demanding the leadership. The leadership. I didn't come out for the photo op. I came out to be in the march every single day because ultimately I'm responsible for my department.
Chief, what was your directive to officers? Because we've seen them not engage with anybody.
That's part of their training.
So you can see Chief Art Acevedo, he is listening to people. He's also hearing a whole lot from protesters out here. Many people don't trust him. Yeah, tell me your name, where are you from, and what are you doing out here?
I'm from Southwest. I'm originally from Africa. So basically, we need peace and justice. You know what I'm saying? There's quite things that is not going that good. You know what I'm saying? Especially with the police system, man. You know what I'm saying? We just need things to be right. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
And you can see the demonstrators are moving with Chief Art Acevedo. It's at times been very confrontational out here, at times been very peaceful. So a very heightened sense of emotions out here with people out here trying to talk to Chief Art Acevedo. There's obviously a mistrust with the Houston Police Department from some folks out here. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Steve, thank you for jumping in there for us. And please put your mask back on. A lot of folks out there. We want to go now. Thank you. We want to go now like your mama, huh? We want to go now to Ted Oberg, who's standing by for us for some more insight there on the ground. What do you got there, Ted?
Hey. Yeah, Gina, we were at HPD headquarters a couple minutes ago, and now they're moving this group out. But this group had just been kneeling here in front of this line of police officers. You'll remember the last time we were with you 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. This is a very volatile situation. This group of about a dozen protesters had been kneeling in front of police officers. One of them had their Bible. It was a very peaceful moment. And the young man in the suit and tie there who'd been leading it told me just a second ago that he wants to make sure that the final moment of tonight is one of peace.
Yes.
And so tell me, you were kneeling in front of the police to show them what?
We're showing that there are more people out here that are not just trying to loot and destroy America. We got people actually that want to change and actually want something better than what's going on.
Which is not to say it's perfect.
Of course, it's not perfect. It's far from perfect. But it's going to take all of us together to finish what was started at first.
And how do you think the response was from the police officers just across the, not as far away as you and I are?
The response is easy. When the police see that there are good people in this world, they're going to protect those. These people have done nothing but protect us since we've been peaceful. Now, if we would have came with guns and knives and everything, of course, everything would have broke loose. All hell break loose.
Because just blocks away tonight, there are bricks being thrown and water bottles being thrown and confrontation being had.
Yes.
And so what do you say to those people tonight?
To those people, I say this. What we're doing right here is life-changing. And understand, it's going to take everybody, every single person on this earth has to come together to fix the problem that's going on.
Thank you,
and
sir.
In order for that to happen, you must lock up with your brothers and sisters, lock up with your mother and father, and ask them what kind of change do they want, and do it. Because action is number one. Action is number one. Talking is fine, but when you do action, that's when it solves.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good luck tonight. So you can see that the line of police officers that had been here has now been replaced by a City of Houston dump truck, an effective roadblock as well. 15 minutes ago, we saw beanbag guns, pepper spray guns out. They're gone now. Likely not far away, but they're at least not out here. We have to hope this holds tonight out here on the streets of Houston. No guarantees.
All right, Ted Oberg there live. Still some people emotional after today's very emotional march. We heard from a lot of speakers, but some marchers still would like to be down there, and police just doing what they can to, as you even see the backdrop here, have boarded up businesses because they were concerned that, well, maybe things could take a turn. They haven't from what we've seen, thankfully, but that's a bit of good news this evening here. We've also got Marla Carter on a different vantage point for us as well. Marla, what's it like where you're at right now?
Well, we were where Steve Campion was just minutes ago. We now moved over here closer to kind of not too far from Minute Maid off of Rusk. And the police officers are really trying to get people in this area to move. They've been talking, they've been trying to urging people to go home, to leave this area, and you can see them all lined up, but a huge crowd still gathered. Some of them have started kind of leaving, but certainly some tension. People have been yelling, getting kind of close to officers and shouting amongst each other, just expressing their frustration. And again, we understand that Trey the Truth was over in this area earlier, and his whole message was, again, for calm, for peace. This is supposed to be peaceful. That was what they were sending. That's the message they want. And really not for it to get violent, not for people to get angry with one another, and really just encouraging change and encouraging a peaceful protest, a peaceful march today. So really trying to diffuse the situation out here. Officers are trying to de-escalate things, but certainly a lot of shouting and a lot of crowds gathering. They kind of, when officers kind of get closer and approach, they start to, go back, some of the protesters here. But then more kind of come up again. So really it's sort of a back and forth situation, guys.
All right, Marla, thank you. We want to go above that area where Marla is to Don Armstrong. And Don, the picture that you're showing us now looks considerably different. It looks like the crowd of people that were facing those officers has dispersed.
Well, yes, that's right, Gina. As a matter of fact, this is the mounted patrol now. There are several groups of mounted patrol. I don't know exactly how many horses are involved here, but this is that same area that was of real concern just a short time ago. Police have moved down the street and actually moved all of the crowd away with the horses ahead of them. They all scattered, as it appears, and as you can see, lines of police still holding their own here. There are a few protesters left, but they seem to be traveling in large groups. As you can see, this one here, it kind of blocked with the view, but you can see the people walking away from the police line. And that's what we saw on Friday night. They make a standoff, maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then they move on. That one that we were showing you when we started our newscast at 6 o'clock over here on Chartres, that has all dissipated. Police are still there, but there are no protesters there. It's a rather strange situation, the way that they just kind of roam in groups and they will confront police. Here's one that we're just coming across now. And as you can see, a line of police, protesters in front of them, and then they're here for a few minutes and then they're gone.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that that happen and play out here several times, kind of just moving from standoff to standoff here at some point. Don, thanks a lot for the update right there as we kind of hone in on another crowd of marchers here. We've also got Nick Notario on Crawford Street here in downtown, where the standoff kind of got tense there at times as well, Nick.
Yeah, it's picked up here in the past couple of minutes. It's kind of calmed down here a little bit, but there was someone arrested not too long ago. There's a number of protesters. You can see them surrounding the group of Houston police officers right here. Just a few moments ago, several of them were in their face yelling and shouting, and that's when we saw someone that was detained, which the crowd obviously did not like. The crowd has moved back, though, and they are chanting George Floyd's name. You can hear right now, but you can see them. Sorry, I was just watching that as she put the megaphone right in the officer's face. But again, we're down at Crawford and Walker, where it's been relatively okay, and then all of a sudden we got down to Discovery Green and saw this sight of people that have surrounded surrounded HPD officers down here. Let's see if we can maybe talk to one of them real quick, just to get their perspective. Hey, sir, why'd you come out today, and what do you think of this site right here?
Well, basically, what do you feel like? I came out here to make a change. Us protesting is not going to make a change at all. The only way we're going to change is we get in the same position as them. That's the only way it's going to change.
You're passionate about this.
Am I passionate about it? I see the imagination. If you imagine something, what do you see? That's the only thing you see, right? Imagination is more important than knowledge. That's what religion is, right? You see God, right? I see a fucking change. My body. I see a change.
Okay, thank you very much. So you can see the protesters down here. It's at least gotten a little bit better over the past couple of minutes, but we're going to continue to obviously monitor the situation, and we'll let you know if anything changes down here, guys.
So Nick, we're about to wrap up the hour, but just quickly, your feeling being there now, is it that in the past 10 minutes where you are there has gotten better or worse?
I would say tensions have certainly picked up. It's been fine all afternoon. We walked down to Discovery Green and we saw, so it's certainly picked up as the hour is drawn later here, guys. For sure.
All right. Nick Notario reporting live for us from downtown Houston, and perhaps some of the people who are less agitated or less aggrieved by this whole situation have gone home, and maybe the people who have stayed behind are the people that are a little more fiery. We are going to keep watch on this situation in downtown Houston. We have crews all over the area, and they will keep monitoring the situation with the police and with the remnants of the protesters that are still downtown, and we'll be reporting for you live at 7, as soon as we sign off here, on the web, on our app, and also on Roku. So if you want to continue to follow the still developing story with us, you can head over there. But for now, we're going to start to wrap up our coverage here of what has been a very iconic day in Houston. A crowd expected to reach 20,000. Instead, it's estimated that 60,000 people came out to honor the memory of George Floyd, a 46-year-old who was raised in Houston, attended Jack Yates High School, and died on the 25th, May 25th, in Minneapolis while in police custody. One of those officers facing third-degree murder charges. 3 others have yet to be arrested. The country, and in fact, even beyond our country, has been upset about this. They have been marching, they have been protesting, and people have been determined to have their voices heard. We saw a very peaceful march today here in downtown Houston, and only in the last 45 minutes or so have we seen some escalation and a couple of people taken into custody. Again, we're going to keep watch on this online. We invite you to stay with us there. But for now, we appreciate you tuning in to Eyewitness News.
Well, good evening. Thanks for joining us here on ABC 13 as we continue our breaking news coverage of the march for George Floyd. It began around 2:45 this afternoon at Discovery Green, and then the procession. The marchers made their way from Discovery Green up to the steps of City Hall and around the reflection ponds there, where they heard from an array of speakers, all addressing their different types of concerns with the life of George Floyd being taken, but also bigger discussions at hand in terms of police brutality and racism in America. So now Almost 4 hours later, at least, we've still got some remnants here of marchers that are still engaging police in different types of different scenarios here. But most marchers have left here right now. As we look at one shot of the crowd here from Sky Eye, we can also see on the left-hand side of your screen where we're seeing somewhat of a slight standoff here, just a slight escalation and some tension between marchers here and police. We've got Ted Oberg, who's been reporting for us for the march all afternoon. Ted, what's the latest from your point?
We're at HPD headquarters at 1200 Travis, corner Travis and Dallas, and police officers have been sort of holding the space in front of HPD headquarters. It's been blockaded, as you see, like that since the protests turned somewhat ugly on Friday night. The police department's never been attacked, but clearly is a target. The crowd there that you see, about 20 strong now, kneeling again for the third time here in the last half hour, just to show how peaceful they are, to sort of make the point that at least the 20 of them intend to stay peaceful tonight as they make their point. HPD has advanced a little bit to start clearing the area immediately in front of the police department headquarters, but that's about as far as they've gone now, just taking half this intersection. The crowd, you know, look, there's 20 or 30, maybe 40 of them kneeling in the intersection here, and probably another 40 or 50 on the sides, but it really calm, not the stuff that you're seeing on the other side of downtown where debris and so forth are being thrown at officers. No arrests here. Doesn't even look like that's in the plan, at least at this moment. We know those things can change quickly, but look, this is sort of in the spirit of what we saw all day today. They are here to make a point. They are here to be very visible. They are here to suggest that this isn't, as Reverend Lawson said, just a one-day parade, but that this is something that they can continue to do. And that's how they're choosing to do it now as we get 5 hours into this today.
All right, Ted Oberg there reporting on the scene as we take a surreal picture right here, a live picture on the left-hand side of your screen. Marchers on one knee here in front of that line of officers with their signs, almost taking a moment of silence here as we've had different shows of just different emotion here throughout the day. People wanting to get their voice across and just let some of their emotion come off what's been a very tense week here plus in the Houston area, along with other cities across America at this point.
Yes, that young man, Ted, got a chance to speak with him earlier, and he said that he really hoped the final imagery of the day would be a peaceful one, because he came into it hoping for peace. That's certainly what the Floyd family has been urging people all across the country, that they march, that they turn out and show people what they feel about this issue of justice and their brother's death at the hands of police officers. But at the same time, there was a very strong appeal that people not escalate into violence. And that was the message as well today by the organizers of this event, Bun B and Trade the Truth. They wanted very much for people to get a chance to pay honor to George Floyd and also to give comfort to Floyd's family. So we got a chance to hear from his brothers today, and he has children in this community. So this march today, this rally, as they called it, began with a peaceful intention, and there are many who want it to end with peaceful imagery. And so we're just hopeful. I think we all share in one thing for certain, and that is the hope that this not get escalated as the night starts to begin. And that's the thing with all of these marches all over the country. So many cities we've seen very peaceful daytime demonstrations, and then in the nighttime, 20 people, 20 ne'er-do-wells come in and try to steal the message and steal the imagery. And it's hard for us as reporters to cover stories like this, because the nature of the beast, as I tell people, is that we report on the house that's burning. We don't report on the house that's not burning. And so people will say, oh, well, it was a day of really perfection, so why do you have to show the negative imagery? And that is our quandary as journalists, to tell the whole story and to show you the odd thing, which would be, in this case, the violence, but at the same time not let that overshadow the imagery that we've seen for most of the day, which is a peaceful imagery.
And we do have this picture right here for you that's now taken full screen. And this is one of the images we've been seeing in the last 30 minutes to an hour. Protesters gather here in this standoff with police. We have one woman with a bullhorn that is walking back and forth in this little pathway here, if you will, that's right in the center of your screen with different chants and whatnot. Officers just remaining stoic here, not reacting. We have Steve Campion there live, who's been watching this unfold as well. It's not clear exactly what's being said. He's got a better grasp on what's being said to officers out there. So let's go to Steve now for the latest on this scene. Steve.
Hey, Eric. Again, we are at the corner of Crawford next to Discovery Green. You can see there's a line of Houston police officers in full gear, and they are standing side by side as demonstrators essentially express their frustrations to them right directly to their face, at times screaming. You can see there on your screen the woman with the microphone talking directly to them using profanities, vulgarities. They have been out here restrained. They have not really been reactive to that. Obviously, protesters or demonstrators out here, rather, they clearly have a message they want to send to police officers in the Houston Police Department, and they're taking this as their chance to do so out here. Again, for the most part, it's been peaceful out here, obviously tense, but Houston police have not been reactive from what we have seen out here, that they haven't actually taken anybody into custody. But again, you're looking on the backside of Discovery Green near the Marriott Marquis. There's still hundreds of people out here gathered, chanting George Floyd out here, hours really after the march first began here at 3 o'clock. And earlier we were reporting out here as Chief Art Acevedo was talking one-on-one with marchers out here, listening to them. And if we turn over to the right, you can see it looks like we've got demonstrators out here laying on their stomachs on the ground here, trying to send a message about George Floyd. So we are watching this very closely, and I'm going to just let you listen in because they're chanting, "I can't breathe." Of course, that is what sparked all of this, those words that George Floyd screamed out in Minneapolis as police stood by and as bystanders tried to get him help, really triggering this movement, so to speak. And earlier, as you said, we've seen a crowd of 60,000 people turn out here in downtown Houston. I just want you to listen in just for a minute. And this image is happening right in front of us. We have demonstrators on their stomach with their arms behind their back in front of Houston police officers standing here, obviously sending a very strong message of distrust, anger, frustration towards police officers across really this country and here locally. And again, Chief Art Acevedo has been really on the front lines of trying to listen to demonstrators, but quite honestly, when you talk to a lot of them out here, they simply do not believe what he has to say, a lot of it calling what he's doing a photo op, and that he's not serious about reform. So that's what we're hearing. You're looking at the crowd, mostly a diverse crowd. We're talking about young demonstrators here. Again, the Houston police officers who are standing here have been very stoic and non-responsive, trying to maintain the peace out here. It has been peaceful. And again, I just want you to listen in and hear what they're chanting. You know, we asked Chief Art Acevedo earlier on live television whether or not he wanted these demonstrators to go home. And he said, I don't know if you heard earlier, he said, I want them to demonstrate, but I want them to demonstrate peacefully. So right out here right now, that is what we are seeing, protesters or demonstrators expressing their right to free speech, expressing their right to say what they have to say about police officers here in this country and here in Houston. As one just said over my shoulder, trying to make change. Sir, can I stop and bother you? Oh, no. Okay. He said trying to make change, and maybe I'll stop over here. sir. How you doing? Hey, guys. Steve Campion here with Channel 13. Tell me why you're out here in solidarity. Why are you out here among the demonstrators?
I'm here for my son. I'm scared for him. I don't want him to get pulled over and murdered.
Tell me where you're from and why you felt like you had to come out here and be part of the thousands of people out here.
So we can be a voice for George Floyd. He can't speak anymore. He was murdered. 8 minutes he couldn't breathe, and he begged for his life.
What do you tell your son about police officers in America?
You got horses on the streets again?
No, it's from yesterday.
Oh, oh shit, okay.
That's our stuff from
What's up?
yesterday.
The whole alphabet soup of the federal law enforcement is represented in some capacity. In the park, it's been mostly U.S. Park Police, Uniformed Secret Service, National Guard. Around the edges of it, we've seen everything from DHS to Customs and Border Patrol to U.S. Marshals have been deployed in D.C. Driving home last night, the presence of the National Guard was particularly apparent with National Guard vehicles posted up at a lot of the intersections here. The full federal law enforcement mechanism, I guess, is available to Washington, D.C. and spread out in Washington, D.C. And that's part of the struggle that we have that's unique to Washington, D.C. But we also have our own perfectly capable city police department who appear to be taking the lead tonight in how they're choosing to handle these protests.
Demonstrators are really making their voices directly heard in front of Houston police officers. And I'll tell you one thing that we have heard, and I know Trey the Truth and Bun B and a lot of the people who organized this event said that they wanted demonstrators to stand up to one another if anybody was trying to incite violence or trying to do that. And we have heard that from demonstrators out here who have kind of stepped in where police might have in the past and told them directly, listen, calm down, we're trying to be peaceful about this. So you might not be able to hear them, but they were chanting our streets again in front of Houston police officers here. Again, really a powerful scene of really an incredibly young crowd, a diverse crowd, screaming George Floyd to Houston police officers. You could hear that distrust towards police officers out here from demonstrators. And this is just one snippet of what's unfolding here outside of Discovery Green. Damien, if you want to turn around with me, you can see that's what's happening over here. But as we walk towards this way, a little bit away from that police line, you can see in the distance we also have demonstrators there that are congregating. So clearly we're hours after this march first started, people are out here still expressing their opinions, expressing their outrage, expressing their frustrations towards police officers. But so far this has maintained a relatively peaceful situation. So that's the good news out here. Again, when I spoke with Chief Art Acevedo earlier, he said it wasn't about demonstrators going home, it was about demonstrators demonstrating in a peaceful manner. So,
Steve, thank you. We're going to wrap you because we're trying to get to Tom Abrams, but we'll be back at you. But Tom has a battery that's about to die, so I want to make sure we get him in. Tom, we see you now live.
Gina, we're here at City Hall on Walker, and this is the scene that we've seen probably for the last hour and a half or so. 100 or so protesters right up against the steps of City Hall, but police blocking them from entering onto the platform that leads into City Hall. Police also have them blocked headed towards the entrance onto I-45 or the ability to get further down between the annex and City Hall. It's been relatively peaceful. The protesters have been chanting on and off. At one point, there was a little bit of tension when they started chanting, "Take a knee," and they were telling police officers to take a knee. It got a little aggressive in that moment, and so these police officers, you can see over here to the left, they donned their gear and they walked over to back up the dozen or so officers that are up against the the stairs and the entry to City Hall property, but it was diffused within a few minutes. Everything then went back to essentially what you see now. Now, we had a chance after the protest, as people were leaving, to talk to several people about why they chose to be here. Included were a young man who felt like maybe this is a time when change will finally start, and a father and son. This was the son's first protest, and the father talked at length about why he felt it was important to bring his son.
This is the first time of being a black man that I actually felt like change is going to happen, and I have to stand for that. I've been black my whole life, and I've always dealt with racism, no matter where I go. It's something we deal with every day. You have to be conscious of all the time. And to see this many people coming together from all different races, of all ages, you know, to say enough is enough, like I'm getting chills thinking about it. But
So why did you want to bring your son here?
I wanted him to get an opportunity to see what society is. He's young, and he needs to understand that racism exists, that all lives matter, black lives matter, and I wanted him to see it actually firsthand. I was born in the 70s, babies, coming up in the 80s. It was not this bad, but now it's progressively gotten worse, and I want him to actually see it. So this was his first time actually marching. Dr. King was killed in 68. I was born in 70, so I never had a chance to march for equal rights, but now my son has a chance to do it for himself.
How old are you?
I'm 15 years old.
Yeah, what does your dad teach you about growing up a black man in the United States?
It's definitely a cumulative curriculum, shall I say. We get the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? We get taught from the beginning, 1619 until now. Your ancestors came here. They helped build this country. We had systems in Africa of calculus and government before we even came to America. So it really is the building up of black pride so that we can go out and be productive citizens and cohabitate with other people should they want to cohabitate with us.
What did you think of your first rally?
I loved it. It was peaceful, it was calm, it was inspiring. Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, amazing, her speech. It really was empowering. I think I'm going to take this experience, go out into the world, and do something better for my fellow man.
Cumulative curriculum, maybe the best two words spoken here at the rally this afternoon among those in attendance about what it's like to grow up as a person of color in the United States. You did see, however, a very diverse crowd here. There is still a diverse crowd remaining, as we've reported several times. Houston, the most diverse large city in the United States, and so that probably also leads to the peaceful way in which people protested and demonstrated and wanted to have their voices heard today and still want to have their voices heard tonight. Reporting live from City Hall, Tom Abrams, ABC 13 Eyewitness News. Such a well-spoken young man you found there, Tom. Really great to hear his perspective on what he's experienced today and what his dad's done for him as well. Now, we also want to get to an interview we got for you as well. Trey the Truth, one of the main organizers of today's march, spoke to us as well about what he thought the march was today and how things went. Let's go ahead and listen to what he had to say.
Here at City Hall, this is the front. We're right here with Trey the Truth, who's been walking with family members. Trey, it's such a big turnout here. I know you were stressing to the public that they needed to really keep the peace out here.
Yeah, because we came to make sure we represent for the family, represent for him. So if they come here trying to tear it down, that defeats the purpose of what they're trying to do. The goal right now is to get all four of them officers and anybody who had anything to do with that wrongdoing held accountable. That is the main mission right now.
Right.
And we will stand. We're going to stand at all times.
Right. Trey, you were talking about to the audience earlier. You gave them some advice. You said if you see people looting, if you see people trying to riot, what do you do?
We take care of our own community, so we ain't got to wait for somebody to come tell us. We're going to let them know. That's not what's going to happen.
Yeah, we're marching here right here by City Hall. You have family members of George Floyd actually walking right here with Trey. So we want to get one of the family members to say something too. Where's the family? They're right here. They're right here. So how do you feel to see this big crowd and how Houston has come out to support George Floyd, your family member?
It's unbelievable. It's amazing. We're going to keep walking this way, man. And we're very grateful and appreciative, man. And, I'm speechless, man.
Gotcha.
That was Chauncey Glover earlier this afternoon speaking with Trey the Truth, who helped organize today's rally and was so adamant.
officers. I don't know if you can see them down at the end, several lines of officers down there, and they were engaging the officers, then they backed up, and then now we're seeing more and more people. In fact, you can actually see this truck full of people over here on the left coming around. We just saw a huge crowd marching as well, all headed in that direction. Meanwhile, officers have been ordering people to leave. They're saying that this is unlawful assembly, that they need to get out of the roadway, and yet more and more people are now continuing to show up. And something else that we've seen is that people are getting in arguments amongst each other. And we saw a situation where it appears that a man had pepper spray sprayed in his face, but it was between two individuals. And so these people are fighting amongst themselves and kind of engaging one another, and that's not good either. So we're seeing that problem, and they're also, again, escalating the situation. We just saw someone throw a water bottle at a police officer. I don't know what that was. We are running. We are running, guys. I don't know what that was. Right now, we're taking cover. I don't know if you heard that noise. Move! Move! We are moving. We're moving. We're being safe. It's okay.
Marla, we can see the crowd dispersing there. We can't see exactly what happened.
Yes, we're being safe.
Yes, you stay safe. We've got a
We
wider
don't know where
shot.
that noise came from.
Yeah, it could.
Okay.
It appears as though the people closer than you are calm now. So.
Okay.
But we can't tell
We're
for
not
sure.
sure what that was. That was obviously very startling.
Yes.
Well, we are with security, so we are okay. We are safe. We don't know what that was, but of course we are being safe and we are staying safe, and we'll try to get more information on what that was. But again, that's just indicative of how things are changing so quickly and so rapidly at any second out here.
Yeah, and Marla, can we ask you now? We
Definitely
obviously
causing some panic.
Yeah, how are police reacting to the sound we just heard? It seems like they're relatively calm. It doesn't seem like police are urgently moving anywhere to react to that noise that we heard, whether that was tear gas or something. But can you tell the reaction police are having right now?
Yeah, it appears that the police are coming a little bit closer. Is that what you're seeing too? That the police? Yes, it appears that they are engaging. They're coming down the street. They're coming closer in our direction, closer to Discovery Green. So that's what we're seeing, and we're seeing the officers getting closer. But we didn't see a big scurry, minus just the startle from the noise and the crowd running. But yes, it does appear right now that they're just kind of getting closer to us. But they have kind of stayed in that line that we've seen them standing in, the line of kind of crossing, blocking the roadway. But again, unclear what that noise was. It was very loud, as you heard, and very startling. But it doesn't appear that I see anybody hurt or anything of that nature at this point. So hopefully that's the case.
Yeah, it might have been just a kid who decided to take a firework or something like that down there to just try to get a reaction out of people. And it looks as though the people who at first fled, that first wave of people who ran, are gone perhaps, but the second and third wave of people that didn't run right away are just still staying there, meandering around. These are mostly young people that are left, it looks like, and it just reminds me really of like when you're a college student and you go to a party and people don't want to leave the party, and it's not necessarily the same kind of group. This group I'm looking at now isn't really the same kind of group that was there at 3:30 when this march began. It's younger people, and so you don't know all of what they find entertaining or all of what their purpose is, their raison d'etre is for being out in downtown Houston tonight. Go ahead, Myra, are you going to say something? Marla, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was going to say, if you notice that you can see that when we first was talking to you just a couple of minutes ago, the streets were full of people, right? You saw, if you remember the truck driving around full of people, and you saw people marching and chanting, and now they've all dispersed. But that's kind of what we see. Of course, they disperse because that alarming noise, but then we see them kind of collecting again, and that's sort of the thing. So even though it appears that people are dispersing, it kind of seems that they get together again. And I will tell you something else I've noticed is if we can go over on this side of the road here, this is the other side of the street. So now we see a huge line of officers down here as well, and I did see that earlier. So we're starting to see them kind of close in on this area. And again, we're right at Discovery Green, right where all of this started. And so we're starting to see a heavier police presence, and we have heard them, give orders asking people to leave, and they start to leave, and then they start to kind of congregate again. So it's still, and some people appear to be inciting situations out here, and obviously scaring some people as well. So definitely something to watch out for.
Yes, all right. We're glad that you're safe, Marla. I mean, obviously we know that you guys are taking precautions as well, and we're glad that we haven't seen anyone hurt here yet. Thanks a lot for the update. Please stay safe, and if we need to check back in with you, certainly will. We also want to go to another point, another vantage point here. Micah Hatfield has seen, and unfortunately, we've seen a couple of skirmishes at this point, not between protesters and police, but between protesters amongst themselves in different groups. And Micah, something you just saw minutes ago happen as well.
Yes, Eric, we did just a few minutes ago. Again, between two protesters, we're told that one of them threw a bottle at the police, and the others said that this is not what we were really here to do. We're missing the message of what we're trying to do here, and that caused a bit of a scuffle. Not too long after that, we heard the flashbang just down the street here. We're right outside of George R. Brown. We started to see people running a little bit as if they were going to leave, but quickly they came back. We have this line of police that's just come out of the George R. Brown Convention Center and are moving towards the crowd. And Noah, if you could pan around, yeah, just behind them, there's another maybe 100 police officers that are moving in on this crowd outside of George R. Brown. These are the people we've been talking about. Roxy's been talking about earlier, Marla's been talking about, that have been a little rowdier over here for the last couple of hours. But again, we don't want what we're seeing right now to take away from the good that we've seen today. We've seen a lot of good. We've seen people praying together for courage to continue the fight for justice. We've seen people having conversations with police officers. We've seen a lot of good going on out here, but just in the last few minutes, it seems like things have gotten a little bit hostile. The police, I will say, have not been reacting too much to what's going on. We are seeing things get a little bit tenser out here. There's a large gathering of people up on the hill watching. After the flashbang, we heard one of them, say that they want four people arrested, all 4 officers in Minneapolis arrested. They want the main officer charged with murder. That's what they say they're here protesting for, fighting for justice for George Floyd. When they'll leave downtown, we aren't exactly sure. The flashbang was obviously meant to try and divert people out of the area, but it obviously has not worked too much. We're now seeing people start throwing things at the police officers, water bottles. Things are getting are escalating a little bit out here right now. Eric, I'm going to send it back to you.
Micah,
we're going to keep following this, though.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we'll keep with your shot, even if you're feeling like you need to come off of the broadcast actually speaking while we see this crowd following along behind those officers. And the officers aren't being aggressive toward the crowd. Sometimes they just try to encompass them into a smaller area. We saw that Friday night where they tried to get the marchers who were left, protesters Friday night, into a smaller area that they feel they can control more easily and keep a closer eye on. But they walked right past all of those people who had gathered there on the hill right there in front of George R. Brown, and they didn't seem to try and engage them or get them to leave the scene. So they might just be meeting up with some other officers that were further down the street. Steve Campion is on the ground for us. Steve? Steve, can you hear me?
If you guys can hear us, things are really escalating over here.
Do we want to go with Marla? I can hear her. I can't hear Steve. I mean, sorry, Micah. I apologize.
Can you guys?
Yeah, Micah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so things have started escalating. There's been a lot more water bottles thrown over here. The police were walking the other way. Now they've turned around. There is hundreds of police officers over in this area right outside of George R. Brown as things just, as we were on the air, got very tense when people started throwing things. The officers out here have put on helmets to protect themselves. We've seen a few of them actually try and catch those water bottles. But it does seem like we're about to see another very tense situation, as in the protesters are going to be getting closer and closer to the police. They were keeping their distance earlier. And now we have several dozen, hundreds more officers approaching as well to back up these guys on the front line that you're seeing in our camera shot right now.
Yeah, it looks as though those
They have
officers...
issued several warnings here today.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, they've issued
They
several
have issued
warnings?
several warnings here today. Yes, several warnings have been issued today over a loudspeaker before we heard that flashbang a few minutes ago. So I'm not exactly sure what's to come next.
Well, I will say, Micah, generally speaking, during this last several days, the Houston Police Department has been very patient with this crowd and tried not to go after everyone who threw a water bottle, say, for example. When the crowd has made a move to actually touch them, that has been a line too far, and they have been arrested. But heretofore, throwing water bottles has not prompted the police officers to respond aggressively to the crowd. It seems... go ahead, Art. I didn't realize your mic was on. Art Rascone joining me now.
Yeah, no, as I look at the crowd, though, I mean, there appears to be more onlookers than there are agitators.
Oh, there always is that way.
Yeah.
I
mean, well, especially right here. I mean, you just have a few of them that are trying to incite the officers to do something, perhaps, and that's the sad thing about it. But is that what you view as well, Micah?
Yes, that is my view. It does seem like there's a herd mentality going on out here, because we have heard some people say, this is not what we're out here for. We're missing the point. But at the same time, when people start throwing things, it seems like people are just picking up water bottles they're finding and throwing them at the officers. But like you were saying, the officers are keeping their cool. Oh, now we have a group running with a barrier towards the police officers. You're watching this live on our camera.
Those looks like a family, like a little kid.
What's it? Yeah.
It's like a 12-year-old.
Right. I mean, what's the point?
Not exactly sure. Not exactly sure if they're trying to protect the officers or if they're...
Yeah.
Oh, they are trying to form a barrier between themselves and the officers. I will say earlier we saw protesters, agitators, whatever it is that you would like to call them, right up in the face of the officers.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're keeping a distance. Well, I say that and they start to move a little bit closer. But the officers today, I personally have not witnessed anyone be arrested. I know that we have heard other reporters say that they have, but the officers are just standing. They've got their helmets on. In the event that things do escalate beyond the point of just throwing water bottles and saying things.
I mean, they have to be ready. They have to be prepared. They're not. Some of them are not in complete riot gear with their shields out there in the front, which sometimes which shows such a tremendous aura of force that it sometimes is counterproductive. But the entire afternoon, Micah, I mean, it's been so peaceful. It's been so well orchestrated, and with Trey the Truth out there trying to calm people down and trying to send everyone home, and then we have, those stragglers who are staying around and others who just want to cause problems. I mean, clearly this is not the way Bumby or Trey the Truth wanted this to end. They want to, exemplify an entirely different scene here throughout the world from Houston.
Well, and Art, by the way, this is Melanie Lawson joining Art Rascone right now, giving Gina and Eric a much-needed break at this point before they come back for the late news. But we do have to mention the fact this is at the end of an extremely emotional week nationwide. Obviously, for many of the people here, this is personal. They've dealt with instances of racism, dealt with issues with the police. And so I think today, for many people, was very peaceful, was very cathartic, but it doesn't erase the feelings. It doesn't erase a lot of the issues that people are dealing with. And as we've said all along, the concern was never the march during the day. Obviously, there was a great deal of hope that that would be peaceful, and the organizers certainly made that plain, Trey the Truth and Bun B. But it was always concern about the evenings. We have seen violence, we've seen lootings in other cities at night. And you still got a large crowd of people who, at this point, and I think I heard Gina say this, as a matter of fact, just kind of don't feel like going home just yet. You know, they
so,
still want to get out their feelings. And so they're wandering around, in many cases, kind of aimlessly because they feel as though at least we're here with other people who are experiencing the same feelings and emotions that we are.
And you can see the water being thrown at the officers. You know, this is, and they're kind of, well, you can see the officers kind of moving in just a little bit. Not sure what they're going to be doing, but we certainly hope that the crowd doesn't and the officers don't incite any type of further violence. You want it to end peacefully. We've had a fairly peaceful, well, very peaceful afternoon in March. And you had 50, 60,000 people marching in Houston today. But you're right, Mel, because we had a lot of heat, a lot of sun, a lot of people out there that are just becoming a bit more agitated now. Micah, go ahead.
Well, we just saw a large crowd of people running. I know that the police have pushed their line back. I'm not exactly sure what prompted everyone to take off running just now, but they've stopped and are now moving back towards the police. This is kind of what we've seen all day, is people start to back off and then they get a comfort level back and they move back up towards them. But there are just hundreds of officers out here lining the streets, trying to keep this crowd under control.
And Micah, right now,
but again, they're not.
I'm sorry, go on.
I was going to say, but again, the officers are just standing here. They aren't doing anything at all to engage the crowd.
Well, I do have a question for you, and obviously we can't hear a lot of what is being said out there. But can you give us some sense of what certainly some of the marchers are saying to the police, or vice versa?
Yeah, I can. Obviously, well, a lot of profanities, but also we heard someone earlier who was saying that they want 4 people arrested, all 4 of the officers in Minneapolis arrested. They want the main officer, who was seen in the video with his knee on George Floyd's neck, to be charged with first-degree murder, and they said that that's what they want. It's tragic that this is what we're seeing now here happening, because we saw such powerful moments all day long, and it's unfortunate that this is what we're seeing at this point.
Yeah, but as we say, there are a lot of wounds there that can't be healed immediately, even with an event like today that felt in so many ways to be cathartic for a lot of people. But there's still the sense of outrage that you've got 4 officers, one of whom has been charged with third-degree murder, and 3 others who at this point have not been charged. And I think that sort of issue then expands to whatever local grievances people might have. So
sure, that's what's really upsetting a lot of folks.
Yeah, exactly.
And number one, that the first officer is charged with murder 3. Third-degree murder and manslaughter, and you have a lot of legal experts out there saying, why isn't it murder 1? Those are questions yet to be answered, and perhaps those in the later, much later, will be upgraded, but you never know.
Well, and even the police chief of Minneapolis himself has said that he feels as though
it needs to be
the other
murder
3
1,
should be charged.
First-degree murder.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in fact, the state of Minnesota is suing the city of Minneapolis
about
this whole idea, wrongful death. Yeah. So there's a lot going on here in the legal battle, in the legal arena, as we continue to watch all the protesters out there. And many of them, they're not protesters at all, but they're just sort of watching.
Yeah.
Marla Carter is still out there. Marla?
Hey guys, yes, we are just outside of the GRB, and things are somewhat escalating. We're continuing to see people throwing objects, water bottles at police, shouting at police. We've sort of seen the police getting kind of closer and closer, and people continuously trying to engage them, throw items at them, yell at them. People seem even more and more agitated. I feel like the agitation is growing. I'm sorry, you said what's up, Gordon? So again, I'm sorry, I was talking to the producer there, but we are continuing to see people that are agitated. We continue to see people that are frustrated. And I feel as time goes on, we're starting to see more and more people that are frustrated out here. And, you know, again, as you've been saying, that's just completely opposite of what we saw earlier today. There was so much harmony, there was so much pride for our city, and really it was a moment, a big moment for our city when 60,000 people came together, all with a similar mission, and that is for justice and for change and to raise awareness, and they wanted to do that all peacefully, and really what's so sad is that we know that George Floyd's family has even said, Terrence, his brother, even said that this isn't what his brother would have wanted. This is not what his family wants. They you know, want peaceful protests. They don't want to see they don't want to see violence. So it is somewhat disheartening to see that people are getting aggressive. Hopefully the situation can diffuse, but we keep seeing people, I hate to say it, it kind of gets worse as the evening goes on, guys.
Well, I'm struck by the fact that most of the people that are still out there appear to be young people in their teens, perhaps early 20s.
Right.
Whereas earlier in the day we saw people much older and really across all generations here. But I would also hasten to say that there are degrees of violence or acting up. Certainly we have not seen anybody, you know, attack someone. We haven't seen any stores looted or anything like that. Now, granted, it is still light outside, and sometimes these events do happen as the evening goes on. But I suppose at this point, the police are just hoping to kind of keep the temperature down as much as possible, you know, in a 95-degree day. But just to sort of allow people to express their frustrations, their anger, without responding to that very much, and perhaps allow those issues to kind of, if you will, diffuse.
Well, let's certainly hope that they do diffuse and rather quickly. I know that businesses throughout that area, and not just downtown, but the west side of town, especially Westheimer, around the Galleria area, they took a lot of precautions. Many of them were boarded up. I just took a drive down Westheimer, just west of the Galleria area, and wow, 80% of the businesses were being boarded up, and because they're afraid of this type of thing to happen. What's so fearful about this is right now nothing's happening. It's just sort of they're standing around and there's a lot of tension. But if you get some people who start throwing a lot of things and creating this sort of mob mentality, that's when you really get into a danger area. Once you have a big frenzy and a mob mentality sort of sets in, then that's the frightening part. And that's what they're trying to diffuse, the police at this point.
Well, and I don't know if Marla is still there. Are you able to sort of talk to anybody there, Marla? Do you get a sense of what people are planning to do? Do they just want to hang around all evening, or are there bigger plans?
Well, you know, that's a good question. I think a lot of people are kind of observing, kind of watching what's happening. Some people, as you mentioned, are agitated and have expressed their agitation, and they just want to be heard. And you're right, this is a moment in history. This is a moment where people have come out today because they want to share a message and they want to be heard, and they have a lot of frustration. And but I mean, I can't, it's hard to get a sense of exactly what they're wanting to do, because I know the police have asked them several times, okay, you need to leave, and they kind of start to leave, but then they come back again. So as far as their intentions, it's kind of hard to tell. I know some people are kind of just curious. They kind of want to see what happened. Their friends have stuck around here, but some people, I think, are really feeling like this is an opportunity to get their message out, and they feel like they want to continue doing that. And we've heard chanting kind of come up again. You know, right now you see a lot of people standing around here, but we have heard people get together and chant and say George Floyd's name and, you know, really preach for justice. And that's the message they're trying to get out. So I think it's just an effort to kind of continue what happened earlier today. But it's kind of hard to say what some people's objectives are. And we certainly hope that the situation diffuses and it doesn't escalate and tempers calm, because it seems like a lot of the issue, like I've said earlier, seems to be amongst people in the crowd, people engaging with somebody else if there is an issue. And for the most part, it's been okay. But sometimes there's been arguments amongst the crowd. And in one situation, even appeared that somebody had pepper spray on them in the crowd, and that was amongst 2 people here. So certainly hope to see those situations diffuse out here.
Peaceful in the streets that we live in, everybody that's living in, they having complaints about the officers. They either killing, raping, stealing. They do a lot of things that's not justified for. And today we're just trying to get justice.
And so why are you still out here right now, even though the march has ended?
Because we feel like it's no justice. We feel that they're not listening to us. We're not getting our word over to them, and we're not getting no feedback either.
What sort of feedback do you want from the officers right now?
Well, we're looking for the other 3 officers to get it too. We don't just want one officer to be in trouble. We need all 4 of them. Yes, ma'am.
But you're not necessarily looking for feedback from these officers here right now. You're wanting more from Minneapolis.
Yes, more from Minneapolis and less from Houston HPD. Yes, because Houston HPD is acting like we are the target. We're not the target. You know, in Houston they say they're supposed to help us, but they're out here doing all kind of things to the people in the streets, and we want it to stop. We need it to stop.
Have you tried talking to any of the officers and kind of telling them your perspective so that they can understand where you're coming from?
I was once raped by a police officer, and you know what happened to him? Next time I turned around, he was upgraded to sergeant.
Okay, we've got to go. Oh, shit! Bad time for both. Are y'all still on the air?
Dropping for a moment on your interview there, obviously with someone very irate with the police, not just in Minneapolis, but here as well.
Micah, can you still hear us? Okay.
Yeah, we may be
she's
having
unable
some
to hear us at this
difficulties there,
point.
yeah.
But you know, the woman being interviewed, bringing up some very valid points, and those points have been brought up.
Across races, even overseas, because we've certainly seen protests in places like London and in Barcelona, which you would think would have no interest in something going on here.
Right.
But there's a real sense that George Floyd exemplified, was the most horrible example of what certainly black men and women have been talking about for years in terms of their relationship with police officers. Now, the interesting juxtaposition here is to see our police chief, Art Acevedo, who has been so vocal about, you know, taking part in these protests and making sure that bad officers, are drummed out of the department. And the feeling of so many people that still this is not enough, that they do not feel satisfied, they do not feel heard. And of course, we have had several incidents of our own in the last, several months, several years, officer-involved shootings of one sort or another. So it's not as though the Houston Police Department is completely devoid of those kinds of problems or issues, but just kind of an interesting juxtaposition.
Yeah, and the chief has recognized that on numerous occasions, and he's been very, very vocal, as you say, about all of this. As we continue to look there on the video, we've had Marla Carter downtown as well as Micah Hatfield. They've spoken to several people. Micah, I understand, is prepared, and we apparently have audio from her. Micah, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys.
Well, Micah, you were standing...
So just a few minutes ago, we saw...
Go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead,
no,
Melanie.
please, no, you go ahead. We were just looking at the front of the George R. Brown Convention Center here, but please go ahead.
Yes, so just a few minutes ago, we saw a woman who looked like she was either being arrested or her hands were being restrained. Two women actually at the front of this crowd of people. This crowd of people has been out here for at least the last 30 minutes and in the same sort of position that they're in now. Every once in a while, we'll see some water bottles start flying towards the officers. There are hundreds of officers out here, and it looks like a gathering of about 100 more huddled up, presumably coming up with a plan for the rest of the night. Inside the George R. Brown Convention Center, just right through these windows, there are actually DPS troopers. You can see them through the windows, and they are on standby, it seems like, to come out at any point when they're needed. We've seen some of the rioters, marchers, protesters, whatever it is that you would like to call them, who are still out here right now, go up to the windows and put their hands up and say, you know, hands up, don't shoot. So a lot going on out here. It seems like the crowd is almost getting bigger. And I will say, Melanie, you made an interesting observation earlier, which is it's a lot of young people out here. During the march earlier this afternoon, there were older people, there were people with children, and we're not seeing that right now. I would say the median age out here at this point is in their 20s.
Yeah, I think that's clear enough because we have seen that in the video, Micah, and that's the disturbing thing about it. You have to be careful when that happens because most of the agitators and other scenes of where rallies have turned violent have come from the young people and the police in every city of Los Angeles, Detroit, Chicago, New York, Atlanta. They've all said the same thing. These are people who come in, they're younger, they want to agitate things, they want to turn things violent in some way, but let's hope that that does not happen here. By the way, on the left side of your screen, there's the chief, Art Acevedo, always deeply, deeply engaged in the community, wanting to talk this out.
And I believe Steve Campion is there right now, and you can see, as Art mentioned, a very intensive conversation between the chief and a group of people. Steve, are you anywhere close to him, or do you have some idea of who these folks might be?
That's photojournalist Damian Smith. His camera is capturing Art Acevedo, Chief Art Acevedo, speaking with demonstrators out here. That's what you're seeing live on your screen. We have seen that play out really for the past few days here in Houston. The police has really taken it upon himself to engage one-on-one with demonstrators, to listen to what they have to say, to hear their frustrations, and try to articulate a response from law enforcement. He has clearly talked about some of the failures of the Houston Police Department, some of the failures of policing here in this city, but he's talked about the need to demonstrate peacefully. So it appears from his very calm stance and his approach that they're really letting these demonstrators essentially kind of have their time, have their space here in downtown Houston, adjacent to Discovery Green. You can see off in the distance, we're talking about hundreds of people who are still kind of meandering here through downtown Houston, not with a clear path where they are going to go. But as you look at Chief Acevedo, let's turn this camera around because I don't want you to think that police aren't standing by. Damien, let's go to the left over here in front of the Hampton Inn. You can see there is a huge police presence out here. They are just kind of in the background, so to speak. They're a little bit invisible in the background, monitoring the situation from afar, but giving demonstrators their time time to have their say here in downtown Houston. So again, we're, I think, approaching about 5 hours since that march started. The conversation is still going on here in downtown Houston. We'll flip it back around. You can see Acevedo, even when he gets into these heated conversations with demonstrators, he listens and then articulates a point back. And again, this is a very calm situation here. We're alongside the Marriott Marquis to just give you a perspective. But again, still hundreds of people out here in downtown Houston demonstrating after this march for George Floyd. There is no really timetable on when they may leave, when they may head home. But I will tell you, as we just showed you live here, there is a heavy police presence from the Houston Police Department, along with state troopers here on the ground. So they are actively monitoring what's happening here. But certainly giving demonstrators their space. So we'll send it back to you right now, and we'll keep checking on things here in downtown Houston.
All right, Steve, thank you so much. And we should mention that in all of this, Chief Acevedo has been, as you say, are very much out there in front. But you see people taking pictures with him, asking, you know, in some cases to stand alongside of him. So even while these conversations going on with individuals who showed up today, at the same time, he made it very clear. He said, this is our city, and we are not going to have anybody tear it apart. So he clearly is saying to his officers, we need you to stay on top of things. You know, don't agitate anyone. Don't you know, in any way get in their face, but we need you to keep things peaceful and calm in our city. And one of the things we haven't talked about is in many of the cities where we've seen a great deal of violence and that sort of thing going on, in some cases it's been people who come in from elsewhere to agitate, or people who are not at all involved in the peace marches.
Chicago, Detroit, Atlanta all spoke of that at length. Let's go ahead and listen into earlier sound, an interview from the chief, Art Acevedo.
Let me tell you.
Parked in the back. They don't know we're talking.
I was at City Hall.
Yeah, man. It's okay.
Talking to the community. There's video of that. And I could hear my radio. People were calling me saying things were happening here. And the mayor, I got a call. The mayor said, hey, chief, you need to get down there. So I came. I asked my people, what's going on? There's a white naked guy messing up out there, and I said he's going to jail. And I went because I knew that he was jacking up the crowd, and we're not going to let them go. We are not going to let it happen. It's our city. Don't let them take it.
Well, there you go.
Very, very animated, very passionate about this. He has said it repeatedly. This is our city. We're not going to give it to the, in his words, he used this word a while ago, but you know, we're not going to give this to the thugs who want to come in here and blow things up and make you know, huge disturbances. By the way, regarding the arrests which took place last weekend on last Friday and Saturday, about 93% of them, of the 412 arrested over Friday and Saturday, were from Texas, 321 from Houston area, and the rest, around 63 from other places in Texas, they come in. Now look at this video here. This is live video. They're praying. They're calling upon God for peace, calling upon God for help, of healing. And that's a touching and a compelling scene. Look at that.
And we've seen him engage in prayers with other people, with other groups of people.
He does it many
praying
times.
Together. We've also seen him kneeling with many of the protesters.
I love how, you know, the young black lady has her hands upon his shoulders. She's possibly praying for him. But they're all there gathered, their heads bowed. This is what creates a powerful moment and a movement. Is this. It's not the violence, it's not the rock throwing, it's not the looting, the pillaging, the burning, none of that. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I ask that you correct the situation, Lord. I ask that you please, Father, because it cannot be done by man himself, Father, as you can see. Clearly, man is not capable of fixing this issue on his own. So I ask that you come upon us, Father, and that you correct this situation, that you make all things right as they're intended to be, that everyone can see that we are equal, we are the same. We all bleed red, Father. We only have differences in skin color, Lord, and that is nothing, Father, in your eyes. I ask all these things in Jesus Christ's name. Amen. Amen.
Amen. Why ain't the mayor out here, dude?
And there you see him hungry. Yeah, that was a very powerful prayer.
That was beautiful.
We are all equal. We are all the same.
Right.
We all bleed the same way.
In God's eyes, there is no color. I mean, and to have this blatant type of racism that exists in today's reality is just not dignified. It is not right. It is absolutely and positively and unequivocally wrong. And some of these things that we've seen by police officers driven by racism, perhaps, clearly in some cases, need to be corrected. Absolutely.
I find it very interesting, and there you see one officer actually taking pictures of the crowd there. But I find it interesting that when we have seen the chief, he will wade into the crowds by himself. I'm not sure what that is that just popped up, but he'll wade into the crowds by himself without taking a huge
entourage
with him.
He doesn't even have a bodyguard.
does.
We're talking about the chief of police here in one of the largest cities in America, and he just kind of strolls around the crowds as if, I'm not afraid, everything's going to be okay.
Yeah.
He walks, I think, by faith instead of fear, hoping that he's going to be, protected. And I think that's awfully brave of him. I think it's the right thing to do. He's always looked upon as a peacemaker, and he gets a lot of great support as a result.
Yeah, I love that you're preaching here today, Art. That's fantastic. But you're absolutely right. And you just saw that shot by our fantastic photographer, Damian Smith, there walking around the crowd. And it gives you a better sense. There are no other officers standing guard there behind him.
Yeah.
This is him talking directly to people. Today, I don't see him wearing his mask. A little bit earlier, he had on a mask. But he is here talking to folks, hugging them, and really relating to them at this point. And in some ways, quite a contrast to the officers.
Let's go ahead and see if we can hear him. We're not sure if we can. Yeah, I don't believe we can hear him. Unless there's another mic we can turn on.
Yes.
But we are not able to hear him.
Yeah, let's go back to Steve Campion, who is standing there just a few feet away. He may be able to give us some idea about what this intense conversation is. Steve?
You got to get inside of it.
Mel, Art, I'll let you listen in to what the police chief is listening to out here.
We got to call that shit in. We got to say, where we at? We taking fire. Who the hostile person is? They have to clear us to shoot back at that person. If that person drops a weapon, he's no longer a threat. We got to apprehend him some other way. Why is it not the same here?
Very similar. This approach is very similar. So, if you drop your weapon, we can't shoot you. That's scary.
So, RML, you can hear the police chief has been patiently listening to demonstrators out here. You get a couple people out here who obviously disagree with him and have made their voices known, but the chief has been out here for really for hours at this point, listening to people one-on-one. I'm going to step just back for a little bit because there has been times when he's been talking with people and there's been demonstrators who have been a little bit more vocal about their frustrations and have directed it at him, but he has taken it in a way where he's tried to de-escalate the situation. And again, you're looking at the chief alone here in a crowd of 50 people or so, with police officers on the next street over, but he's certainly by himself out here. So he is trying his best to really hear the pain on these streets, listen to people, and he's definitely not being what's the word? People are definitely challenging him on his words. So when he says something, the demonstrators out here, they are certainly firing back, demanding accountability, transparency. They are certainly challenging the police officer face to face, just really as you're looking live, within feet apart from each other. So the conversations are ongoing here in downtown Houston, and like I mentioned a bit earlier, it really feels from the police standpoint that they're giving people time here in downtown Houston to kind of be heard and not actually telling people to leave at this point. So I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Well, Stephen, what's so amazing about that is how often can you saunter up to the chief of police in a major city and strike up a one-on-one conversation with him? And quite frankly, I think we've also seen that in the case of the... I'm sorry, Steve, go ahead.
I was just going to say that's remarkable from a journalistic standpoint, from an average citizen standpoint. We're talking about the police, the chief of police of America's fourth largest city, who is engaging one-on-one with people, and in his words, doing his best to listen to people. I don't know if you see that in other communities, but this certainly was his strategy or his way he wanted to handle this. He wanted, I think he said this before, he wanted people to be heard. He told us he wants demonstrators to demonstrate, but in a peaceful manner. He wants them to be heard, so you don't see people, turn violent or people feel like their pain's not being heard and act out upon that. So I think he is really trying to engage this community, a very frustrated community, with police officers, and he is doing that really on a one-by-one approach here in the streets of downtown Houston, not surrounded by security. I mean, his men and women who are in uniform are a block away, half a block away. I mean, there's a lot of them half a block away, but they are half a block away. He is on his own there in the thick of things. And like I said, he has been challenged by demonstrators, by Houstonians, sometimes screaming at him directly in his face. So he is taking this head on. And let's not forget, we're in the middle of a pandemic. This is a huge crowd who is not practicing social distancing. So there's a lot of moving factors down here that are all simultaneously happening. And I think you can see him, maybe he was just taking a photo too, so he's been snapping photos. And trust me, and you better believe that every one of these, particularly young people, this diverse crowd out here, they are live streaming this on Instagram, they're live streaming it on their social media platforms, they're on Twitter. So his words, what he's saying to people, if you might not hear them on our broadcast, but they are living on social media platforms, really where young people are consuming that information and really gauging how they start to feel about law enforcement. So that's the battle, so to speak, here that's playing out in the streets of downtown Houston. He's been clear he's trying to change hearts, trying to change minds on a one-by-one approach to kind of have people rethink what law enforcement is. He is active on social media, on Twitter, constantly tweeting out the hashtag rational policing, trying to say that he's really trying to rethink how police officers interact with the public. And we can see that right now in real time happening here in the streets of downtown Houston. So we'll wait and see if demonstrators leave soon. It doesn't look like anybody's in a rush to get out of here.
No, it certainly doesn't, Steve. But I'm awfully impressed that he's there with, who knows, 50, 75 people surrounding him. The only police officer, there may be hundreds surrounding him, and yet he's just all alone without any security. And we're talking about the chief of police of the fourth largest city in the country. Yeah. So, a great job.
And that may be the secret weapon. You have both the police chief as well as the mayor who have been out among the people and really talking to them.
They have.
Let's go, though, to a situation where it may not look quite as harmonious. I believe that's where Tom Abrams is right now. And Tom, are you still at a point where there's a bit of a standoff between police and folks, or have things begun to clear out behind you now?
Things have cleared out, Melanie. In fact, there may be 20, 25 people still here at this point. In fact, police are no longer blocking the stairs. They've now opened up the stairs, even though nobody's going up there. You can see a couple of officers now down on the sidewalk talking with a few of the remaining demonstrators, but there are no more than 25 people. The police officers here at City Hall, one of the places where they're staging, by the way, on the first floor, there are more officers here than protesters protesters, maybe 3 to 1 at this point. And so from City Hall's perspective, what was a very busy day seems to be slowly coming to an end, and all of the protest and demonstration is moving, we believe, to other parts of the city. In fact, I'm not sure, Hersan, if we can show down there. This is, we're on Walker, and we're going to try and swing around. It looks like at the very end of the street is the George R. Brown Convention Center, and you may be able to see what looks like a line of protesters walking. I'm trying to see through the monitor on the side of the camera. Hersan, are they walking, or are they just, yeah, they're walking towards us, I believe, coming this way towards City Hall and then turning onto Milam. So they're turning north onto Milam off of Walker. So he can, that's fine, that's fine. He's welcome to do it. We're just trying to show about 1,000 people who have signs like that who also have the same message. So it certainly appears to be a peaceful demonstration. No issues there. The police cars that you hear are north of us, a couple blocks over. So no hot spots here at City Hall. It certainly seems to have been a successful day from the perspective of those here on city property at Tranquility Park. But again, you can still see people marching and some cars now with people on top of the vehicles moving their way towards the north end of downtown. Melanie?
All right. Tom, this is Art, but you don't have any idea of where they might be going, right? I mean, it doesn't appear as though they're ready to go home, but you have a caravan here along with a lot of marchers.
Yeah, I don't have any intelligence that can tell you exactly where they're headed. I mean, the north side down there, I mean, there is the criminal justice complex on the north side of downtown. I don't know that that's where they're headed. I mean, I was doing this live shot talking about what's happening at City Hall, and I just happened to notice what looked like a large parade of people maybe 3 blocks up, and that's why we swung the camera around to be able to show you what was going on. But, you know, they're coming from the direction of Discovery Green, which is, you know, just south of the convention center.
Well, Tom, between you and them, are there police officers kind of fending them off, or is everybody just turning there as part of whatever impromptu parade or something they have going on, or march is more accurate?
Sure. I'm looking at the monitor on the side of a camera. You may be actually able to see the picture a little better than I can. It doesn't appear as though police are turning them. It looks as though they're turning that direction of their own will. It doesn't look like there are any barricades. I mean, there aren't any barricades on Walker now. I think, except that you can't turn left between City Hall and the Annex. Right before you would get onto 45. That's it. But it appears as though there's no police presence turning them that direction.
All right. Thank you so much, Tom. Great eyes to catch that as they headed your way. And please get back to us if anything else happens down there at City Hall or you happen to catch up with some of those folks. In the meantime, we want to go back to what appears to be another gathering here, and Micah Hatfield is there somewhere in the crowd. Micah, can you tell us what's going on? Oh, this is back over at the George R. Brown.
Yeah, it is, and we saw people are actually being a little aggressive towards us right now, but we actually just saw some sort of scuffle happen a little ways away from where the police were, and we saw several of the people who were over by the police start running the opposite way. There are a lot of people out here right now. It does appear that they're walking away from the police where they have been for the last 30, 45 minutes. Not exactly sure what they were.
We seem to have a frozen picture now of Micah out there as she continues to bring that to us. But we will take other pictures. This is not Micah Hatfield. Micah, can you still hear us? I think we may have lost her.
I can still hear you.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and continue. We might use, we're going to go ahead and use your audio, but your picture is freezing up.
Okay, well, hopefully, you know, there's a lot of people out here, so cell service is not great. But there was some sort of scuffle just a few minutes ago, and we saw a lot of people who were over in front of this line of Houston police officers right outside of the George R. Brown Convention scuffle. Not exactly sure what happened, but it broke up pretty quick. You see this large congregation of people on the hill, though, here. They've been here. They've been sitting very peacefully. They've been just
all right. We're having
what's
some
going on and talking to one another.
Micah, we're going to go ahead and take it from you. Apparently, you're having some difficulties with your signal, and so we keep losing you, but we appreciate at least some illumination about all these folks. Again, this is in front of the George R. Brown over at Discovery Green, and obviously there were a lot of people there, thousands of people earlier in the day before that big rally over at City Hall, and now it appears as though a lot of people headed back that way, and instead of just picking up their cars or catching an Uber and going home, they're still milling around. They're still
They certainly are
out there hanging out, and you can see that just a long line, it looks like, of special vehicles, including ambulance and fire department there.
Yeah, thousands of people still there, and not sure what, if anyone, is in this EMS vehicle here, but certainly we'll get a report on that later. All right, that does it for myself and Melanie Lawson. So thanks for joining us. We're going to toss it over to Eric Barajas now. He's going to continue coverage right here on ABC13.com.
Okay, can we take our shot down now, or do you need it?
Listening to them outside of the Marriott Marquis. So it doesn't seem like there's a real rush to push people out of downtown Houston. It seems like Houston police are still giving demonstrators out here some space, so to speak. But at the height of this, there were 60,000 people in downtown Houston. Closer to George R. Brown, there's still thousands of people, hundreds, maybe 1,000 or so in front of George R. Brown. Marla, there on the ground, might have a better sense of what's unfolding there. But the tension that we felt a little bit earlier in the evening, about an hour or so ago, that seems to have subsided out here. And we're really just kind of waiting to see what demonstrators are going to do next. No one's really essentially kicking them out of downtown Houston. But I'll send it back to you in the newsroom, because really people are kind of meandering out from where we are here on Walker Street.
All right, Steve, we appreciate the update there. We know you've been out there all afternoon, so thanks a lot for that update right there. Steve Campion reporting live from downtown Houston there. Again, we've also got some other shots we want to take for you right now. Let's go ahead and come over to another vantage point we have for you here. This is a shot of Discovery Green, the hill as they've called it throughout this afternoon here. You can see some people still just wanting to, despite the march being over, still hang out here downtown. Again, a live picture here of Discovery Green. And I believe we have from this vantage point our Marla Carter as well. So we're going to go ahead and go to Marla right now. Hey Marla, this is Eric in the newsroom. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, great. We know that you've kind of seen some contentious spots here happen throughout this afternoon. What's the latest from your vantage point? We can see the, I guess, are you at the hill at this point at Discovery Green, or are you still walking on different streets of downtown?
Well, Eric, we actually see, do you see this ambulance right here? An ambulance, or maybe it's a fire truck, is actually coming down the road with their sirens on, and we definitely have seen some activity out here. We also have seen large crowds. We've heard we can't tell are fireworks, some loud popping noises. We've also seen it would appear to be a situation where pepper spray was sprayed, but it was amongst a group of people. Now we're seeing the sirens, though. You can see the fire truck, or a truck belonging to the fire department driving down the road, presumably trying to help break up the crowd out here. I'm not sure what the situation is.
de otro lado.
No real movement. The crowd is pretty much stayed the same size. It's very peaceful. Nobody's throwing anything. It's not violent at all. From the I mean, our track record the last 2 weeks.
Are we on a break? On a break? Are we done?
Yeah. They asked if there was anything for Garrett to report. I'm like, I mean, it looks exactly the same as did an hour. I gotta put my phone. Let's walk, nigga. Okay, let's walk. Everybody went up.
All right, Tom, we appreciate the update right there. We will check in with you soon here. I appreciate it.
Sure thing. Thanks, Eric.
We also want to check in, I believe we have Micah Hatfield as well. She's been down in one of the remaining hot spots, if you will, and now that the march has drawn to a close somewhat, besides some more protesters still out here. Micah, can you make us out right now? We're in the newsroom and wanted to see if you could give us an update on your vantage point.
It's 4.
Okay. Let's see if we can get Micah Hatfield dialed in here from our Eyewitness newsroom here. Micah, can you hear us at this point? Hi, Micah. This is Eric in the newsroom. Wanted to see if you could make us out at this point and let us know.
3 or 5. She's not hearing it. Okay, let's just go back to.
What? I want to give you just another live picture right now. Again, we've had some various reports here from different reporters. Our Marla Carter's here along with a couple of others, but this is still a live picture. We've seen several things develop right here. And basically this picture right here, there's a line of officers here to the right of Discovery Green, right in front of the Marriott Marquis Hotel. Unfortunately, we've seen several things hurled at officers as they stand in that line over there, whether they be water bottles or whatever else. But at this point, we haven't seen any arrests, and we've seen officers stay very resilient in the face of, essentially being physically harmed at times. They've not engaged protesters despite, again, having things hurled at them. So for the most part, they're keeping the line that you're looking at right here. We're not exactly sure the tactic or what they're maybe trying to protect at this point. But we have seen some police cars try to make their way through, and they're essentially stopped by protesters as they gather around the car. Officers have to stop the vehicles, but also try to keep them moving at the same time so that they're not damaged by anybody maybe trying to knock a windshield out or something like that. Luckily, we've not seen that happen at all. But you can see protesters here still wanting to engage officers as they just hold the line right here, so to speak, in front of the Marquis Hotel. At this point, we've only seen a handful of arrests. We don't have any of those hard numbers from either HPD or City Hall at this point about how things have gone. We know officers have done their best to try and clear the remaining protesters out by just trying to funnel people through certain roads and get them to their vehicles, and now that the protest has essentially been over for a while. But for the most part, besides some things being, again, thrown at officers, we've seen no arrests take place here. But we are going to... Micah's on 6. Okay, we're going to see if we can get Micah Hatfield dialed back in for you as well. Let's see if we can reach her out in the field. Hey, Micah, this is Eric in the newsroom. Can you hear me? Can't hear her.
She's on 6. Is she not working?
Hey, Micah, this is Eric in the newsroom. Can you hear me? She can hear me. Hey, Micah, this is Eric in the newsroom. Can you hear me?
I don't know why. He's asking if we can hear him.
I hear a mic, guys.
Hey, Micah, this is Eric here in the newsroom. Can you hear me? And so you're still here down in front of the George R. Brown Convention Center, where we've seen pretty contentious things happen here between protesters and officers, but they're still holding the line. And so what can you tell us at this point?
Well, like you said, they're holding the line. We've seen them several times push it back down the street, push this group of protesters down quite a ways. We also have seen DPS troopers right here inside of George R. Brown. There, you can see them through the windows. They've been standing there for hours right inside of the George R. Brown Convention Center. We don't know when they'll come out exactly. There are hundreds of Houston police officers out here. We have seen a lot of tense situations. We've seen 2 people appear to be arrested or taken into custody, somehow restrained. Like I was saying, a lot of tense situations here between the protesters and Houston police. The protesters have been throwing water bottles at Houston police, but we've also seen scuffles among the people who are out here to protest. We saw someone with some sort of flag that the rest of the protesters did not like, and they took it from them and ran down the street with it and got rid of it. So we have seen a lot of tense situations out here, but we have mostly seen Houston police just standing by, basically holding the line, Eric, like you said, and not using any kind of force or anything. We did hear a flashbang earlier today, and we did see people start running away from the line of police, but they ended up all back here once they realized that it was just a loud noise.
And Micah, it's interesting to note that how you were telling us, and we could see through the window as your photographer panned over there, all the officers in that building. It's understandable they're not coming out because that would be almost a show of force at that point. But is it clear why the officers are standing here down in front of that Marquee Hotel? Are they kind of just basically making sure that marchers don't go past that point because they're just kind of watching the crowd here and not making a move? I guess they want to block the road off at that point.
It does appear that they're just trying to get people to go home. We've heard several times over a loudspeaker them saying that it's time to go home and everyone to leave downtown. But honestly, we haven't really seen anyone leave in the last several hours. I will say that people who are out here right now, there are a lot of young people. During the march earlier today, actually Houston Police is on a loudspeaker right now again telling people to go home. But like I was saying earlier today, there was there were older people, there were people out here with their kids, but we're really not seeing that anymore right now. It's just a lot of people probably in their 20s. But every once in a while, we'll see Houston Police kind of make a move and move forward, pushing the crowd down the street in front of George R. Brown, and then we see the crowd start running back and just realize that they're being pushed back down the street a little bit more.
And Micah, we know that you've been out there all afternoon and marching alongside officers, alongside protesters. Have you been able to have any conversations with officers at all, even if it's just small talk about what they've been dealing with today?
Oh, we're actually seeing mounted patrol. Noe, come this way. We're actually seeing mounted patrol start coming down the street right now. We have not been able to have any conversations with the officers themselves, but we have just watched them stand by and not really respond to anything that's coming their way. We've seen people get up in their faces. We've seen people throwing things at them, and they really just stand there.
Okay, so yes, we can see this line of mounted patrol coming in. It looks like they're at least making a move to take up more ground here and possibly at least look like they might be ready to clear the street to some degree anyway, even if it's just halfway. We saw some of those marchers run backwards at some point, but it's clear that they're definitely taking a different tactic now besides standing there without mounted patrol and making a move forward. I think we might have lost Micah, but let's go ahead and get you another vantage point right now of the mounted patrol that Micah was describing here. That is basically, if you look to the right of your screen and to the left of your screen, they've made a line and almost sandwiched in Discovery Green here. So you have these officers on your right-hand screen that are on foot, and then we just saw to the left that mounted patrol move in. So this one strip of street right here that's in front of Discovery Green, right where that big hill is, as we show the mounted patrol off here to the left of your screen, they've essentially could clear this road out at this point. So this is a move we haven't seen officers make yet in terms of trying to go ahead and clear out some of the roadways here of marchers, because at some point they do want to get these roads back opened, since the march took place at just before 3 p.m. today and really ended right around 6:30, 7 p.m. at the latest. So it'll be interesting to see this somewhat of a standoff here. It definitely, once that mounted patrol moved in, it cleared out this one road here in front of Discovery Green. Our photographer obviously is taking somewhat of a safe distance to get video for us right now, and basically clearing out of the way himself. Which of course is a smart move. But so we see officers, it looks like, still holding their position again in front of that Marquee Hotel. And we've got the mounted patrol here, so we've got somewhat of another standoff. But again, officers making a move here. Let's see if we can possibly pull up. We've had Marla Carter. She's here at this vantage point as well. Let's go ahead and see if we can dial her in here from the newsroom as well. Marla, this is Eric. Can you hear me as well? We're going to see if we can go ahead and get her pulled up here. But besides that initial move made by Mounted Patrol, it's kind of hard to make out, but they're off in the far distance of the shot right here. There we are. Protesters now have gone up to the Mounted Patrol with their signs. A minute ago, they had ran off. Now they've slowly creeped back toward that Mounted Patrol. You see a few of them kind of jogging off here, but they've definitely engaged the Mounted Patrol once again with their signs. The horses and officers just standing their ground as they decided to make a move forward and take up more of the street here to try and clear some of these marchers off the street here in front of Discovery Green. Do we know, I'm talking to producer over here, do you know if we have Marla possibly?
We're working on getting Marla. That's her shot that you're looking at. And then Sky Eye is actually on its way right now. As soon as they get over to the scene, we'll be able to talk to Don.
Let's give you a quick shot here just to kind of show you we do have Sky Eye en route right now. So it's already gotten a couple of roads here that they're clearing out. We'll take this other shot as well that we were showing you. Just want to let you know that Sky Eye is en route to give us a better vantage point over Discovery Green here.
If you want to talk to Don,
okay,
he's right there, and you can actually talk to him and say, hey, talk to me about the day.
All right, let's go to Don right now as we're going to monitor this picture for you in another screen and let you see it as well. Again, this is tough because now, besides having officers use restraint themselves, you're asking a horse to use restraint in the face of a protester, waving signs and doing what else to possibly frustrate that animal. But let's go up to Sky Eye. We've got Don Armstrong in Sky Eye. And Don, we know you're making your way over to kind of the heart of downtown here, possibly Discovery Green, where we're seeing a tense standoff here as officers try to clear a street with Mounted Patrol. But as you're making your way, just kind of tell us what you've seen. I know you had to refuel Sky Eye, but what have you seen in comparison to Friday, and what are your thoughts here heading into nightfall?
Well, Eric, I can tell you that tonight, so far, has been quite different than we saw last Friday. Right now, we're just kind of trolling around downtown just to see what we can see. We do know that there are still some pockets of people, protesters, if you will, around the Marriott Marquis and also the George R. Brown Convention Center. I really don't, we're just now getting here, let me put it that way. And we last Friday saw these kinds of vehicle processions from DPS, HPD, where they're basically in a group and they're just scouting different areas of downtown.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you, Don. I can see that picture now. So it's not really clear where they're headed, but they definitely are in a procession. They're definitely in this convoy right here and making their way somewhere. But I would assume it's probably a hot spot they've heard about. But that's an interesting shot right there.
Yeah, and what we found last week, and I guess it's the same now, is not too many officers are by themselves. There's always several in a group together, because what we did see last Friday was when one was by itself, there was a chance that protesters would stand in front of the vehicle, and as we know, that several vehicles were heavily damaged by protesters. We saw one incident last Friday where protesters stopped a vehicle, a police vehicle, by itself, and they had to call for backup. And of course, the backup came rushing in, and when they did, they also brought Mounted Patrol there. Now, we're just now arriving here at Avenue de las Americas, and this is at Rusk, and this is the old hot spot that we left about an hour or so ago, and it still seems to be a few protesters left here, but certainly not near the numbers that we saw earlier this afternoon before the sunset.
That's a good sign. Okay, All right, Don, we appreciate the vantage point. We're going to come back down to the ground here in front of the Marquee Hotel. We've got a situation when Marla Carter is going to report for us, but we appreciate your update right there. Where did the numbers go? Hey, Marla, this is Eric. Can you hear us right now?
Charles down on your left, the mounted patrols down there as well. So you see the mounted patrol, you see the officers came out from the GRB, and definitely a larger presence than we have seen so far this evening as far as a visible presence.
Yeah, this is quite the shot we haven't seen. We saw them just stay in that holding position for a long time, but now that that holding position is gone, and it looks like they are going to clear the park actually itself. Is that kind of the position it looks like they're taking, Marla?
It does, actually, Eric. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you for a second there. Yes, that's exactly what it looks like. It looks like we're seeing, and we're trying to stay back here, but it looks like they have cleared out the street right here. Again, we're right in front of the GRB, right by Discovery Green, and now they have all the protesters, of course, are now in the park, and they're trying to clear the park. So they've kind of moved forward, and now they're located all in that area. That's what it appears to be, and they've certainly made the request repeatedly to ask people to leave.
Okay, and Eric, we can still see the people here up on the hill, and then we didn't see this play out at Discovery Green last Friday, but we saw a similar situation where officers finally said, "We've asked you to clear the street for a long time now. It's either you're going to clear the street, you're going to be ticketed, or possibly arrested." And I wonder if this is what's about to play out here, because it looks like the people on the hill aren't really moving, despite having this front line of mounted patrol and officers on foot basically staring them down inside the park and on that hill.
Yeah, and earlier this evening they were saying this is unlawful. You need to leave the streets. I mean, and if they, were kind of suggesting we have to take further action. That's a possibility, certainly, and I know that is not what anybody wanted to have to do, but certainly, that was something that they have alerted people to multiple times throughout the evening for the last several hours, saying this is unlawful. And has been moving forward, have had water bottles thrown at them. And now, again, they're all in the park, in that area. We have heard people chanting. It does look like there are fewer people than there were earlier, but it's hard to tell because they're probably all backed up into the park.
They are.
But once the officers did start, so it's kind of hard to tell if there really are fewer people. But that's what we're trying to monitor now. It still seems like a pretty large crowd on the hill there that you're looking at and beyond.
Yes, we also wanted to ask you, I know it's kind of hard from your vantage point because it looks like the officers' backs are to you, but we have seen some officers with some aggressive gear, if I could say. One looked like he had a short top-barreled rifle that probably would deploy, rubber bullets. We can definitely see some riot gear. I didn't know if you were able to get a grasp. It looks like you guys are zoomed in on another conversation being had with marchers trying to bring a peaceful end to this march as well here at Discovery Green, just kind of engaging in some dialogue about, I'm sure, asking them to go ahead and clear the park.
I know they have been requesting that. They have been, and a number of people have gone up to officers, and they have been very patient. And they have been discussing the situation with them. They have been raising their concerns with them, telling them why they're here, telling them about their frustrations. And but I know the officers have really tried to remain calm. And I can't exactly see that equipment from my vantage point that you're referring to. But I do know that, again, there is a huge presence here. We've seen state police, of course, as well, right behind these law enforcement officers, whether it's HPD. And there's a lot of officers staged in different areas that we can't really see, and sort of that's intentional. And of course, you saw the backup officers. So right now, I think they're really just hoping that the situation de-escalates. I think that's why they've kind of taken over. And making to those commands.
Yes, well, I guess, the shot that your photographer's trained on is right there on the hill, and I guess, despite facing those officers, looks like everybody on the hill is still kind of sitting there, but so I'm sure officers will be patient once again, as they have all night, and try to maybe engage in some dialogue. But Marla, we appreciate the live report. You've been on the front lines of the march all afternoon and even this evening as things turned extremely tense at different times. So thanks for the reporting. Well, if we need to check back in, we will, but please stay safe.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Appreciate it.
I'm going to give you a live picture now along the right-hand side of your screen of Sky Eye, kind of give you a different vantage point here. Again, if you're just kind of tuning in with us here, this is just to the right of Discovery Green and the Marquis Hotel, one of the newer hotels in downtown Houston. We've seen officers be patient all night trying to get people out of the park and to clear the street in front of Discovery Green. But now you can see Mounted Patrol has moved in as well, and officers on foot has also moved up closer to the park and engaged in some conversations with people there, asking them, we can only assume, to leave the park and clear the streets. But again, officers have been very patient throughout the night as we give you another different look here as well. We've also got Micah Hatfield. We'll go to her in just a second as we kind of give you just another shot here.
See if Ted's on too.
Let's see if we can pull up Ted Oberg for you right now. Hey Ted, this is Eric Barajas here at the Graphite here in the newsroom. Can you hear us right now? All right, we'll try to get Ted up if we can momentarily here. But again, this is another picture for you right here. And so you're looking at it again. Police have moved in. And I believe, well, this is a different spot here. This is going to be another spot. That looked like that was near police headquarters. Possibly not. It's not clear what's going on in this vantage point, but
that's not police headquarters.
Thought that was the old Benihana Spy police headquarters, but.
If you want to try Ted again, I think he's
okay. Let's see if we can pull up Ted Oberg as well one more time here. Hey Ted, this is Eric in the newsroom. Can you hear us?
I sure can, Eric. How are you?
All right. I'm okay. Better question is, how are you after the day you've had?
We're good. I just want to tell David, we're live as we're walking, Eric, just so you know, down towards Discovery Green. We had to take an hour to recharge batteries, literally and figuratively, in our car parked in a garage close by. So We're good, but I think the nighttime, Eric, is when problems start, right? We knew that Friday. I think police officers knew that Friday was one of those days that, the nighttime could bring some problems. And I think that's what we may be seeing now as we head towards Discovery Green and hearing either fireworks or flashbangs. Not sure, too far away, and I don't want to make that judge. But, I think today has been a good day. I think 60,000 people came to Houston intent on showing the rest of the world that this city was frustrated and angry and wanted to see change and could do it in a way that made our city proud. And I think in many ways, you had a better global view than I did from where you sat to see everyone's coverage. But from what I saw, Eric, there were an awful lot of people who did exactly what they and organizers intended to do. And I think Houston can let the sun set on this day feeling good about what we did today. And you tell me what you saw.
I would agree with you, Ted. What we've seen doesn't really compare at all to what we saw last Friday, thankfully. And obviously, this is just the very tail end of the march where most everybody that came out for all the right reasons is obviously gone at this point. So I think Houston had a great showing by all accounts, and it was a different crowd tonight. Yes, we've seen some tense moments here and there, but as you know, since you were out there last Friday as well, this was not the same crowd, not the same emotion, and not the same aggressiveness. They came out to recognize the day for what it was supposed to be. So I would totally agree with you. Houston had a good showing, as the Floyd family wanted as well, and along with the organizers being Trade the Truth and Bun B, and of course the mayor and chief as well. So I know you're making your way down to Discovery Green, and we've definitely seen as you're kind of coming up there a little bit on it. We've seen officers deployed. What was very interesting is they had several number of reserve officers stationed inside the GRB. And in about the past 5 minutes, what they did is they opened the doors to the GRB, and more than a couple of dozen officers came jogging out to take positions to start clearing the street out. They'd already asked nicely several times, and that hadn't happened. So amount of patrol moved in, and then those officers that were reserve officers again in the GRB, those doors were open. They came out, and so they've kind of had some discussions with people that are still in that huge hill that Discovery Green has as you guys kind of make your way there. So that was kind of the latest tense thing we saw. But it looked like officers, again, as usual, were showing restraint as they have all day, and we're trying to end things with dialogue and peacefully. And it looked like at some point maybe even would return to what happened last Friday, where they said either clear the street or you'll get a ticket, or you can go to jail, A, B, or C, your choice.
Yeah, and I think at some point you have to probably say something. It's tough to see a day end like that, but if there are people intent on being out here and look, if they want to stay all night and be here in the spirit of what this afternoon was, that's great. But I'm starting to see what you saw there just a couple minutes ago, and I don't know if you can see that on our camera yet, but the line of officers there in front of the George R. Brown is impressive. The other thing, look, I think it would be easy. I don't want to give police officers too much credit for restraint, but I think it is worth pointing out. It would be easy to clear the streets, put people in zip ties, and move them off the streets and get them home, maybe with a stop at the city processing center. But we haven't seen that, and I have to imagine that's purposeful, right? That doesn't happen by accident. 5,000 officers don't decide to do this on their own. They have been given a good plan and they're executing it.
I would agree, and now we're in a different era anyway. But Ted, look, we appreciate all the reporting you've done. We're glad you guys got to mentally and literally charge your batteries. We'll certainly see you on Eyewitness News at 10. Thanks a lot, Ted.
Thanks, Derek.
This is ABC 13 Eyewitness News at 9 p.m. on
the George R. Brown Convention Center, where police have just
illegal rapid road live stream here. What's happening in Los Angeles? A peaceful protest that ended around 6 p.m. Pacific. We're about an hour past that. A lot of protesters started to march down Broadway in downtown Los Angeles, and now they are trapped between two intersections. The police have them basically blocked on both sides, and then they're going to start making arrests here. If you're following along, please log on to usatoday.com for more coverage of protests throughout the country.
Trying to pull away. A struggle to get that person out of the vehicle. They had one already in custody and two others, I believe, in the car, maybe three. But there definitely is a struggle. Here comes a woman out the passenger side. And it is like a tug of war there. Unbelievable. This is happening here. It's a woman coming out of the front passenger side very slowly. She looks like maybe she's injured or having a hard time walking there. Driver, they're refusing to come out. And there he goes, finally out. They're having a hard time with them. All of them go to the ground.
Put your hands on your head, you're all under arrest. Double time over here. Considered 317.
Roger, besides northbound Bowie at 6 for the 111, there's a request for second scale, 3rd and B for 6.
All right, this is Sandy Hooper with USA Today. We are here in downtown Los Angeles where there's a group of about, I would say 100, 150 protesters that have been blocked in from the LAPD between 4th and 5th Street on Broadway using a tactic called kettling to get them between these two streets and blocked in, and now they are making large group arrests. Police officers asking us to move back. The protest has been very peaceful today, and there was no incidents of violence or anything like that, or looting. Very, very peaceful protest that basically started before like 10 a.m. this morning.
Southbound M4 for mass arrest. Yeah, we've got one to San Pedro on 62 reason. Yeah, we've got one to San Pedro on 62 identified.
Sir, if you don't have anybody responding, we're here on the grid, we're one to
I believe there's an already acknowledged your route. He's responding to the manifest San Pedro and 62 identified.
So, 353, boy, you want me to respond to the response to no, and we have to do it all.
So, 320, 50, San Pedro and 62. Any slammer survivors or any slammer close survivors? flower van come in. Hey, Commander 10 to Unit 10. Moving all the arrestees northbound. We're going to need buses delivered to us over here at Command Post. Let me give you a location.
Again, this was a very peaceful protest. Again, this was a very peaceful protest. These people were not inciting violence or doing any looting. It is past the set curfew of 6 p.m. here in Los Angeles. And as the police officers have said over loudspeakers, that all of these people are under arrest for being out past curfew. They're asking someone to step out of a vehicle.
Hey, you're requesting to verify the distance frame. Roger. Southeast corner, large brown building, 1 story. Just short coming around, give me just a second. Responding to San Pedro on 6, I don't have any further regarding the location of the corner.
Airship correction is going to be southwest corner of the 5th story.
I'm just trying to look at it now.
Southwest corner, you can see a suspect. Southeast corner, you can see a suspect on the road. Roger, so he's throwing stuff down to the ground unit to 5th story.
Hey, Jerry, I got your suspect.
I don't know how large my laptop is.
Oh, that's what I think too.
Looking for 2 vehicles, granted 17 granted. Nora 644 boy, granted 17. looking at your possible suspect on the southeast corner. It's going to be a male, looks like a male, white, all black clothes, black shorts. He has a camera, and all I can see else next to him is his cell phone. I don't see anything else there. Roger.
Okay, Roger.
To the west.
All right, looks like we're going to sign off here. This group of about 150 protesters from a very peaceful protest that happened in downtown Los Angeles today are getting arrested. The reason that the police officer said was that they are under arrest for being past curfew, which was at 6 p.m. about an hour and a half ago. So very peaceful protest. They were not looting or any violence like that. They are solely under arrest because they are past curfew at the moment. There's a very large police presence here in downtown Los Angeles. So we will see what happens here, but I think the live stream will be off here shortly. Please stay on USA Today for full coverage of protests happening across the nation. Again, this is Sandy Hooper with USA Today.
You just arrived. They're outnumbered about 2,000 to 2, so. Bizarre. Yep. What's up with that? Oh, weird. Yep. just like that. There we go. Here, right? Roger. Banging on the door. I think they were just trying to get across the road.
Watching as officers from the LAPD take several I'm not going to call them suspects, pardon me, several protesters into custody. These are individuals who were peacefully protesting throughout the day here in the streets of Hollywood, and currently we're at Van Ness Avenue and Rosewood. And now the reason why these people are being taken into custody isn't necessarily because they committed any other crimes. It's actually just for the curfew violation. So that is why these individuals are being taken into custody. But as you can see, none of them are resisting. They are all down on the ground, some of them with their hands behind their backs, or in the case of some of the individuals that are just to the south, their hands just out to their sides. And again, all of these people will be taken into custody for curfew violations. There have been other arrests, though, throughout the day for people that have engaged in criminal activity, such as looting. But again, the people that we see here are being arrested for violating the 6 p.m. curfew in the county of Los Angeles. And again, these people are on the ground at Van Ness Avenue and Rosewood. And I am differentiating because there's people who are on the roof. So there's an apartment complex just to the west of where those people are on the ground, and these people are on the roof. Now, these are not people who live in this building. They are people that were going to be arrested also for violating the curfew, but they were able to drive their vehicles to the back side of this apartment complex and get up on the roof. Now, in listening to the scanner and listening to the airship overhead, they think that perhaps these individuals think that the officers cannot see them, which is true. The officers on the ground cannot see the people that are up on the roof. However, there is a police helicopter that is circling the area, and the police helicopter obviously sees them and is therefore relaying the information to the officers on the ground. And what's going to happen here is they're going to take care of the people who are on the ground first, take them into custody, put them into slammer vans, or put them into the sheriff's transportation buses or squad cars if they have enough squad cars for it, and take them to jail. And once they're all done, then they will focus their attention on the people who are up on the roof. So you see these people being taken into custody as well, also for curfew violations. And I'm hearing that the ground units are actually asking for additional buses. And like I just mentioned about a minute ago, they need the buses to transport the people who are being detained to jail because there's just so many that are being taken into custody tonight for the curfew violations. In this shot alone, I see 4 people that are being apprehended by the authorities. And again, these were people who were out and about past the 6 o'clock curfew. They're being very serious about this. It's not to be taken lightly. If you are out, you do run the risk of getting arrested. Throughout the day, though, in covering the protests that have taken place today, for the most part, they have been very peaceful protests. We saw thousands of people walking the streets of Hollywood, and there were even some cases where some of those protesters had the opportunity to get on the 101 freeway, but they didn't do so. Go ahead, Sarah. Okay, more units are coming on the 101. I'll pan that shot over there real quick, and then we can always come back to this. I just want to show you this shot that truck, I'm counting close to about 10 people in the back of this truck. It could be dangerous because a slip of the foot on the gas pedal and this car could take off, and some of those people could come out flying. Which leads me to talk about injuries today. We actually haven't heard about any. Haven't heard about anyone getting hurt, whether officers or, oh, there we go, we just saw a firework. Let me widen out and see if we can capture the next one, if there is a next one. Obviously, there's been a lot of arrests today. We've already witnessed some ourselves, but in terms of injuries, that is unclear at this time. And we just saw some fireworks there. This is going to be Wilton Place, so this is going to be an alleyway off of Wilton Place with a cross of Lexington. Again, all in the Hollywood area.
Oh boy.
And his car is fully, or partially open there rather. Not really sure why on that one, but again, people just kind of still making their way through the area, perhaps trying to get back to their vehicles where these protests began so that they can get in their cars and leave. But curfew was initiated 2 hours ago, so they have had the last 2 hours to get to their cars, and it looks like maybe now there's finally a push to do it. If they do not clear the area and go home, again, they will be arrested, at least for the curfew violations. In some cases, though, some people will be arrested for vandalism, looting, just depending on if they are found to have been engaging in any of those activities. But we are now Van Ness and Fountain here in Hollywood. So, Sarah, let's go back right now. The airship's going to get on the loudspeaker and tell them to get down. Yeah, and if they don't, then they're going to get arrested. Okay, 10-4.
Was. I think you can set your watch to it.
Actually, Sarah, we head over to Santa Monica and Bronson, which is also very close. Apprehended, and then the cars will be towed away, as we've seen in days past. And all of these people here appear to be under police custody. Let me get you the name of that business. Hollywood Boulders. So Hollywood Boulders right there on the corner of Santa Monica and Bronson. You see all of these people about to be escorted over, likely to either a slammer van or a transportation bus, which I think, yeah, it's just down the street here. So let's see. We'll widen out the shot just a bit. And there it is. There's more coming. There we go. There's the buses coming. So these are the transportation buses. They're usually used to transport inmates from one jail to another, or in some cases to transport inmates to court. And it looks like some of those are making their way into the area because they will be used to transport the individuals that are being apprehended tonight. Here in this little cluster of people, we have at least any damage. That's a home. Jack, these are mostly apartments, so we're not really seeing any damage. And we're checking the windows here in the area. There's somebody over there, but we'll try to squeeze our way in. Sarah, would you mind getting on the other side so we can just check? No, it's okay. We can do it. We can do it. Assignment desk over the microwave. Yeah, not seeing any damage to that building there on the corner either. If we can, desk, we'd like to go look at the apartment building where the people are on the roof. They're about to give an announcement that they have to get off, or they're going to come up with Plan B. Okay, perfect. Can we go back to the apartment, sir? So for everyone who's watching us online, we're trying to make our way back to the apartment building where there's the people on the roof. We are hearing over the police scanner that the airship is going to make an announcement and give people plenty of time to get down voluntarily and submit to arrest. However, if they don't come down voluntarily, then the LAPD is going to have to execute Plan B. And at this point, they didn't reveal what Plan B is, so we will find out together. And but you can see that there's still plenty of people up there. Some of them are laying down, but I don't see any with their hands behind their backs or anything like that, like we saw on the ground. But we heard that the announcement is coming soon. So when it does come, and that's going to come from the loudspeaker of the helicopter. Oh. Good catch. Okay, so I couldn't tell from my vantage point what they were doing laying down on the roof, but my pilot Saro actually thinks that they are writing something with their bodies. So we will try to figure out what they could possibly be writing. I think that last letter is an M, as in Mary. So possibly BLM is Black Lives Matter. But it does look like an L and it does look like an M. So it looks like they're just trying to get a few more people in a place to form a B. B as in boy. So it is a little bit difficult to make out, but it does spell the letters B as in Bravo, L as in Lima, M as in Mike. BLM, which stands for Black Lives Matter. So thank you to Saro for noticing that they were trying to form letters down there. We're still waiting on the announcement from the LAPD helicopter that is going to ask the people who are on the roof to come down voluntarily. And just because they come down doesn't mean that they won't be arrested. They will be arrested, but at least it will all be by their own fruition. And then if they don't come down, then they will come up with another plan. Out what is going on over there, but for now we're going to focus our attention here on this apartment building. It's on Van Ness with a cross of Rosewood here in the Hollywood area, and we had a lot of people on this roof. Now that number has probably diminished by half, and we're closer probably to about 20 people on the roof, but it doesn't mean that people have gotten out of the building. Whatever that staircase leads to is likely going to lead them directly into the apartment building, but then from there we need the individuals to get out and get out onto the street, and the street's going to be Van Ness, where there is a team of officers waiting to take them into custody. Now this team has already taken a number of individuals into custody. You see one man there, and there are some buses nearby as well as some vans that will take them over to jail for breaking curfew. We don't know that these people are responsible for any other crime at this time. But you can see that not everyone is resisting or not wanting to be arrested. Some people have come out of the building voluntarily or never went in and were out on the street and are now being taken away. But then you have all of these people here who are still trying to seek refuge on the roof of this apartment building in Hollywood. To the roof, and from what it sounds like over the scanner, you're able to go straight from the street. There's some sort of staircase where you can go straight from the street up to the roof, so perhaps it doesn't wind its way through the apartments, which if that is the case, the LAPD is going to be able to get right up there and not have to work their way through the apartments in the building. This is going to be a two-story. So it's a two-story apartment complex here in the Hollywood area, just off of Van Ness and Rosewood, where all of the people that were up here are gathered right there. I mean, if they want to come down, that's the spot to be, because that's where the stairs are, unless there is something preventing them from going down, perhaps an additional door that is locked and preventing them from coming down. But if that's the case, there were some officers that weren't far from them that they could have spoken to and explained, hey, we're trying to get off, but we can't because our access point has been closed. And Argyle? Perfect, thank you. So Sarah was just telling me that he sees about 100 people that are driving on Wilshire, and those again are going to be people that shouldn't be in this area. They should have cleared long ago, and they may be just trying to avoid getting apprehended by police. But this up here on the roof is so fascinating. Just want to see how it plays out. So we're going to continue to monitor what we hear on the scanner, what Saro's looking at from his vantage point, and then these folks here on the roof. So the airship is saying kind of what we were saying just now too. They said, just keep us posted on that crowd that's on Wilshire Boulevard. Let me know what happens if it continues to grow. But for now, he kind of wants to keep his attention on what is happening here on the roof of this apartment building. And I'm also looking out towards the 101 freeway. That's going to be the southbound 101 coming through the Hollywood area. There is about a dozen squad cars, maybe more, that is running lights and sirens, south on the 101 freeway, coming out of the San Fernando Valley and down into the Hollywood area to assist with the arrests that are taking place. Run away from the car and somehow find their way onto the top of a building. Usually, though, it's not an apartment complex. It's usually a home. And there's been times when we've watched people on top of a home for several hours till they finally come down. And it's usually a few things that will get to them. One of them is depending on the weather, that they get cold or that they get hungry or that they get tired. In this case, though, I've never had a situation like this where we have multiple people on a roof like this, and especially for what you could consider a very minor crime, which is a curfew violation. So these people would really be better off just coming down and being arrested by the authorities, because that's basically the plan that the LAPD has, regardless of whether they come down voluntarily, is to take these people into custody. They've gotten the order to come down from the helicopter, and they heard it very well. And they even had a team of officers go to the building next door and give them the warning in person that they had to come down, but I would say that at least half of them are still up there. Now, there's just a staircase that leads from the roof down to the bottom floor, and it's where most of them have gathered, so I don't believe that there is any other door that perhaps somebody else locked on the way down that is keeping them up there. And if there is, then of course I can see that several of these individuals they do have access to their phones, so they would be able to contact someone and explain what is going on. So at this point, it does appear that it is completely voluntary for these individuals to remain up on this roof, and they simply don't want to come down. But it's just a case of delaying the inevitable. They will at some point be taken into custody. Big group over there? Thank you. So Saru is hearing that there's another big group at Hollywood and Gower, and I will now communicate with Jack at the assignment desk. Jack, go ahead. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's lots of officers here, Jack. They are. They already took everyone who was on the ground in custody, and now they're just here to take the people who are on the roof into custody. And you can look at all of the people there at the... So Jack, since I think you're still there, did you want Hollywood and Gower, or should we wait this out a few more minutes? Are they the ones that were on the 101? Does it look visual? That's it? Okay. Other location? Perfect. Okay, we'll do. Yeah, just about a minute away. We'll go look. We can go look at the Hollywood and Gower scene. Oh yeah, Santa Monica coming up here. Yeah, Hollywood is 1. Gower is going to be... Go to the left, as in to the east, or to the right? Okay. That one right there? Okay, cool. How are we on fuel? Sorry. Probably a little more. Yeah, no worries. And here's that crowd that we heard about that was on Hollywood and Gower. They've now made their way south. Centro Avenue. You see the light there? That's not from us. That's the night sun from the LAPD helicopter trying to shine it on the front of the crowd. And the reason why he's doing that is he's trying to draw attention to this crowd so that additional ground units that are in the area can start making their way over to these streets to try to take some of these people into custody. And there's a fire engine trying to make that turn, so hopefully everyone comes to a stop so you can proceed through and carry on. I haven't heard what type of call the fire department may be on in the area, but you can see that you have at least 2 fire trucks pulling up, as well as an investigator. There was an investigator's vehicle traveling with them as well. Suspicious fires over the last few days, so any fire that does occur in the area will be investigated by arson investigators. And again, this is going to be now Sunset. The cross is going to be Gower. So Sunset and Gower in the Hollywood area. We have spent a good chunk of our day today in Hollywood covering the protests, mostly peaceful protests that have taken place here today. Back to the roof? Yeah, we'll do. Back to the roof, sorry. And we took a quick peek there. We know where those people are at. That's going to be Sunset and Gower. We're going to go back to the apartment building because we want to see what's going on over there, to see if the people that were up there came down voluntarily, or if they're still up there, if they're going to be taken into custody. I see an airship down there, so that's going to be the LAPD
and you don't want to
airship.
get hit with them.
They do
And the sight of them usually is enough of a deterrent to get groups like this to begin to disperse. Unfortunately, there is a mob forming around these law enforcement officers. It happened over in Pershing Square, and now it's happening over here on the 110 freeway. And you can see the worrisome part here is that, for example, the group of officers in this shot right here, just a moment ago, you saw were surrounded. They were surrounded by protesters, and they were clearly outnumbered. It's a scary situation, no matter how you slice it, even in the best of times. This protest has been peaceful. It started off peaceful, but it has devolved into something less than peaceful. Yes, absolutely. I mean, you know, there's various things going on here. First of all, there's a bulk of them that appear to be on the exit ramp now. So whether they're deciding, some of them, to just get off the freeway and obey law enforcement, that seems to be the case. But you can see law enforcement moving with them to prevent them from getting any further north on the 110 freeway. On the other hand, there are separate groups of individuals, in this case somebody with a spray paint can, other vandals who are intent on causing more trouble and causing more damage and vandalizing public property. It's something that we've seen for the duration of this protest. It's not a unified group. There are troublemakers, and there are folks who just want to exercise their First Amendment rights, and there's a combination of the two. And there's a right way to do it, and there's a wrong way to do it. And the goal for law enforcement is to keep traffic flowing. Even in the streets of downtown LA off of the freeway, the ideal situation, the legal way to protest, is on the public sidewalk. Once they get in the street, it's a different situation. But LAPD's been very patient all day. CHP does not have patience when it comes to blocking freeway traffic in the city of Los Angeles. It is something that is avoided at all costs for a variety of reasons. And it will eventually come to situations just like this. You've got a group that is clearly agitated. You have CHP and LAPD, which have formed a skirmish line, in this case, right on the freeway, and they are going to be forced to take action at some point here. They will use restraint. They will be patient. We've seen that restraint. We've seen that patience in the last couple of days. But at a certain point, a watch commander or a supervisor will give the go-ahead to declare this an unlawful assembly, which by now this clearly is an unlawful assembly, and they will have just a matter of minutes to either get off of the freeway and disperse, or they will begin taking people into custody. This is partially on the freeway. The lanes, I believe, on the right, if I'm not mistaken, there's a building in my way. But I believe that is the that's the northbound side of the freeway. So there's the northbound side of the freeway, and then that other ramp there is actually.
Up there initially, and we lost about half of them. So it does appear that we still have about another 20 up there. You can see that there's some more officers down at the ground level, and this is going to be the next apartment complex over. So at one point the police helicopter said that he thought the people up on the roof simply just thought that the officers on the ground couldn't see them. But of course with the helicopter above it, it makes it pretty difficult to hide. And for that reason, the helicopter observer kept his eyes on the folks up here, and he relayed the information to the units below. And I'm just listening over the scanner. There was that other group that we were looking at a few minutes ago that was at Gower and Sunset when we left them. And we're now hearing that they dispersed into two groups, and one of them is continuing near Gower and Sunset, and the other one is going to go over to a smaller street called El Centro. So it looks like that group that we were monitoring, that for the most part was made up of vehicles, more vehicles than pedestrians, that group is now splitting up in two.
That's right, and we've already seen points in this protest before they got on the freeway that were certainly bordering on violence. I mean, we've already seen in the last hour these protesters, some of the same people that you see in this shot here, throwing garbage at police officers, throwing projectiles at them. Now, obviously, these police officers are all, wearing bulletproof vests. They're wearing their riot gear, their riot helmets, and they are protected to a degree. But this group has certainly proven to be very aggressive. Let's just go around the LA Care building. Let's just get on the other side of it. Yeah, the shooting from the south, I think, is the best situation here. We've got about an hour and a half. About an hour and a half. What do you think? About 9? About 9 o'clock. Okay, perfect. Yeah, figure about 9 o'clock. Hey there, go ahead. You broke up. Say again. Okay. Did you hear what she said? Seventh Street and the 110 freeway. Yeah, Colleen, after a dramatic takeover of the 110 freeway, a bulk of that group, most of them, have now made their way up an embankment to an overpass. That's going to be the 7th Street, I believe the 7th Street overpass above the 110 freeway. You can see law enforcement on the scene down there, a skirmish line on one side, a group of motor officers on the other side, and a whole separate contingent of arrest teams getting into place. And those are the...
And we're firing back into the crowd. The crowd moved back. Now the crowd is moving back in toward the police. They're actually, in many cases, going in with their hands up like this, walking toward the police. We are now sort of behind the crowd. They are between us and the 3rd precinct. You can see just beyond the crowd, there's a red light there. That's the corner of the building. And you can see there's volleys now of debris that people are shooting, and then flashbangs. Now it looks like we may have gas canisters now. The police are deploying something. Not quite clear what they are, but we're seeing a lot of debris. There's things getting thrown. We're going to pull back a little bit from here, but it is now, all right, there's milk being spread around, so that is tear gas. I'm just going to stick this on. Give me a minute. I think it's pretty windy and it's all blowing that way, so I think we're clear for now, but they have now deployed tear gas. That had not happened at all today, Lawrence. It's been actually very peaceful today. There have been speeches. There have been people out here protesting, saying things like no justice, no peace. This just happened within the last 15 minutes. The protesters, somebody got over the fence. There was a fence that had been installed since yesterday. Somebody got over it, got to the other side, and encouraged the crowd to push those fences down, which they did. Then somebody got into the police station, and that's when the police emerged on the roof. They have now moved to ground level, and this is the worrisome part. They were on the roof moving into the crowd. The fence has been breached, and protesters are now getting closer and closer to the 3rd precinct. Now, as Lawrence, you know, the 3rd precinct here is where the 4 police officers were who were involved in the death of George Floyd on Monday. So this has been the center of attention at this point. Now, what we don't have is any police cars. We do not have National Guard vehicles here. We do have heavy smoke in that direction. Let's just take a look, Miguel. We've got a fire over there, fairly big fire, quite dense. Last night, this was all burning. This was the auto zone. There's a target behind me. There's a car on fire in the parking lot behind my photographer. But most of the attention is right here on the police station. We seem to have a lull in it right now, Lawrence, but it has been calm all day. I have to say, this was not what we were seeing all day. It was peaceful protest, and it has suddenly changed. Now, there are a lot of protesters here along the side behind my photographer who are not involved in what's going on over here, but you can see the hands up there if you look over there. A lot of people with their hands up moving toward the police. They are closing in. You can see this crowd moving. There's probably now 25 or 30 feet between the police and the protesters, and there is no barrier between them. So the one thing the Minneapolis police have not done today is gotten into direct conflict with protesters. That, I think, in the next few minutes is about to change. Now, I don't know that it was organized, and I don't know that it was chaotic. I would say that until 20 minutes ago, it was an assembly of people with various beefs about what was going on. And one of them has been that the Hennepin County attorney has said that there's some evidence that this may not have been criminal, and people are sort of tear gas coming out of there. We've got flashbangs. There is still a group of people you can see directly in front of me. They are as close as they can get to the police. The tear gas has had the effect of pushing people back because it is doing that, but it's a windy night, which means it's not effective to use tear gas when there's this much wind. It's going to blow all over the place, and that's kind of happening. So the police have not used it until now. They've basically used the flashbangs. You can see behind me. Now keep in mind, there's the police precinct. Those are the active protesters. Then there's a group behind us that are staying far back from the danger and the protest. And it does appear that the tear gas seems to have dissipated, and for the moment the police guards have bought themselves a little bit of time, but there are more flashbangs. There are now helicopters in the sky around us. There's definitely a lot more attention and energy here than there was half an hour ago.
Don't shoot! Hands up! 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 Don't shoot!
They're on the roof again.
Don't shoot! Hands up! 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 Don't shoot!
I got it. You want a helmet? You want to?
Using chemical weapon should be illegal.
for hundreds of protesters to basically get away from what is basically a perimeter. LAPD forming a perimeter on that overpass, and if they weren't able to evade police there, they would have ended up getting arrested. So I think they basically tried to just get away from police any way they could, and ended up in that parking structure. You can see some of them coming out on the other side of the parking structure on, I believe, 8th Street. Here's a separate arrest team that was originally on the freeway. Again, there were a number of stragglers who remained on the freeway in an attempt to shut down traffic. This is exactly what law enforcement was trying to prevent all day long. They were giving this group as much leeway as possible. They were on a very long leash until things just went over the line. And now you see LAPD trying to maintain order in the area around the 110 freeway. The same scene, as you guys know, playing out in a number of other cities across the country. Even reports now of the Bay Bridge in San Francisco being blockaded by protesters. The protesters know that if they want to get their message across, their intention is to disrupt. They want to get as much attention as possible and disrupt high-profile landmarks or freeways or other thoroughfares. And that's what we've seen here, as we've seen in other parts of the country. And hopefully this particular protest will end without anybody getting hurt. We know one person was taken into custody a little bit earlier, a few blocks over towards Pershing Square, after things became very tense and took an ugly turn where protesters were throwing projectiles at police officers. Police officers basically calling for backup, and tons of LAPD units flooding the downtown area as best they can.
Wow, it is pretty unbelievable, though, to see how big this crowd has formed within sort of such a short period of time. I think at 5 o'clock there was less than 100 people that you were tracking, and now it's just ballooned.
But the good thing is, Chris, though, we haven't yet seen the violence today that we've seen in places like San Jose. We saw a lot of fists being thrown, tear gas being fired, a bunch of arrests taking place, and that continues to escalate in the Bay Area. But when it comes to Los Angeles, it was relatively mellow until just after 7 o'clock when this crowd found their way basically onto the freeway.
It's a really fair point. You know, when you look across the country, the pictures that we have seen in the last 24 hours have clearly turned to violence that neutralizes the message, it neutralizes their cause, and it just is bad news all around. Here in LA, it really has been mostly peaceful. We've had isolated incidents of violence and public disobedience, but for the most part, we have to say that this has been fairly peaceful for the most part. There are, there was an officer who was thought to have gotten hurt a little bit earlier. I don't have a status on that officer if he was injured at all. I know there were ambulances that were called over to Pershing Square, but overall, the group just appears to be desperate for attention at this point. It's up to the viewer what you want to call them, whether you want to call them protesters or demonstrators or rioters or whatever the case may be. But in this case, we really haven't seen anywhere near the level of violence that we've seen in other cities.
At this point, we want to split the screen and show you a little bit of what's going on in Minneapolis right now. It's a close shot of the crowd, a person with a megaphone, but you can see people are en masse meeting again in Minneapolis, and it bears repeating. There is a curfew going on in that city from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m., and it is well past that. It is a little after 10 o'clock at night in Minneapolis. We did see a building on fire about an hour ago in Minneapolis, and keep in mind what happened there last night. It was the 3rd Precinct Police Station was basically burned down. The National Guard has been called and put into place there in Minneapolis as they anticipate more unrest from a crowd. We're going to continue to watch that situation. A number of other cities as well, Atlanta, San Jose, Las Vegas. We've been watching some unrest there, but in Los Angeles, our biggest concern right now is this crowd. They seem to be pretty much bent on getting the attention of law enforcement and putting their voice out there. Law enforcement largely, Chris, has been very patient with their movements.
Very patient. LAPD much more prepared today than earlier in the week, and really doing their best to not only give them the opportunity to protest, but part of the tactic is just basically staying nearby but out of sight. LAPD would rather be a fly on the wall and let the group move around with some liberties. You know, we have the luxury, I guess you would say, in the sense that downtown is still, you know, relatively speaking, very, very quiet. I wouldn't call it a ghost town the way it's been in the last several weeks. You know, there's a lot more people walking around downtown. The stay-at-home order being lifted and restaurants opening up. You've got business owners in downtown, restaurant owners and staff preparing their businesses, preparing to reopen for the weekend. So there's a lot more activity going on downtown, but traffic-wise, they've been able to give this group lots of leeway and let them occupy some of the streets, sit down in the middle of some of the intersections at the inconvenience of other motorists, but all for the purpose of letting them express their frustrations, their anger, and their demand for justice for George Floyd. That's what this is all about. These folks are grieving, they are angry, they are taking this very personal. This is an incident that happened halfway across the country, but you would almost think that it happened in every major city. It's the same reaction to varying degrees in every major city across the country. It is a moment that we will remember years from now when we look back at this.
That crowd on the move again, very similar to their personality about an hour and a half ago, just meandering the streets looking for something. Let's give you another side. San Jose right now, which there has been a tremendous amount of violence. This shot on the right-hand side, it's near Santa Clara Street in San Jose. This was a scene just about 2 hours ago where tear gas was being administered, very aggressive handling of the crowd, a number of arrests, a number of fights going on, also a couple of dumpsters that were set on fire, but eventually they got the crowd to settle down. Nevertheless, there was a lot of violence there. Also, a lot of folks getting on the 101 freeway from that area. So the freeway, a constant theme, at least here in California, when it comes to these protesters. Now, on the left-hand side, that is back in downtown Los Angeles. The crowd on the move. Does it appear, Chris, on where they might be going?
A massive crowd
they've
out there once
appeared
again.
to have turned around. So LAPD forming a pretty strong skirmish line near the 110 freeway at Olympic. That's what we're looking at here. This is Olympic Boulevard. Now here's a motorist trying to get through the intersection.
Chanting and waving.
Oh, so you don't want to see that. See protesters slamming the vehicle. And look at this. This is a motorist just trying to drive through the crowd. If he feels desperate, this is the threat. This is the problem. You try and keep the protesters separate from the motorists who are driving through the streets. And without law enforcement in the vicinity here, you have a motorist who is just trying to get through the intersection. He's now surrounded by protesters. This is going to be the intersection of Olympic Boulevard and Flower Street as he prepares to make his way through here and hopefully moves along. So the group turned around from the 110 freeway. They're going the opposite direction, traveling eastbound on Olympic Boulevard. I can tell you that the situation on the 110 freeway is resolving itself. CHP still on the scene near 7th Street, but the southbound lanes of the 110 freeway have been reopened, and the northbound side of the 110 freeway is now beginning to open up as well. So the situation on the 110 freeway is resolving. Traffic is starting to flow again. There's not a whole lot of backup, only about a half mile in either direction at 7th Street. And now the main body of protesters here traveling in the opposite direction away from the freeway, eastbound on Olympic past Flower.
Wow. Well, you can let's again hope that this continues to stay peaceful. And as we sort of watch this crowd, it does seem they're obviously going to merge together, but it does look like they are doing it in a peaceful fashion. And you see it, I mean, everybody is out there, but it does seem like there's not a huge amount of tension as we saw about an hour ago when we saw things escalating a bit.
It's interesting, you know, over the years covering these types of protests, they often start off very peacefully, and most of them end up very peacefully. But the ones that don't, the ones that kind of start to get a little bit out of control and start to pose a threat to to the public are the ones that, well, you know, just to describe this one for you, to describe this demonstration during the 4 o'clock hour, it was a varying group, all ages, all races, all different people protesting the same, for the same movement. As the evening goes on, and the sun sets and it begins to get darker, the crowd skews younger, and you have a more aggressive human instinct almost that comes out of some of the folks who are here to cause trouble. And that's not everybody. Some of them are very peaceful. Most of them are here to just get their point across. But there are vandals, there are others in there who are intent on causing disruption and destroying public property.
All right, Chris, we have a dramatic scene to show you right now. This is in Minneapolis, where a number of cars has been set on fire in a desperate attempt, and a feeble one at that, of a man with a water hose trying to prevent the fire from spreading to the building. This is just a short distance away from where there are some protesters, but that's a live picture of more fires being set in Minneapolis. So the violence continues and the destruction continues in that city, a very tense city where basically is the ground zero of this entire tragedy that has basically grabbed this entire nation. And the unrest there is unprecedented levels for what that city has seen in the past. There's a better shot. You see multiple cars on fire. Again, live pictures from Minneapolis, Minnesota. So when you see stuff like that, and then you turn your attention back to downtown Los Angeles, yes, we are lucky so far that this crowd, they have been walking through the streets, but so far not a whole lot of destruction. Some inconveniences, of course, some big ones at that, especially when the 110 freeway has been shut down. But so far, nothing like fires being set, and no tear gas, Colleen, like we saw in San Jose either, and not a whole lot of arrests either. We saw one person being detained so far, but that's it.
Yeah, and we saw, earlier we saw that there was protests going on in Houston, and we saw the mounted police coming out, and you saw just the intimidating factor that these horses have on protesters when they started sort of looking like they were getting a little somewhat of a tense stance against law enforcement. The horses kind of came and were a barricade again to buffer between police and the protesters. And we've been seeing this all across the country. We saw it earlier in Atlanta as well. So we know a lot of people are coming out, voicing their reaction to that really very disturbing video that did come out of Minneapolis. It came out on Monday.
A different camera now, Colleen, on that same scene that we're seeing.
On the right-hand side from Minneapolis, yeah, cars on fire. We saw this massive, we know that the police precinct was burnt last night. We know the night before, David, we were watching this massive fire. What was it, at the auto body store?
Yes.
So
auto shop,
AutoZone.
AutoZone.
So we've been
and
seeing,
the Target was and a number of other stores were looted. And that was some dynamic, dramatic video that spread out on social media as well. These crowds in Minneapolis overtaking these stores and looting them, and of course the AutoZone they set on fire, and then the next night they set the precinct on fire.
And then of course now tonight they have the curfews, but of course people are breaking those curfews. And again, we were hearing, you can see on the right side, it's still Minneapolis.
It's looting going on right now. Is that a live picture? Live
looting?
Pictures of more looting happening in Minneapolis. It looks like they're going into a store.
I'm not sure if I see people taking out stuff.
I did.
Oh, okay. So Minneapolis is in such a really fraught situation there but again, looking on the left-hand side, you see the bicyclists and everybody in the middle of the intersection. But there is something to be said. They're wanting their message heard, but in a peaceful way, which you have to commend them, because when you look at other areas that are finding a lot of violence and tension, I feel like your message almost gets lost, and you need to. And Mayor Garcetti said it tonight during his briefing. He just said, Los Angeles, come out and get your voices heard. And there are so many stories of George Floyd, but they do need to come to an end. So everyone is trying to come out and get their message out there about the injustice that happened to Mr. Floyd on Monday evening.
But do so peacefully.
Yeah.
Chris Christie's been watching this protest underway. Chris, Have you been able to hear what might be happening on the 110 freeway?
Situation on the 110 freeway has really been alleviated. Traffic is flowing on both directions. CHP doing their best to now guard those remaining on-ramps. Although, you know, I should mention there's, besides the transition roads that get you onto the freeway, there are these other access points where you can climb down an embankment and enter the freeway, and that's something that they were eyeing earlier. They have basically been expressing an intent to get on a freeway all day long. The organizers of this group have been talking about it. They've been aiming for the freeways. They tried the 101 freeway. They eventually made their way onto the 110 freeway. Things became very tense on the freeway. They accomplished their goal of blocking traffic for several minutes, but things really have improved on the 110 freeway. The crowd has dwindled further. So we're talking about, again, in the neighborhood of about 100 protesters here, maybe a little more, and they're now turning onto 8th Street. So now they've turned off of Hope, down 8th towards Grand Street, and they're slowing down a little bit. This is a group that's been out here in the sun for the better part of 4 hours now, and you would imagine some of them are getting a little bit tired, and as the night goes on, I expect that we will continue to see the crowd dwindle. Hopefully, as they make their way through downtown, LAPD will continue to monitor their movements, and hopefully everything will remain peaceful.
Yes, let's hope. So we are continuing to watch this situation. You just never know. It was so peaceful earlier today where the crowd was fairly sparse, but then it does seem to ebb and flow, and then when it really rises up, boy, they move quickly, and they seem to come out of nowhere. So an organized movement by this group of protesters going through downtown Los Angeles, but I will say, as Chris pointed out, it does look like that they have slowed down just a bit. In the meantime, we continue to watch a number of situations. Gabe, is that Minneapolis?
Atlanta.
Oh, that's Atlanta.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you mind popping that up? Okay, there we go. That is Atlanta. So to give you some background of what we've seen in Atlanta, the crowd has been very aggressive, on the move, for some reason, which we don't really know yet, or the explanation of. There's smoke there too, so we don't know if that's from tear gas or a fire that has been lit in Atlanta. But just to give you some idea of what has happened there in the past, earlier this afternoon, CNN became a gathering point for a large crowd where they not only defaced the CNN logo in the front of the building, they also started shattering some windows there at CNN. Eventually, police took a very aggressive move. They brought in Bearcats and they moved the crowd away. The crowd eventually left the front of CNN and they moved elsewhere in the city, but nevertheless, the anger and the tension continues to exist there in Atlanta, and that's those live pictures that we showed you. Back to downtown Los Angeles as this crowd continues to move, and as you can see, huge police presence all over Los Angeles, downtown LA. This appears to be some sort of a staging area, Chris.
You know, it's so interesting, David and Colleen. This is, it is a staging area. A number of officers, again, making their way into the downtown area. One of the things that you can't help but notice up here, and you can only really see it from the helicopter, as far as the eye could see, in a number of different directions along various freeways, you could see blue and red twinkling lights traveling by the dozens, all coming into this area. So we have LAPD officers coming from West LA, coming from the San Fernando Valley, Hollywood Division, South LA, all converging here in downtown LA. So you have just a tremendous amount of manpower in the LAPD, within the Los Angeles Police Department, that are making their way to this area to manage the situation and maintain order in downtown. Hopefully, it won't be needed. Hopefully, with a few skirmish lines, they can guide the crowd in certain directions. They won't be forced to use any kind of force, hopefully, if everything remains peaceful. But LAPD is ready. They're ready for anything, and that's why I think we're lucky enough to say that things have remained peaceful, because LAPD has done such a tremendous job of maintaining order here despite some isolated incidents.
Yeah, it is. It's remarkable to see that it has maintained a level of peace, because there is such a volume of people out there right now, Chris. And of course, as many times we see once sort of the sun goes down and night falls, we sometimes takes on a whole different dynamic with people's attitudes and the tensions sort of build. But, you know, as of right now, everyone really has been taking a peaceful stance in a sense, police and protesters all down there. Of course, we do know so many police officers were just as equally disturbed as the people out there who are protesting the death of George Floyd on Monday. So again, a collective group outside there trying to stay peaceful this evening, and we can only hope it stays peaceful. Joining me now will be Mark Brown pretty soon as we stay on our ABC7.com. But Chris, wouldn't you agree? It has been staying. It's maintained a level of peacefulness out there.
There's an officer surrounded.
Chris, you're on now.
I'm sorry, Colleen. Yeah, we're moving positions here. We're at Grand Avenue and 7th Street trying to get around this building where there's a report of an officer surrounded by protesters. Obviously, you can see another crowd forming here and folks taking pictures of something that is unfolding on the other side of this building. It looks like there's another skirmish line. You can see right there in front of that city bus a number of officers preventing them from going any further on, I believe that's 7th Street. So that a large group now turning onto Grand Avenue to get away from police. Once they see those officers in riot gear, you notice they begin to shift directions. And then the cops see them, and you see they jump right into action just like that. You saw a whole group of LAPD uniform
station, but there are a lot of people here with very serious grievances that they say are not being addressed, and it's hard to make out with the thousands of people out here who's who. But there are protesters.
Your viewers to urge cops to stop killing people,
and that's the kind of heat, Lawrence, that you're seeing out here tonight. That's what's going on. There are people here who are very, very angry about the police, and the police seem to have taken the message that they're not on the streets here right now. So we do not see the National Guard presence anywhere.
And you can see things getting a little bit more tense, much more tense here in the last couple seconds. Somebody throwing things, and this is how it starts.
Wow, this is exactly how it starts right now, Chris. This is just, you see the tensions, they're just rising out there.
Tensions rising,
you can see somebody throwing cans and bottles. This is something they were prepared for. They saw some of these protesters arming themselves with bottles full of liquid, and you saw somebody throw something right there. You see less than lethal weapons being fired. That may have been tear gas. You can clearly see canisters now being fired in the direction of protesters. So things are taking a turn here in downtown LA.
Yeah, we're watching it here in the crowd, the skirmish line reforming here as we're seeing. And yeah, what can happen sometimes is they'll arm themselves with objects. You're seeing it here. They're throwing things at the police. The officers have the right to defend themselves against items being thrown at them. They're trained, you know, to deal with unrest, with situations like this. People yelling and screaming at them, getting in their face. If someone yells and screams at you and gets in your face, you do not have the right to retaliate in any way against them. But once the threat becomes physical, and that is when you will see officers retaliate or at least take action to stop whatever perceived or actual physical threat is going on, and that's what it appears to have happened here. But the crowd moving back in response to those less than lethal rounds and the what I guess is pepper spray or pepper gas or pepper balls that are being launched at them. And now, but they're still kind of congregating right around a police car there. I don't know if that car is occupied. Can you tell?
I can't tell. I cannot tell, but I could see that skirmish line is gradually moving. So the decision has been made to kind of, I guess you would say, close in on the group. They are basically surrounded by law enforcement. I can't see if they can go any further north on 7th, but they certainly can't go any further south on 7th Street. You can see that skirmish line there. There's another skirmish line at the intersection of Grand as they begin to scatter once again. If you tilt up just a little bit, Rob, I want to see, have they formed another one north of the intersection? Can they continue to go north? There's some patrol cars, but they don't have the north side of the intersection shut down, just the just the east and west side on Grand Street, or Grand Avenue, I should say. So you can see things have kind of come to a pause here as LAPD begins to close in on this group towards 7th and Grand. Lots of folks screaming. Again, looks like somebody smashed a skateboard into that back window or something. I think it was that skateboard. But the back window of that patrol car has now been completely smashed. So again, a very animated crowd, very agitated, and beginning to get ever more aggressive.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting as we've watched these protests taking place across the country. Seems like after dark, they take a turn. We've been watching them during the day, and the things would be fairly calm. There are exceptions, of course, but then as things got darker, under cover of darkness, if you will, or whatever, darkness hits and things change a little bit. That skirmish line advancing again, and what they're trying to do here is basically, I think, herd the people, for lack of a better word, move them in a direction and get them to gradually disperse. You kind of lose people dropping off as along with with distance and with time. Keep advancing, keep moving, and
what are you hearing?
You get down to a core group of a few dozen people sometimes, and then they'll just disperse after that. But a lot of things can happen between now and then, as we're seeing. Look at that.
Wow, we're seeing fireworks now happening. Were those that looks like a firework.
Yeah,
that was clearly a firework. I did not see exactly where that came from. You could see one officer down getting back up, but something was shot in that direction. I can tell you that I'm hearing word, and I cannot visually confirm this yet, but some of these protesters have actually made their way back over to the 110 freeway where they're trying to get on the freeway. So now we have two separate locations. We'll try and get some more information and a better view of that situation on the 110 freeway in a minute, but clearly you can see things getting much more animated at 7th and Grand, where tear gas was fired, and now we see fireworks going off. I'm not sure where that came from, but presumably that would have come from the group of protesters.
Yeah, Chris, and we were saying earlier, you and I both saw that same image where it looked like someone holding their skateboard had just smashed the back windshield of that police cruiser that we see right there with its lights flashing. But again, this crowd is getting a little bit more tense, and it doesn't help matters that most people have been on lockdown for the last couple months, and this is the first night that County is reopening their restaurants, so people are started getting out, and I think a lot of people have a lot of pent-up energy, and they're just coming out there. And boy, this is just getting the tensions are escalating. People are becoming more and more violent out here. Let's hope brings some peacefulness to it again.
Yeah, it's interesting. You talk about the pandemic, Colleen, and how we're still in the midst of that. We're on the downward slope of that, but we're still in it. And it is a fact that so many people have been locked up in their homes for a long time, or they haven't been able to work, or if they are working, they're working a lot more hours under conditions that they might find themselves in danger, some of these essential workers. So it has been a tense time anyway. It's been a difficult time anyway. And you overlay that with what has happened in this really difficult month. It's not just, George Floyd was kind of kind of lit the fuse, but the fuse has been there, and it's been simmering over for years really, but especially over this month with two other very highly publicized incidents just this month, and then last month was Ahmaud Arbery as well. So it's just been a very, very difficult time and very stressful emotionally for a lot of people who are concerned about issues of justice, issues of fairness, issues of policing, and then to issues of unemployment, right, and issues of fear of the other threat is coronavirus, and trying to keep themselves safe. So again, tonight LA is opening gradually. Almost everything is reopened, and people are out. And Chris, you're seeing it. I mean, you've been here. We've been watching the streets empty for weeks.
There is something heartbreaking about it. Downtown LA has been a ghost town. Let's face it. Last couple months, it's been desolate down here. People have been working from home, and we have just not seen a lot of activity, but we've been flying over it, and basically flying over it in awe of how empty it's been. We just never have seen it like this, and I kind of had this vision in my head that when things start to open up and we begin to find our new normal, that I just never imagined that it would look anything like this. And I can't imagine being a business owner down there, a restaurateur who's preparing to open for the weekend for the first time in weeks and welcome Angelenos in with open arms. And to see this is just a little heartbreaking.
Normal, Chris, but with the same old problems. When you think about it.
That's right.
You know,
there's a correlation. There really is. And you're right. It just took something to light the fuse. And we can't say that this is going to be the end all here. We know it's not going to be. This George Floyd incident and the others are just, are just a catalyst for the reaction that we're seeing, not only here in LA, but across the country.
Yeah, but speaking of across the country, we have several other live pictures from across the country in Atlanta and in Minneapolis. I believe this might be in Minneapolis on the right-hand side, where we've been seeing cars lit on fire. We've been seeing people trying to put out the flames. I think they're probably trying to protect structures because the firefighters weren't there. But again, we saw some fires set tonight. We see the fires on these cars. We know there's a curfew in place. Clearly, that curfew is being broken by several people who are disturbing the environment. And then you can see Atlanta, Mark. We've been kind of going on there. Remember earlier we saw a lot of people kind of forming around 5 o'clock there.
Right, and they were gathering notably outside the CNN building in Atlanta. And there were some police cars out in front that got torched. The building itself was damaged. People ended up in the lobby of the CNN building. A police skirmish line formed inside the building, and people were throwing things at the police officers. They were landing in there. The mayor of Atlanta expressing her outrage at what has happened. Mayors all over the country. Interesting, LA's mayor was in contact with the mayor of Minneapolis and the mayor of St. Paul, expressing his concerns and hopes for their communities. And watching our own city tonight where things are unruly. So far, no fires being set. It's nothing like Minneapolis or Atlanta, but people are angry. People are taking to the streets. Chris, where are they going now?
So this group here is making a turn to the south. They were basically pushed in this direction by LAPD. Things got a little confrontational again. Police officers using their batons at times to force these protesters down Grand Avenue. And now you can see they're meshing with motorists. I'm sorry, 8th Street. And they're meshing with some of those motorists. In the meantime, we are traveling west. We're now over the 110 freeway, where we have a report of another freeway closure after protesters have managed to make their way back on the freeway. So we can see the backup here. We'll try and get into a better position to see if we can find those protesters, but officers calling for help, trying to now get back onto the freeway. We thought this was a situation that had been alleviated. It was for a short time, but now we see officers here in this shot back on the freeway, and hopefully when we get around this building, we'll see what's transpiring here. I think that's going to be the northbound side. Northbound side, yeah, northbound side of the 110 freeway on the right-hand side, southbound side coming towards you here, and it looks like something is happening behind the building. I can't see it just yet, but let's get on the other side of that LA Care building, and we'll be able to see the northbound lanes of the 110 freeway, where traffic has once again come to a stop. I can see LAPD doing a circle around the overpass, a number of people on the overpass, and it looks like, yeah, maybe just a handful, but that's all it takes. A handful of people skating on the freeway.
Yeah, that's all it takes. And you just feel for everyone who's trying to navigate themselves through this area. This is the main artery to get through. Wow, you can see on the right-hand side through downtown LA. We're talking about the 110, but on the right-hand side, I believe that was Atlanta. Oh, that's that isn't LA. Yeah. That's ground video that we have from Los Angeles. Wow, so they're defacing police cruisers. Wow. Wow.
I do have some information, Colleen and Mark. We told you about that incident over in Pershing Square during the 7 o'clock hour, where things took a very ugly turn. A number of LAPD officers were surrounded at one point on the northwest corner of Pershing Square along Olive Street. protesters throwing garbage at police officers. We now understand that one of those officers has been hospitalized, has been taken to the hospital. We don't know the extent of those injuries, but we now have at least one police officer injured as a result of this demonstration.
Okay, and then we're watching people on the 110 freeway stopping traffic and wandering in and out of lanes in between the cars. The skateboarder there deliberately, seemingly making it so that traffic cannot pass. So it's the second time this has happened just this evening, where the 110 freeway has been blocked in both directions. Parts of it were open for a time. It seemed like police were getting an upper hand there, but now it appears they are moving back onto the freeway in downtown LA to try to shut it down.
So it looks like traffic is moving again on the southbound side. It's mainly the northbound side where there are a few skaters and a few protesters. Looks like they are taking over. That's going to be the entrance ramp. I think that's the entrance ramp, or is that the main lines, Rob? Is that no, that is the main line. So yeah, a group of protesters with signs now holding up traffic on the northbound side here. And in this shot, you don't see any law enforcement just yet. CHP in the process of now making their way closer to this group, but at the same time, they're also focused on keeping the distance between the protesters and those other motorists. You can see some of those cars trying to squeeze through there along the shoulder, but those protesters right there have formed a little bit of a blockade, blocking those right two lanes.
Right, and of course it was a couple of days ago that some protesters got onto the 101 freeway and formed a crowd much like you're seeing here, pretty much the same size even. And some CHP officers were kind of trapped behind them. Those officers tried to move through the crowd, and people were objecting to that and started trashing their vehicles, smashing in the windows, smashing in the rear windows. The officers then took off or headed out of the crowd. People got on top of the vehicle, and one of the persons who was on the hood of one of the CHP vehicles fell off, appeared to hit his head, was injured, transported later. The two CHP cars were smashed, and now you're seeing they've made it all the way across, and they're actually putting up blockades. They're putting up these barriers.
I can't make out what those are. What are those?
Those are those street.
I can't quite tell.
Barriers, but I don't know what the white ones are to the side. What are those? You're right. I'm wondering what that is.
Those, I can't tell what they've moved there. I mean, for a second it looked like those construction,
K-rails.
I thought I saw a concrete construction barrier, but obviously that would be way too heavy, and I just can't tell. It looks like it's basically it looks like some plywood, maybe some other signage, and they're basically forming a makeshift blockade here. Hard to tell in terms of numbers because of the darkness, but we're looking at least 50 protesters who seem to be intent on shutting down traffic. And this is, if you want to piss off the CHP, this is how to do it. They have been on a mission for the last several days to prevent a scene like we saw on Wednesday of protesters on the freeway at all costs. They can't afford to shut down traffic on the freeway. And unfortunately, that's exactly what they've been able to do. We're going to make our way over to Hope and 7th Street now, Colleen and Mark, where we're getting reports from our assignment desk that there is another officer down. So excuse us as we kind of move through the buildings here. We'll try and maintain this shot of the 110 freeway. Hope and 7th Street is going to be about 6 blocks over to the east, Josh, and then we'll look up towards 7th where that crowd was gathered just a few minutes ago. Just bear with us, guys, as we kind of navigate through downtown LA. We should have a shot of whatever is transpiring in just a minute. But it does look like there is traffic coming to a stop here. This is going to be 7th Street at Grand, and then Hope. Look over to the right, right out my left window. I'm sorry, the left window right here. You can see some activity. Looks like things have gotten dramatically more intense here. We'll try and find any ambulances that might be on their way over here, but the report that came in was that there is an officer down. It looks like LAPD forming more skirmish lines, blocking off this entire intersection. We've got the cops. Now we just need to find the group of protesters who are moving through here. Looks like they may have pushed them. Maybe they pushed them maybe back towards the freeway. I don't know. This is obviously the staging area that we were looking at earlier.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of patrol cars moving into the downtown area. As I mentioned earlier, you've got units from across the department, every corner of the city of Los Angeles. Here's an ambulance.
Okay, there's the ambulance. Now we're trying to find the officer who was apparently injured.
All right, let's
in
get
this
right
area.
over this street here, and we'll see if he makes the right, if he goes right, or if he continues down, or is he being escorted to the hospital already? We'll see what happens here. Looks like the ambulance is coming to a pause here at the intersection, and we'll see where he goes. Oh, he's making a left onto 7th. He's making a left onto 7th, so we'll come around this building here. Again, always tricky navigating these buildings, but we'll get it. We'll find it. It looks like the group is going to be right here near the intersection as that ambulance comes to a stop.
Is it a bicycle officer? Is it one of these folks on the kind of, if you look in the upper middle center part of your screen there, trying to see what that, is that a group of officers there, or is that just some bicycles? What is that?
Clearly there was a group of bicycle units. They've been kind of escorting the crowd throughout the day. They've been using bicycle units to do that and kind of sway the protesters in certain directions. Okay, here it is.
Okay.
Looks like, that's an officer.
Yeah.
So they are clearly escorting this officer over to the ambulance. It looks like he's holding his right hand up. You're seeing what we're seeing up here, but it does appear he may be bleeding and has been struck by something. Looks like his right hand.
Mm-hmm.
His right hand is bleeding pretty good there. So he will be assessed by medical personnel. Hopefully he will be okay, but clearly something transpired. Let's go back to that van that he came out of. If you tilt down, we'll see if there's any, what is that? Is that a canine unit maybe? Looks like maybe a canine unit. So something
between
came
the police
to a head here.
and the protesters, because as the protesters have made their way to the police station, the police have responded with flashbangs and with tear gas. And this is now what you're seeing. They're right up against the police station. They've actually made their way in there, Brian, and that's what you're seeing right now. Now, what we didn't know earlier today was who was in the police station. Then we saw several police, first on the roof and then on the corner shooting back. What we now know is that there are police in there and they're on the roof. So at this moment, we're waiting cautiously to see what's going on. Now, context, Brian, for most of the day, this has been remarkably peaceful. It got very aggressive about 2 hours ago, and it has continued, and that's what we're looking at right now. So what you've got is protesters still surrounding the police station. Tear gas is being thrown out every now and then. The protesters push back. They then come back, and now we're back in that cycle. But you can now see they're breaking to the police station. Most of them have been boarded up. On the second levels, they haven't been, and you can see that they're trying to get into the police station. That seems to be the objective tonight, to breach the police station and sort of claim some sort of control over it, and that is what you're looking at right now. We'll continue to follow this closely as it develops, Brian.
You should probably go over there if you want to get something on the news.
Need letters. We need letters.
No, you should go over there.
Letters for people to send money to the families. We're big fucking tough guys, big media guys, man. Get the fuck out of here.
What's the problem? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Fuck you.
What are you doing? Why? What do I do to you?
What are you guys doing here, huh?
I'm reporting the news. Should I not report? Should we not report
the news? Filming, huh?
No, hold on. Can I ask you? Are you just gonna talk, or are you gonna listen? What are you doing? Hang on, I got it. No, I don't understand what this guy's problem is. Yep, we're good.
Let's get over here.
It's under control. We got everything under control here. Yeah. I'll let you know when something's happening.
We should go over by the entrance. This way, if we got to retreat, we can run that way.
Burn that bitch down. Oh, there's a fight right there.
We're at the intersection of Blake and Snelling. Our old position yesterday is looking through a gate this way. Let's see what that looks like.
Yep, let's do it. Okay.
Very, very troubling situation. All right, we're going to discontinue at this point, and we will rejoin you a little bit later on. And as events warrant here in Los Angeles, we invite you to watch ABC 7 tonight at 11 o'clock, where we'll have a complete wrap-up as well as live coverage of the events that are unfolding across the country and here in Southern California.
maybe Miguel can get a shot of this. The other side of the building, there's a fire there as well. Then there's a fire there at the liquor store down there, and there's another fire behind us over there. So we have several fires going on. We still have no meaningful police presence here. We do know that there are 5 or 6 police officers in there. They've been the ones with the flashbangs. You can still hear them from time to time. I've not seen tear gas in the last little while, but there are real efforts to get into that police station over there, and we now do appear to have fires on both sides of it right now. We're also hearing some reports about other fires going on in the city. So this is, and I see helicopters above us, so there might be a better shot of this than I've got. But right now, the protesters are very, very focused on this police station. We're hearing a lot of noise. It's obviously gone dark, so other than the flames, we can't see as much. But there are efforts to get into that building, and again, we do not know what the status is of the police officers who were in there. The relevance of this building is that this is where the 4 police officers who were fired in connection with the death of George Floyd were based. So this, a few years ago, there were protests at the 4th precinct. There were encampments outside of there. Now it's the 3rd precinct. This is now where all of the attention is tonight. Brian? Large parking lot. It's right on the corner. So the crowd was in the thousands at various times. Very hard to tell at this point, but you do make a very important point. The crowd's diverse. And I've had a lot of people come up to me, and they've got real complaints about systemic prejudice. Some of it is about specifically what's happened. Some of it is protesting the police. But a lot of it is systemic stuff that they're saying, look, Minnesota's experienced a lot of it. America's experiencing a lot of it. We've got videos. We now have videos from 3 angles. What's the Hennepin County attorney worrying about? What are they doing? And there's just a lot of anger out there tonight. Obviously, this will be the center of it because this was something that was geared around 4 police officers and George Floyd. So this is the center of it. But the conversation here is diverse, and it is about social justice issues broadly and remembering George Floyd. Every few minutes you'll hear Black Lives Matter, you'll hear say his name, and you'll hear protest, but this is a protest. It's not something else. There's a protest because people are very angry about what they've seen this week, not just here, but across America, Brian. Yeah. That was important. Yeah.
Come on. Get out of here.
And the satisfaction that folks here want, they've been getting from a lot of quarters, by the way. There are a lot of people across Minnesota, a lot of police chiefs, a lot of public officials who are saying, look, I saw the same video you saw. It seems obvious to me that there was wrongdoing. So they're taking some solace in that. But the other problem that's right below the surface here, and it's not, we're not in and amongst it right now, Brian, but the National Guard is here. And this is something that has got this crowd very, very concerned. There's concern about the militarization of the police, and there's concern about the National National Guard being here. The mayor told Rachel earlier it was a tough decision. They really want to maintain order, but this crowd is very worried about a big militarized police presence. Now, a few moments ago, we saw the biggest police presence, or biggest presence of some sort of sirens. It's dark, so I can't tell whose they are going by here, but they've not come into this area, and that's interesting because there are fires burning and there are lots of crowds, but there does seem to be an effort to not get into a direct confrontation with the protesters tonight. But these protesters are very, very frustrated with the idea that there's lots of policing in and around the area, but they're not getting what they believe the justice is that they're looking for, Brian. Yeah. And we've got something, I just heard something happen behind me. The fire in the parking lot seems to have spread closer now to the building, and more fencing has come down. People are going into the police station. The reason this is so important, all right, what are we looking at? We got a fire over on that side and on this side. The reason this is so important, Brian, is that we do know that there's still a police presence in there. So at some juncture, if the crowd doesn't back off enough and the police are not succeeding with their tear gas, which is aggravating the crowd, it's doing nothing. Every canister of tear gas that lands doesn't make everybody more peaceful about the whole operation. There's some concern about what the police are going to do to ensure that they don't lose their police precinct tonight, this symbolic place. So this continues to be a very hot spot. And again, we're continuing to look around us to see what the police presence is. And there seems to be a strategic decision that while the National Guard is here in Minneapolis, they are not here on this scene, which is the focus of most of the protests tonight.
Good Lord, these things work really well. I couldn't smell any of that.
Yes. Yep.
I'm going to find out.
That 6-story building is now a 1-story building, and it's just a gutted shell. It's just a block up from the AutoZone. The AutoZone is completely destroyed. The fire that you saw about an hour ago that Morgan Chesky was at, they weren't able to get their engines in there. There was a small presence, but they weren't actually able to fight the fire until the protesters left, and by that time the building had mostly been gutted. So that is a major concern. And again, I'm just going to point behind me there. Miguel's going to focus on, there's a fire on the other side. Now, we can't get there, and I don't know what's burning, but it appears to be adjacent to the police station, if not the police station. It might be across the road. I can't get a good sense of it from where I am, and this is a very dynamic crowd, so we're cautious about the way we move through it to not antagonize anyone. But it does appear that the protesters are looking to squeeze the police out of this building and take control of it, because they've got fires on both sides of the 3rd precinct. Now, the 3rd side of it, by the way, there's 2 sides exposed. This side is the parking lot. That's already been breached. The 4th side is an alley, and beside the alley is a fire station. The fire station has been closed. The fire station is completely boarded up. So the fires in this area are not even being responded to by the fire department in this area. They've just closed that up, and these buildings are now the focus of attention. Yeah, so we can't tell because we couldn't identify which police officers or which were the same group. But first they appeared on the roof with those weapons in which they were firing the tear gas canisters. Then they appeared right here next to me on the ground level. And that was surprising to us because with thousands of people here in this antagonistic situation, we were surprised at the police. So here it is. There's the fire. It does appear that that fire is the police station. You can see this now. Now that there appears to be the liquor store across the road from the police station, but you now see smoke billowing out of the police station. Miguel, let's see if we can just get on that angle. It looks like the police station is now has caught fire. Brian, it's a brick building. It's got two parts to it. The part we were standing in front of was the older part of the precinct. There's a modern sort of an addition to it over here, and there are flames coming out of it. The 3rd Precinct Minneapolis Police Station is now on fire, Brian.
There's high ground up here. There's high ground behind you about 50 feet.
We got gas. Okay, masks on, guys. Masks on. We got gas. Brian, hang on a second while I just stick the mask on. All right. All right, there we go. All right, so yeah, here's the problem, Brian. I don't know how well you can still hear me, but when the police boarded up the entrance, they covered it up with plywood. The windows got covered up with plywood yesterday as they put up barriers. When the barriers were breached, they then had the ability to light the plywood on fire, which is apparently where it started. They can use any accelerant they've got and set that on fire, and that is apparently what started that burning over here. So now you have a liquor store over there fully engulfed, and you have the police station here fully engulfed. The building right behind it, which you can't see, is the fire station, which will obviously be in danger if the police station goes up. And again, to your very important point, Brian, there is no ability to bring in, I'm going to take off the mask, there's no ability to bring in the fire brigade. There's no way they're going to clear the streets and bring fire engines in here at this point. So what we are dealing with is a situation where there's a fully involved fire on both sides of the street and no ability to put it out. So this, and you can see the protesters are completely lined up in front of it. I think you can probably see that image. They are there celebrating symbolically that they have taken control of the police station. Now, here's the question we don't have an answer to, Brian. We know there are, or were, to my count, I think at least 5 police officers that I could see. They might have been the same ones on the roof as were in the back. We don't know where those police officers are, but the front entrance, the main entrance to the police station is now in flames. There's no sign of police, and there's more debris going on. There's firecrackers being put off by the protesters in all directions. They've lit firecrackers in the parking lot. You can see that. There's a police presence on top of the building. Miguel, you see that? There is somebody on top of the building, and we are hearing flashbangs. We're seeing smoke. Don't know if it's tear gas. And those are firecrackers that you're seeing being pulled off by the protesters, Brian. There's no way. I can't see it, Brian. There's no way. These streets are completely clogged in all directions. The earlier fire was only 1 block over there, and they couldn't get there. It wasn't even in the center of things. There's without a very heavy presence guard, there's no chance. There are thousands of people on the street. I get your point that to let a police station burn is symbolically an important matter for them to consider, but there's no chance of fire trucks getting in here at this point without a very heavy intervention by the authorities or by the National Guard. And I have to tell you, I just keep on emphasizing that they're not here. We're not seeing that presence. We know the National Guard's in town. I saw heavily armed vehicles on my way here earlier, but there are no police vehicles. There are no armored carriers. There's no National Guard in the vicinity, but there are a lot of firecrackers. Yeah. Officers who were involved in the death of George Floyd. This is the symbol, their silhouettes with the fire behind them. But there's a public safety issue here too. There are lots and lots of people here. There is no way of getting a fire department in here. And this is an area where buildings are closely spaced next to each other. So there's a real fear that this fire over here across the road, Miguel, if you can just look at it, at the liquor store, it now appears to be spreading. You're hearing them chant, George Floyd, George Floyd. They're saying, what's his name? George Floyd. What's his name? George Floyd.
What's his name? George Floyd! 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 Let's go deeper. What's his name? George Floyd! 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 What's his name?
Now, Brian, I will tell you that there's not a sense of organization to this. This crowd had actually thinned out earlier when a crowd made a push toward the police station. There were barricades all around it that have been installed in the last 24 hours. They pushed the barricades down and it reignited the crowd, and then the police came out and fired upon them. So the fact is, this has now given this crowd more fuel. The crowd has become much, much thicker than it was in the last hour. And at some point, I make the point that there seems to be a spontaneity to it, which is a bit worrisome because there are now thousands of people in this tight area in which there are fires burning in a few places. And every now and then, when you do see the police presence, and at this point, for instance, what we've been seeing for the last 2 hours is gas canisters coming out. If a gas canister were to come out from the police station, it would land within 25 feet of us. That's about the distance that they've got from the police station. That would be chaotic at this point. So at this point, this becomes a bit dangerous. Now, you can see the crowd is quieting down quite a bit right now. So there's a lot of variation. There are people silently in protest with their arms up, but they are watching this moment. At this point, there cannot be more reaction. There cannot be no reaction from the authorities. What these people have been wanting to see is something more. The charges laid against those 4 police officers, they have not seen that. They've been unsatisfied. Now, with the burning of a police station, there were many buildings burnt last night. With the burning of a police station, the dynamic of this whole protest changes, Brian.
All right, you're fine. All right.
Hey, Chris.
All right, hold up. It's the police
Looks
arrest.
like right now a little bit. Yeah, it's a little. We got that slim window there, and of course he goes up on the sidewalk now. Disregard that move. No, well, we're losing it behind the tree altogether. The officer's moving up in a group, and they're making the arrest. Unfortunately, we can't see. He's running. He's on the run. Look at this. He's running.
There's really no one on this block. That's why I thought we were good to go. But so this all started, Maggie. We did that update with you around, I think it was 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. What time is it now? I'm kind of losing track out here. I think we did something with you at 9 o'clock. And a few minutes after that is when we had the, and that's when we had the first incident. And the police tweeted that there was criminal behavior at Southwest. Something serious is happening right now, but they said there was some criminal activity at Southwest 4th and Taylor, and that's why the initial use of tear gas and flashbangs happened. I'm gonna step out of the way of these people so we don't hear anything we don't want to hear right now. But and then since then it's been pretty rowdy. It was, I think, initially a small group, a splinter group, and the group has gotten bigger. They're filling a couple blocks now. So yeah, you know what was, sorry if I'm kind of rambling here. It's hard to catch my breath and see right now. But you know what was largely a very peaceful demonstration for several hours tonight, you know, has turned slightly with a group of a couple hundred who have left the square and are kind of trying to get as close as they can to the Justice Center, and that's what police are deeming an unlawful assembly. And so that's kind of what's been transpiring here.
Yeah, Mike, I was going to ask you just said it seems like a couple hundred. Police have been pointing out on Twitter, they haven't given estimations, but they've been saying it's a small portion of the crowd that we saw at the square. I mean, can you just give me like your take on how many people were left at the square? What's the proportions of people that are participating in this and that were still at the peaceful area of the protest?
No, that's a very fair assessment. I mean, there were thousands of people involved in the initial march, the initial rally at the square, the march to Southeast Portland and back, thousands and thousands. So I think it's safe to say that the splinter group here is several hundred, and that is a small portion, a real small portion, if you will, of the initial gathering. So I think what police are tweeting out there is pretty accurate information in my eyes.
Can I ask you, when did you first...
So you see right here...
Go ahead.
Yep.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I was going to have my photographer Ken zoom in here to these officers here, asking people to kind of back off. I think we're in a good location now. I mean, there's no one really around us, so we should be okay. We're a block away from the Justice Center, but he's telling these guys and gals to get out of here. So, you know, they're armed with non-lethal force there. They've been using that, obviously, in the form of flashbangs and tear gas. And wow, that tear gas is powerful. I haven't had a taste of that since the post-election protest that we were covering for many nights in a row several years ago.
Sure. Can I ask you?
This was unprovoked.
We can hear people yelling.
We were walking down the side.
Go ahead. You're okay.
So yeah, we were watching, you know, it sort of develop on
Maggie,
Sky. Yeah, sure, on Sky 8, and I was curious as we started to see explosions and started to see things develop. How quickly did people at the square become aware?
Standing
Did they
in
hear
vigil
things?
in
Like,
front
did you
of the
see...
police station in silhouette.
It seemed like it was two
fire,
separate
the
groups,
flame.
but obviously they're not that far apart.
You could definitely hear the echo throughout the buildings here in downtown. I mean, obviously, imagine the tall buildings, the flashbangs. I mean, that crowd at the square definitely knew what was going on, but I had left and haven't been back since just to kind of keep an eye on what was happening, you know, a few blocks away. But there's no way that the crowd at the square doesn't know that this is happening. You know, even if they couldn't hear it, which I highly doubt, their social media word is spreading. They know what's happening, and up until you know, last check, they were still there, you know, giving talks and speeches and things like that, and that's what we've seen most of the night, and it was very peaceful. So it was wonderful to see. And then you had this group of several hundred, and we felt we should go check out what's happening, and that's kind of what's gotten us to the point that we're at right now.
Sure. Can you? Can you hear at all what police are instructing people to do? It does seem like they're pushing them further back from the fencing area, so like their perimeter is expanding. Like, what have you heard from officers as far as instructions, if any?
So if you've been following this coverage, if people at home have been following this coverage, they've set up basically fencing and barricades around the Justice Center, around the federal, around the federal building, and those sort of things. So that's what police are trying to protect. So when this group of protesters have gone up there, that's when then police move in and they say, hey, this is an unlawful assembly. Please move. Please vacate this area. So we've been listening to those commands and then going to where we thought was a safe location. But at some point, police police did not agree, and that's when the flashbang and the tear gas came.
Gotcha. All right, Mike Benner, I'm going to have us put a pause on this for a second. We're going to break in on television. So for those of you watching the digital stream now, feel free to tune in on KGW. And Mike, make sure you stay safe, and we'll check back in with you soon. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
It is. Yeah, it is.
There we go.
Back up. I don't know what that is, whether it's gas or whether it comes here. Just back up 20 feet, okay? I think it's just a steam pipe.
Could be, yeah.
Well, it was water, now it's steam, but
yeah. Yes, he's correct. He's correct. I can give him context if he wants. Yeah. 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 Yes.
Thousands who were protesting peacefully. They say those protesters approached the fencing that they had put around the Justice Center, and then things kind of escalated from there. You're looking at a live look from Sky 8. You can see police in riot gear on that van driving through downtown. They've been pushing protesters back. We've seen flashbangs. We've seen tear gas. And we've been watching this develop over the last hour or so. Again, that view from Sky 8. We also have a reporter on the ground who at what point was kind of caught up in the mayhem, as he put it. We have Mike Benner live in Southwest Portland. Mike, what are you seeing at this point?
Yeah, hey there, Maggie. Actually, I was just trying to listen in to police who are now ordering people out of this area, saying this is an unlawful assembly. There's tons of people up the block there. You'll notice off here in the distance, I'll have my photographer Kenny Mack push in here. Officers in riot gear holding the line here. They're really blocking protesters and demonstrators from getting to the Justice Center. But I can tell you, in the last hour or so, you know, the mood out here, if you will, has really changed. We had several hours of very peaceful protests that started at the square, a march over to Southeast Portland and back, thousands and thousands of people. But around 9 o'clock, there was a group of people that splintered off, several hundred people, and they approached the Justice Center that was blocked by police and fences, and that's when we saw flash bangs. We had tear gas. I myself and my crew, our security guard and photographer, just got gassed quite a bit. Took some time to get our bearings and get our senses back. But here we are. And again, there's still people milling around. We think we're at a safe distance right now, not you know, getting in the way of police. We have more coming down the street here. And really, it's an unfortunate scene because, as you mentioned, there were several hours of very, very peaceful protests, but again, in the last hour and a half or so, that has changed quite a bit, and it's quite a dangerous scene down here in downtown Portland.
All right, Mike Benner, we appreciate it. We appreciate you keeping an eye on it for us. And again, we just want to emphasize that was a small group out of the thousands who we saw at Pioneer Courthouse Square, who police say they clashed with and then kind of caused police to push protesters back. And you're sort of seeing the repercussions of that ripple throughout the downtown area. So we're going to stay on this and bring you updates online and on social media. And of course, we will have the very latest from Mike on the ground and multiple crews throughout downtown coming up on KGW News at 11.
I'm gonna go. We've certainly seen the crowd start to shift into a more aggressive manner, going inside this building, causing more damage. Because it's unchecked at this point in time. And right now we're just seeing continued streams of people. We have fireworks going off now above the police precinct, Brian. But the one thing we're looking for is any sort of a police response, or more importantly, any sort of a National Guard response, since the governor signed that proclamation earlier today that gave them permission to help as needed. So the fire's still burning behind me, blocking off this roadway. We have protesters just down the block from me that are continuing to stream, blocking any other sort of help from getting in this area. And meanwhile, just one last look here at the police precinct that has been breached by hundreds of protesters here in this area. 3 days after the death of George Floyd, they are now walking through that building that police guarded so carefully last night, standing on top of the roof, and they're now doing as they wish. Brian?
Hey, bro. Fuck the feds.
Right now, I'm relying upon the 4 security guards that we were assigned, Brian. I have not seen a police officer for the past 45 minutes to an hour.
All right, light off.
That's automatic gunfire. That's automatic gunfire.
Again, this is police talking, that they couldn't go through the fencing, they couldn't move it, they couldn't do what they wanted with it, that things were thrown at them. And that's when police started using what they call non-lethal crowd control measures, things like flashbangs, things like tear gas, things that they launch at the crowd to basically push them back. And then we saw them sort of expanding their perimeter, just marching forward a couple of blocks, moving forward a couple of blocks, and pushing protesters back slowly but surely. This was happening a few blocks. I mean, if you're familiar with downtown, this is just a few blocks from Pioneer Courthouse Square, where we saw thousands and thousands of people fill the square, and they sat there for hours peacefully. That's a shot of the square now. It is completely empty, so you wouldn't have known, that anything of the scale that it did went on there earlier tonight. But it was completely filled with people who were mourning, who were calling for change, who were calling for justice for George Floyd. There's a shot of that. So again, this is just a couple of hours ago. This was basically the scene at the square until really within the last hour. Obviously, this video is daylight, so it's...
You were talking about traffic around here. This street right here is open. There's no police presence, as Morgan said. There's no one stopping anybody. Barricades were put up on certain streets around the area, but it doesn't matter because people just move the barricades. There's no police. There continue to be unconfirmed reports on social media about the National Guard being activated to do certain things tonight in this city. But that would have to be a very big decision. And given what has happened strategically, we see some debris flying around here. Given that we've seen that strategically, that the police have for the last few hours decided to disengage. They had not engaged with this crowd for many hours today. Then when the perimeter of the police station was breached, they came out and fired the gas canisters and the crash bangs. They've retreated. I'm sure they're gone from that building, long gone from that building. Don't know how they got out, but they're gone. And this is what's left. So this fire, as you predicted, has gone through the roof. It's now gone through the rafters. It's connected to the buildings next to it. So this block is now essentially on fire, and there's nothing to be done about it. There are no fire department engines. There was one a block and a half away about an hour and a half ago with the fire that was over there. They were not able to accomplish much, as Morgan was able to say. They had to wait till the crowd left before they could do anything, and that building had burned out by that time. So at that point, this is now what's happening. In South Minneapolis, there's an entire block basically on fire, and half of the block next to it. That's after 3 blocks last night, right next to it, have burned, and there is no police presence, there's no National Guard presence, and there are no fire engines here, Brian.
By the way, this is on fire. It's hot. Hot fire.
Right. Correct. Yes. That's right. Yeah, and I think this is an important point. There's a difference between activating the National Guard in the interest of public safety, which has to be done, and National Guard members in full outfit arriving in militarized vehicles here. I think there is a strategic decision on the part of the fire department and the police department and the state that may not be the right thing to do. But that's the hard thing to watch. It's a hard thing to watch, public property burning down and this being uncontrolled. This is exactly what we think order is supposed to be like. But there's no order right now in the streets. There's a lot of movement coming our way. A lot of movement coming our way. Something has happened, and people are running away from the police station. Typically, when you see that kind of running, it indicates gas canisters, but I hear what sounds like a low-flying helicopter. No, that's not it. I don't know what it is, Brian. This happens every now and then. You see the crowd, a bunch of people running away for some reason. Again, it tends to be gas canisters, but there's no police presence. So we haven't had gas. I haven't had to put this mask on in an hour because there are no police around here. Since the beginning of the show, when we first had gas, that was the last police presence we've had in the neighborhood. There are, it's a typical industrial structure in which there are things above, and I see a satellite dish there, so I don't know whether those are people living in some of these apartments or buildings above the storefronts. There's certainly no lights on anywhere in this area, so anybody who was living here is gone. But there's no residential immediately where we are. This is an almost entirely industrial area. Right in front of me is the auto zone that you saw, factories behind that, a shopping mall across the road, which has already been looted, and a Target store, which was set on fire. You've already seen that. So this area has been vacated. There are no shopkeepers here. Everybody who does business around here has left. I do know there's residential very close to here. Within a couple of blocks, there are houses, but they seem to be focused on the businesses at the moment, and particularly those in periphery to the 3rd precinct. This seems to be the reason for the attention on this particular few block area. It's over there, and the protesters are still standing in front of it. The fire does seem to have died down on the facade in front of the building. As I mentioned to you earlier, most of that is an old brick building. So it may be that the whole thing hasn't caught fire. It doesn't seem to be burning more than it was earlier, but the protesters are still standing in front of that building. And of course, this building is now, this whole block essentially is on fire behind me. We got one burning out to my right. There's one that's been active for now a couple of hours behind me. There's a third one that I can make out about 45 degrees over. So I see 4 active fires from where I am right now, and I know that there are others burning in the city. There are a number of reports on social media. A message has gone out over the airwaves. They cleared the airwaves for the fire department. The chief of the fire department sent out a message of support to all the firefighters, saying how proud he is of them. But it's a difficult time if you are a firefighter, because what you can't do is come in and rile up an already riled up crowd. So this is a real tough one tonight in South Minneapolis. We're seeing it burn, and there does not seem to be a solution at hand, Brian. Yeah. Yeah, very good.
And none were hurt. No one in the jail was hurt, but it was a huge concern that people very well could have been, especially those in the jail who couldn't obviously get out at a moment's notice. We're looking back at Pioneer Courthouse Square, and it looks like there is still a crowd of people there. Keep in mind again, and there's a look from our sky camera that is always pointed at the square. Again, keep in mind there were thousands there, and we had an estimate this morning that the crowd last night at last night's protest was 10 to 15,000 people, and from our estimation, tonight's crowd was bigger, and they packed Pioneer Courthouse Square. Side note, we've had people asking about social distancing amid the pandemic. Seemingly not a concern from people that we've seen out tonight. A lot of people we have seen are wearing masks, but they were packed in there, and there were speeches about systemic change needed from law enforcement. There were speeches about calling for change locally amid the Portland Police Bureau. Mike Benner telling us that there were people there whose loved ones, including a man whose son, had been shot and killed by police, some of them decades ago, but they came to speak because they see their loved one in George Floyd, and they feel like they see a familiar storyline, a painful storyline playing out all too often. So here you can kind of see, if you're just catching up, we've got people just kind of walking through the square, seemingly figuring out where to go tonight, or just kind of waiting and maybe letting the dust settle a little bit in the middle of downtown Portland. Again, Pioneer Square, just a few blocks from the area where this kind of confrontation happened with police. By our estimation, it was a couple hundred people at the most who broke away from the massive crowd at the square and then went to the fencing that was set up around the Justice Center and had that confrontation. Portland police started tweeting about it at about 9 p.m., saying that it was an unlawful assembly, saying that they needed people to step back from the fencing, that people could not move the fencing, they could not hop it, they could not go through it, that fencing being backed by Oregon National Guard troops who were deployed by the governor for the first time since the 80s yesterday to protect the building. And actually, that deployment is the subject of a little bit of a squabble going on between Portland's mayor and Oregon's governor tonight. Mayor Ted Wheeler this morning said that he needed to correct some characterizations made by the governor about the decision to deploy National Guard troops.
People kind of swarm that entrance there, and that is really the scene block by block in this part of the city right now, Brian, because now for going on about an hour, I have yet to see any police presence of any kind. I had seen some cruisers in the distance about a half hour ago, expecting them to roll into this area and set up a perimeter, but they have yet to do that. And just a quick look down this street we're standing on right now, you'll see that a flame stretches across the entire width of it. That is how typically police would come into the rear parking lot there of their own station. But right now that fence is up, that fire's burning, and that is making it almost impossible, really, for any sort of response to come to this area. So the tension is certainly rising here, Brian. We have not heard that gunfire come yet again. We do know that about 3 blocks behind me is where that liquor store continues to burn. And at this point in time, we have to fear, is this going to be basically a carbon copy repeat of what we saw last night, where about a 10-block square area was laid waste by hundreds and hundreds of people trying to do, as they would say, send a message, but overshadowing what so many people we spoke to today said they came out for, and that was to pay tribute to the man who died Monday. Brian? All right, let's move.
Sort of the center of activity in front of the police station. The crowd is now moved over there. At this point, that seems to be the center of what's going on. Let me just give you a sense of it. What Morgan said was interesting. For most of the day today, it looked a lot calmer than yesterday looked. And that's what happened yesterday. Standoff with the police looked very different last night. Police had lined up. There were no barricades outside the police station. Police had lined up around it and were preventing protesters from getting close. Then they put up, overnight, they put up fences and barricades so that people couldn't get there. And that's what broke through. So it caused a new center of focus for the protesters. The idea that they would then try and take that police station from the police. And again, we were very surprised to find out that there were police actually in that building, but there were about 5 police who came out. They had their weapons with them that fired the gas canisters, and it dispersed the crowd, which then came this way and started this activity and a fire that occurred over there. So again, there are fires, as you mentioned at the top of the show, there are at least 4 fires that I can see, and that's just in this small radius that Morgan and I are in. Obviously, some of them are very active. This one is now, as you can see, very obviously spread to the buildings on either side of it, the liquor store and the shop to the left. But there's no ability, and I just think we have to remember this. The National Guard has been activated. They are not here. The police are not here. The police have been evacuated. The fire engines can't get in here. There is no ability to bring anybody in here to solve this problem. So I want to be clear in how I characterize this. This is mostly a protest. It is not generally speaking unruly, but fires have been started, and there's a crowd that is relishing that. There is a deep sense of grievance and complaint here, and that is the thing, that when you discount people who are doing things to public property that they shouldn't be doing, it does have to be understood that this city has got, for the last several years, an issue with police, and it's got a real sense of the deep sense of grievance of inequality. And you mentioned earlier, before we had video, how did we know about these things? Now we have video. We have 3 angles of this thing, and the people who are talking to me, not an investigator, and I don't have access to the information that investigators have, but they are saying, what more do you need? You've got 3 angles of video. Why haven't there been arrests? And the FBI and the Minneapolis Bureau of Apprehensions and the Hennepin County Attorney, all of whom are proceeding very carefully. This crowd is not looking for careful right now. They are looking for something that feels like justice, and they don't seem to be getting it. No. Exactly right. And there have been various protests in various parts of the city, right? So there was one at City Hall that was more organized. There was one at Hennepin County Courthouse where people knelt in protest. Those seem to be the ones where people are trying to get the attention of the politicians. This has a more visceral feel to it. This protest is not about the politicians. This protest is about the police. This protest is about people who feel that police brutality is not something that is dealt with fairly in this country. This is not about politicians. They're not politicians. Even in Baltimore, when we saw riots, or in Ferguson, where we saw that, you saw politicians, generally aldermen, people like that coming to the area. That's not what's happening right now. This several block area that Morgan and I are in right now is out of control. It is not in the control of authority. It is not in the control of the police. It's not in the control of the government, and not the National Guard. So for all those people who are hearing that the National Guard has been activated in Minneapolis and in Minnesota, that is not happening right now. Right now, no government authority, no authority whatsoever has control over this area. The people have control over this area, and this is what's happening right now. There's a lot of venting going on. There are definitely people who have come up to me. They're not happy about the way this is unfolding. They're not happy about the damage to public property. But boy, the anger, I mean, your pictures show it, Brian, but the anger is visceral here. Yeah. Yep. Miguel, they're on the picture. Yep.
Hey.
Excuse me, sir. Are you with CNN?
MSNBC.
Huh?
MSNBC.
What's that? NBC?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Ali Belshi.
Ali Belshi. Okay.
What's your name?
J. Maul Green.
Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you. Good friends with Carol Eckert. You know Carol Eckert?
Yeah.
I'm an activist out of Chicago.
No kidding.
Yeah.
When'd you come down?
2 days ago. Yeah.
What do you make of it?
Helping lead. It's been, you know.
enough that just want to see what's happening here. I mean, it's a very unfortunate sight to behold, but if they do want to cause danger, Brian, this fire is certainly a fresh one. As I look towards where Alley is located, I can still see the glow from where that liquor store fire is continuing to burn. And amidst all of this mess tonight, I have yet to see a police officer in uniform, a police cruiser of any kind, a member of the National Guard. And it's been that way now for at least the past hour and a half or so. I keep waiting to see some sort of perimeter being set up, and that may just not be the case tonight, Brian. You know, I'm going to be honest with you, in the midst of all of this, I think that question has been the first time in the past hour or so that reality has really sunk in. So much for social distancing on a night like this, with people running from police earlier in the day, and now people just congregating, simply watching Minneapolis burn one building after another, Brian. All right, they want to keep that shot.
They're looking for the shot.
Yeah. We're all in
Yeah. It's fine.
Yeah, so fast.
Yep, very nice. You're welcome to get in and tell me when I'm...
All right.
Yep.
All right. Nope. Rest in peace, Minneapolis. All right. Same spot. Still officially 1. It is TBD if we're going till 2. Hey, which one y'all weak going ass niggas?
I do not have it. You want to send it? Can you send it to me? Yeah, just tell me. Yep. Got it.
Stop that.
Got it. Okay. Well, that would make sense because that's right when we came on air and we were right in front of it. So that makes sense. All right. Good.
I'm sorry, Booth. I have my mic down. Sorry about that. Do you have,
let me just ask you something, Sharon. Are they talking about 11 Minneapolis time or 11 Eastern? Because it was 11. If it's 11 Minneapolis time, it's at Eastern. Got it. Okay. $90 seconds. Okay.
There's medical teams in the target parking lot.
They extend the show?
What's that?
They extend the show an hour?
Yeah.
These guys might get to
He's
get
closing up at 12:30, but I think they're going to pick it up again. picture of what's going on. We've got a city block here that is burning. It's on fire. There are two places completely engulfed, and then a couple of others. But across the road, that's the police station. That's the 3rd Precinct Police Station, where the 4 police officers who were involved in the death of George Floyd were based. Now, just after 11 o'clock Eastern, police confirmed that they evacuated that building. We were on the air with Brian at that point, and we could see a surge of people into the parking lot. They set something on fire in the back. We weren't quite sure what precipitated that, because they had broken the barriers to the building probably within the hour prior to that, so we weren't quite sure what precipitated it. But the bottom line is the protesters are now in control of that building. They've set it on fire. They are inside the building. The police are gone from there. Now, we have not seen any activity or any police there. There was a lot of police activity last night on this block, but the police had largely left and put barricades around the 3rd Precinct. What ended up happening is there were some police. After they broke the barricades this evening, about 9:15 p.m., what you saw was there were some police who went onto the roof of that building and fired tear gas canisters and noise guns, flashbangs, lights that make a lot of noise and disperse the crowd. The crowd then continually tried to sort of move around. The fire was set over there. There was a fire burning behind us over there, and they set fire to the police station and then this building. The police are now gone. We have heard a lot about the fact that the National Guard is active in Minneapolis, but there are no police here. There are no National Guard. There are no firefighters. A little earlier, a block over there was a fire, and the fire department did show up. But as Morgan Chesky reports, they were not able to actually get to the fire until the crowd dispersed, and at that point, the building was largely destroyed. So it's important to understand the context. There's no authority here. There's no police, no fire, no National Guard at all. And frankly, I think that's a strategic decision, because this crowd is worked up. They are full of grievance about George Floyd. You constantly hear the chants, say his name, I can't breathe, his name, George Floyd. And I will say that this is a much more dynamic situation than it was even 3 hours ago. Chris?
Hey, does Black Lives Matter to you?
So I will say this: there's a bunch of protests going on in different parts of the city, and people have culminated in this area. So the crowd has become a little bit larger in the last few hours, and it's angry. There is a lot of grievance in this crowd. It's visceral. Every couple of moments, somebody will come around to me and ask me, as you just heard somebody say, do Black Lives matter to you? Are you telling people about the police? So there's a real sense of, there was one video, then there was a second video of the arrest of George Floyd. Now there's been a third video released, and the police were fired very quickly, but no charges have been laid. The Minneapolis Bureau of Apprehensions continues to study this. The Hennepin County Attorney, the FBI is involved. People have called for charges to be laid, but this crowd is wondering, what does it take? Back before there were video, they could understand that. Now they can't. People are calling it a lynching. So there's a lot of anger in this crowd, and I would say it's not dissipating. The crowd in certain parts is thinning out. The anger's not, Chris. Yep.
Kill cops that kill. Don't touch me, man. Hey, does Black Lives Matter to y'all?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like it's working.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's important to note there were some various protests around the city. One of them was in, hang on a second, we're just going to get out of the way of, there's traffic coming down the street now. There were a number of protests today. One was at the Hennepin County building, and that was sort of a more organized, peaceful protest. People took their knee. There was another one at City Hall. It was very heavily occupied. So we're just on the move, Chris, because there's stuff going on here. This one was about the police. Right? This isn't about the Attorney General and about politicians. This one is about the fact that 4 police were there when George Floyd died, and these people want justice. They want that dealt with the police. So what they've done is they've taken the police station. That's symbolic, right? There were no police in it. Ultimately, the police left. There were 5 or 6 police. We don't know how many, and they left. But symbolically, this crowd is angry at the police, and what they are looking for is justice as it relates to the police. Chris, we're just going to reposition. I'm going to come back to you in a few minutes, all right? Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
Clear?
Yeah.
Listen, the desk just called me. They said that the protesters have cut the lines. The city's tweeting out that the gas lines are cut, and it could blow, so we're going back.
Got it. Okay.
They said they're going to call the control room and cut you.
Got it. Okay.
All right, so we might as well, we're heading back. Okay. They're cutting back to the car.
Zoom in there, and you'll notice the several hundred demonstrators really going toe-to-toe with police at the fence line there. So this follows a couple of hours of what I would describe as a pretty volatile situation. There were, from say 4 o'clock this afternoon till about 9 o'clock, very peaceful demonstrations across the city. But at 9 o'clock, a group of several hundred protesters broke off and approached the Justice Center, approached that fencing that surrounds, part of the area there, and that's when we saw the flashbangs and the tear gas. I got a lot of it, as did my my photographer and security guards. We were trying to, bring you the pictures, but that's what we've seen the last couple of hours. And again, right now we're at 4th and Yamhill, and just a couple blocks up, you see demonstrators up against the fence and engaging with officers. I did hear over the last few minutes or so a couple warnings from police to clear the area, but so far nobody really has. That's the scene out here. Let's send it back to you.
It doesn't look like anybody's moving, does it? They seem to be staying right outside the fence line there.
Yeah, and Laurel, that's typically what we see here, a back and forth between demonstrators and police. Police will give several warnings, and I can confirm I heard a number of warnings before, the last major use of tear gas and flashbangs about an hour or an hour and a half ago. And again, we just heard a couple warnings within the last 10 to 15 minutes about the crowd you're seeing right now. Police saying this is an unlawful assembly. Please leave the area, or we will use, non-lethal force. So the warnings are out there. We'll see what the demonstrators do.
All right, we'll keep an eye on it. Again, we should mention this is just a small fraction of the protesters who've been downtown earlier, several thousand earlier, so a small group causing the problems tonight. We'll be back right after this.
Stay connected during breaking news with the KGW app.
exactly what that was. We have been told, police saying on Twitter that they've been using non-lethal crowd control measures. Let's go right to Mike Benner, who is our reporter live in the field. This is happening near Southwest 3rd and Taylor. Mike, what can you tell us about what's going on now?
Yeah, hey there, Maggie. We just ran out of the way. We heard several flashbangs. Looked like some smoke, so I have to imagine that some tear gas was used. What we've noticed here over the last 20 minutes or so is this group of several hundred protesters, really trying to engage the police officers. Some might say bait them. There you go. There's some more flashbangs there. Let me try to listen in here. There's a warning. Let me see if I can hear what they're saying. They're basically saying they're declaring this an unlawful assembly, and they are urging people to leave the area now. There you go, more tear gas as you see kind of off in the distance going up. Number of flashbangs, and then here come all the demonstrators taking off. There you go, very loud bang. So this has really been, and hopefully you can still hear me over the sound here, but this has really been the story of the last couple of hours. There's been tear gas and flashbangs used a number of times. Now it looks like we might have officers coming in on the side streets as well, and boxing them in. Now we got a lot of people running. Oh boy. We're gonna back up here a little bit.
We might get to a safe place. We don't need you to stay anywhere if it's getting unsafe.
I think we're okay. We're kind of gotten in, just get a couple people out of our camera there. We have a security guard with us too. Here we go. See, if you see up in the distance there, police kind of moved in. Police moved in on a side street. We were on 4th and Yamhill, and they moved in on the side streets trying to move the demonstrators out. It is working. Obviously, tear gas will do that. We got a mouthful of it earlier tonight, kind of doubled us over, but here you go right here. Here's some people leaving in pain. And I got to point out, if you're just happening to tune in now, there were several hours of peaceful demonstrations tonight. Thousands and thousands of people marched through the streets of Portland peacefully from the square to the east side and back. And then around 9 o'clock, there's a group of people. Let's show this here, Kenny Mack right to my right, maybe. There's a group that took off from that peaceful group, and we've seen what police describe as criminal activity happening since then. And oh, here we go. What's this? Here's some more canisters. Watch out. Kenny Mack. Whoa.
No, not that way, not that way.
Not that way? Oh, let's go.
Yes, you need to get away from
We're going to take off because the smoke is...
Don't worry about reporting.
Gas,
just get to a safe spot.
We should back up just a little bit in case people are joining us and you're not really familiar with this area. This is where the Justice Center is, and this is why this area is so important to the police, is where the Multnomah County Justice Center is and the jail, and they are really committed to securing that facility. Friday night, that's where all the problems occurred, where Sheriff Mike Reese really described it as a violent situation, as fireworks were being thrown at police on Friday night, and then some people broke into the Justice Center. They set fires in the Justice Center while people were inside. The people inside were able to get out safely, and the sprinkler system put out the fires inside. But since then, they put up that fence all the way around that area at 4th and Taylor that we've been watching, and police are securing that facility. So that's why you saw the lines of police. We also understand that National Guard and state police were brought in to secure the facility, not in a role to interface with the protesters at all, but to help secure the facility. So that's what we saw earlier with this group of a few hundred protesters who refused to leave, sort of standing their ground outside that fence perimeter, and the police inside. Jamie Resch, Chief Resch, saying earlier that about 9 o'clock, that group that really started causing the trouble tried to breach the fence, and according to the chief, they were throwing things at the police, bottles and bats and mortars. So that's when they deployed the riot control tactics with the tear gas and the flashbangs. Then it seemed to just be a standoff for a while, as we watched during this newscast, and then it just heated up again and they use those tactics to try to disperse the crowd, which seems to be working, Maggie.
Yeah, definitely. And Laura, we're pulling up now a tweet from the Portland Police Bureau. They just sent this out a few minutes ago. It says demonstrators are throwing projectiles at police. Some are coming up from above in a parking garage. This is very dangerous for all. Our sound truck is advising that this is an unlawful assembly and to leave now. We are telling people to turn around and leave northbound. And I should point out there was one sent out less than a minute ago on top of that saying we are advising the crowd that this is an unlawful assembly, saying that again, we will be making arrests and using force that may include riot control agents and impact munitions. Leave now, disperse to the north. So again, that's from Portland Police. I should point out, because we've said this multiple times, this started with a confrontation with police, a couple of hundred, by Mike's estimates, protesters who came to the fence that Laurel was talking about, the one that's surrounding the Justice Center, and then seemingly had a clash with police, and that's when police started pushing protesters back. Since then, just monitoring social media, and particularly the accounts of some other reporters in the field, those from the Portland Mercury and the Oregonian, and then also local civic leaders, those we've spoken with who work with agencies that advocate for social justice, have been saying that people in the crowd who weren't part of the initial confrontation, again, of just those couple hundred out of thousands, are really confused by this and feel like this is not warranted by police. It's quite possible that they're just not seeing the instances that are instigating this. But it kind of speaks to the confusion when you have thousands of people, a protest the size of the one that we saw, and then there is a clash with a small portion of that group. It can be really confusing for the crowds and the masses that are out there who aren't sure how it started. I'm being told Mike Benner, we had him up a little while ago. He's now moved to a safe place. There he is. Mike, what can you, first of all, I'm glad you're safe, and then what can you tell us?
Come to 2nd Avenue.
All right, so we moved to 2nd and Yamhill, and the reason I wanted to come back and talk to you is I want to kind of show you what happens after these events happen. Excuse me, sir. After these events happen, people run several blocks away, and they try to clear out their eyes, and a lot of them use milk, water, because what happens is this gas gets into your eyes and it gets into your throat and it really doubles you over, kind of like what happened to us here. But this is 2nd and Yamhill, so this is, I guess, an area that police have forced people into, and you can just see a bunch of people on every corner, kind of doubled over. Some are pouring liquids into their eyes. It's typically some sort of milk or water, and they're trying to just clean out their eyes. So again, this has been the story of the last couple hours. We're just trying to be in a place to kind of bring you the pictures, because we showed just all those peaceful demonstrations earlier tonight. We just want to give a full picture of what's happening tonight, because there's this group that is still out here on the Portland streets, and they're getting into confrontations with police.
Mike, Maggie here. Can you tell us?
Sorry, you see this guy maybe here?
Oh,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Can you tell us, just your perception?
No. Go ahead. Sorry.
Sure. Your perception on how many people are the ones that are sort of, like, as you put it, getting into it with police, and then how many are just kind of there, unsure really of where to go, what to do, or what's going on? Like, what's your feeling on how the knowledge is spreading throughout the crowd of where people should go and what they should do?
Let's go. We're trying to move again here, but like I said, so the day, let's just take it from the top here, Maggie. The day started with thousands of people. I don't have a good estimate, but you've seen the footage from Sky 8, thousands of people marching peacefully, and now I'd say it is several hundred people are still out here. And of course, there's only a fraction of those people that can get up on the fence line and really engage with police. But when officers move in from kind of all points and sometimes boxing in the demonstrators, then you're in trouble at that point. But it's probably a fraction of the several hundred that are still out here who are really engaging with officers.
Do you feel like you have a good, idea, or people have a good idea of where they should go? Because we're seeing tweets saying move to the north, and I'm just wondering how many people that information is reaching.
Honestly, they should go home.
Right.
But there are directions they can go. there are directions they can go if they want to. They just haven't yet. So there are, and they are given, I have to say, they're given ample time to leave. There's plenty of warnings, for them to leave, and they just haven't to this point. Here we have another number of officers, see in their police SUVs and in their vans.
And Mike, I'm just going to jump in here.
Quite the evening.
I'm just going to jump in here real quick just to let people know that police have said that they've made multiple arrests now, and they continue to do so. Last night, late last night, it was very peaceful all night until around midnight, and they made about a dozen arrests last night involving a couple of hundred people, but right now they're making more arrests. The one good thing I'd say is that we haven't seen the kind of destruction that we saw on Friday night. I think there's been some tagging today, and there were reports of people spray painting the TriMet security cameras, but fortunately, at least any reports that we've had, we haven't heard of any destruction. Have you seen any of those arrests, Mike, or any vandalism?
I've not seen any of the arrests because we're trying to stay like a half block to 2 blocks back, so I have not seen any arrests. As far as vandalism goes, I did see a couple shattered, storefront windows, but it's hard to tell if those were done today or yesterday. I would guess today, just because I think they'd be boarded up, or if they had happened yesterday. So perhaps today, but not a lot. Again, today was very peaceful up until about the 9 o'clock hour, when that group broke off from the peaceful demonstrators, and we've seen the flashbangs and the tear gas and whatnot. Prior to that, and as I mentioned in some of my earlier hits, aside from the occasional driver who was frustrated by the march going by and would rev the engine or holler at protesters, there was nothing confrontational until 9 o'clock. And since then, that's all we've seen.
I do want to point out, Mike, this is Maggie just looking at some tweets from Alex Zielinski at the Portland Mercury, and different reporters are scattered throughout, and nobody can be everywhere. And we're all trying to stay safe amid a pandemic. She said that reporters are witnessing some protesters setting off fireworks of their own, and some picking up the tear gas canisters and throwing them back at police. So that just kind of speaks to what Mike's been talking about. There are absolutely some that are there seemingly to clash with police, and then as we're seeing, there are people running around him, and it's presumably, this, like Mike pointed out, a smaller group that can get to the fence, that can actually have those clashes with police, and then obviously it impacts everybody. Let's see. There's
Maggie. I can tell you, I haven't seen the canisters. I haven't seen the canisters tossed at officers. I have seen some what appear to be fireworks used by some demonstrators, but other than that, that's all I've been able to see from my vantage point. I've actually heard just another loud boom several blocks up and a bunch of flashing lights, so something else might be happening way up the street there. Where are we at? Let me look at we're at Yamhill and First right now is kind of where we've taken cover to kind of catch our breath and get away from that gas, because that is some powerful stuff. It does what it is supposed to do. I can assure you of that.
And one of the things we're hearing from doctors just on the COVID-19 angle, because a lot of people have said, they're worried about coronavirus, and we're watching here what's happening on the street. I'm not sure what they're going to do with all that debris. Hopefully they're not going to light it on fire there, which we saw Friday night. But that there is some concern about tear gas and COVID-19, that you can get COVID through the eyes, and the tear gas, people touching their eyes, that if they put the milk in their eyes, they're saying to do it to yourself, don't help somebody else, because the COVID-19 can spread through the eyes. So there is a concern with so many people out and gathered together that we may see in a few weeks a spike of coronavirus. So they're encouraging people to wear double masks if they're out joining the protests, and maybe wear goggles to protect their eyes.
Yeah, I can tell you, I've seen a lot of people, rubbing their eyes, and a bunch of people around people, helping them. So that is definitely a concern. I guess for myself, speaking for myself, I've got glasses, so I can't get to my eyes, which I guess is a good thing. But needless to say, I will pass this along from being out here all afternoon and evening. The vast majority, overwhelming majority, if you will, of people out here are wearing masks. And I'm not talking about the bandanas that we're used to seeing at protests where you're wearing a mask to hide your identity. It's these sort of masks, or, you know, the surgical masks that that people are wearing, you know, sort of like, you know, like these right here, you know, and then doing their best to, you know, slow the spread, if you will. So that's been a good thing to see, because look at the footage, look at the chopper footage. I mean, people are shoulder to shoulder, and that's not at all what you want to see coming out of, and I'm not saying, we shouldn't even say coming out, but in a pandemic time.
There goes a cop car.
People are throwing projectiles.
You can hear what they're saying. People are throwing projectiles. They really have their work cut out, because as we saw Friday night, they try to disperse one group, and then right there you see those people running. A lot of people will run and gather into another area in the city. And you can see this police vehicle with
yes.
officers with tactical gear following that one group.
Yeah, Mike, can you tell us, because I know, you know, the police were guarding the Justice Center, and that's been the primary reason for the fencing. What's your read on how far back they've pushed people? I mean, they're moving constantly, so I know it's hard to set up a solid perimeter. But just how far back has everybody been moved?
Yeah, we sort of lost the main group here in this last run, if you will. We kind of darted down Yam Hill to first, and now I don't know where the main group is. I don't know if there's a huge group somewhere, if they've all kind of scattered down different blocks, but just walking the streets right now, looking in doorways and alcoves and places like that, I don't really see many people, but the occasional, you know, one person or two people walking together, almost as if they're heading home. So I don't know if they're gathering elsewhere, but I can tell you there are certainly plenty of sirens still, plenty of flashing lights up the block. As we just saw, police just cruised by us and said projectiles are being thrown as they drove by. So I don't know if that was a warning to us or what, but they kept driving. But yeah, here come, maybe they'll come down this way. No, they're turning down what would be, let's see, we're at second. They're turning down either 4th or 5th up there. There's some sort of action up the way here. And to your point about throwing projectiles, there's reports that demonstrators have been doing that from parking garages. We've actually seen motor cops, the officers on motorcycle, kind of head into parking garages. So they were, and that was about an hour ago. So they were definitely looking for people. And maybe perhaps that's where some of the arrests are coming from that you've been reporting and seeing on social media.
You know, police have really tried, I think, over the last several nights not to intervene and to allow the protesters space to be able to honor George Floyd, to show the solidarity, to exercise their First Amendment rights. And they continually say on Twitter, they continually thank the protesters who have acted peacefully. But they have also said from Chief Resch that they will protect the essential infrastructure, which they consider the Justice Center to be there, that houses the jail, that's their responsibility. That's partially why the National Guard and State Police were called in to help with that. And Jamie Resch tonight on the Twitter feed from the police, she actually has about a minute-long statement if you want to listen to what happened today. But she said that the officers would, though, defend themselves, they would defend others and the infrastructure and life safety. So until they said they don't want to be what causes the problem, but if the troublemakers start causing problems, then they have been forced to intervene, as we've seen again tonight.
Definitely. And you know, this comes on the first night in several that Portland has not had its 8 p.m. curfew that went into effect. You know, the Mayor Ted Wheeler at the press conference this morning was, you know, basically congratulating Portlanders on their 4th night of protesting, remaining so peaceful for several hours, as they did for several hours tonight. But as a result of what happened last night, you know, for the lack of moments and instances like this, he said, I am not going to reinstate the 8 p.m. curfew. And I'm going to, you know, let protesters walk without that hanging over their heads. And I just want to point out, we have, you know, on past nights when we've reported on curfews and then well beyond 8 p.m., people have said, well, there are crowds out. What is the point of a curfew? Police have told us the curfew is there so that when they make arrests, if they have to, that's basically one extra charge, one extra penalty that they can use to basically, slap those penalties on people when they bring them in for sort of committing crimes amid these gatherings. So again, Portland police don't have that at their disposal tonight. And we just want to point out, Mike, kind of, if you're just joining us now, if you're just kind of catching up, our chopper is basically, and this speaks to just how scattered everybody is searching for people to film. I mean, we had a crowd of thousands. Among that crowd, from that crowd, police saying a small subsection, and from what we could tell, just a couple hundred at the most, were the ones that clashed with police. And then those people have scattered throughout the city. And that's kind of why you're seeing police cars and vans, and there goes one. You can see the police in tactical gear just above the top of that building there, driving throughout the city and seemingly chasing even just one or two people who are sprinting through downtown Portland. There goes that vehicle again. You can see the person, that was a car, driving down the street there. Everybody's scattering, really to the winds in Portland. On Twitter, police were telling people to go north, basically get out of the downtown core, that part of Southwest Portland where the Justice Center is. And it seems like people have really scattered in all directions. Do we still have Mike? Are we still with you? Are you still walking?
And we should say this is just
I'm still here.
Fraction. Go ahead, Mike, now that we've got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, just curious what you're seeing.
Well, and I'll pick up what you were just going to say, Laurel. I think I know where you're going, and we cannot emphasize enough just how peaceful tonight was up until 9 o'clock. I've been with demonstrators since 3:30, 4 o'clock this afternoon, starting at Pioneer Courthouse Square, which is where we're kind of walking towards right now. Hundreds at that point started walking to Revolution Hall in Southeast Portland. They got together with hundreds more, and at that point you had thousands. Here's more police down the street here. But thousands of people then marched back to Pioneer Courthouse Square, and again, very peaceful. There were rallies and things like that, and prayers and song and that sort of thing. And then at 9 o'clock, there was a group that splintered off, and we see that sort of thing, and that crowd has gotten into confrontation after confrontation over the last couple hours. Here we go. Wow. Looks like police coming in from every angle here at Pioneer Courthouse Square. Here you go, coming down the street here in their gear. They're circling. They're just going up and down so many blocks. It's as if they're looking for someone. Now you see, now they're being met down on that side by other police. So this is a very interesting what's happening here. I don't know. Perhaps it's a tactic to get people to go home. I don't know, but they're just kind of flying up and down every street. Here we go to my right.
Checking
more
to make
just
sure there aren't pockets
going up
of
and
people.
down.
I was thinking about
perhaps, for sure.
last night when there were just 100 people that caused the problem out of an estimate. Let's do the high estimate of 20,000 people. That's like 0.5% of all the people that gathered last night, which is quite remarkable. But it doesn't take very many to start causing the problems that we're seeing again tonight.
Definitely, and we want to bring up now, our viewers are seeing this. Our producer, Allison, can you tell me exactly where this shot is? Okay, somewhere in downtown Portland, our crews have been basically scattered to the winds as well. I'm sort of following the action here. That is clearly, though, you can tell, a dumpster on fire in the middle of downtown Portland. We saw that the first couple of nights of these protests. This is night 5. And on the first sort of major night, we saw multiple dumpster fires throughout the city. So that is reminiscent of the early protest turned riots that we saw. Very different from what we saw earlier tonight and from what we saw last night. And guys, I mean, it's just ominous, just watching that happen in the middle of our city.
We saw that, as you said, Maggie, Friday night. People would just get whatever they could in the dumpster, out of the dumpster, from other dumpsters, pallets, paper, cardboard, and light it on fire. We just saw a little while ago tonight people gathering up materials. I don't know if that's the same place where that fire is now. But, this is not most of the people involved in the protest just hope that what we're seeing right now doesn't overshadow the message that they're trying to convey. First of all, to honor George Floyd and to try to stop police brutality, but also to elevate the voices of our Black community, that there needs to be change. And that, I think community leaders, at least the ones that we've been talking to here at KGW, seem hopeful and optimistic that this will lead to change. Mayor Wheeler has promised that. He's vowed to be out in public more, to do more listening. He said at public forums he wants to do less talking and more listening, and to make change, to really commit to that, and he said, to talk about Portland's racist past, but to write a new future. And here you can see police firefighters trying to put out that dumpster fire. That should be put out fairly quickly. But the hope is that the message is still loud and clear, what they've been trying to convey, even though we're seeing these pockets of disturbances.
Sure. And we also should point out, Laurel, because it's a great point what you said about the mayor sort of seeking tangible change and wanting input from the community. This comes at a really poignant time for the city of Portland, because we are in the middle right now of negotiations for the Portland Police Association's contract. So when we've heard from civic leaders and when we've heard from leaders in the Black community and just a number of voices who we've sort of been trying to elevate throughout this conversation, everybody sort of asks, what would you tell people to do? If people are seeking tangible action to make a change, what would you tell them to do? And one thing that we've heard over and over is officials, leaders, again, leaders in the Black community especially, saying, call your city commissioners, which they're all at large here in Portland, so call any one of them, call your mayor, and call the police, Portland Police Association, and tell them what you want in that contract. Tell them what you want as far as accountability goes. Tell them what you want as far as potentially body cameras, which is another issue where the funding for the body camera pilot project, Portland police currently don't wear them, that is in danger of being cut because of the pandemic having gutted the city's budget. So there are, right now, we're in the midst of decisions being made as to how our police bureau, how these officers will function and how they will work in our community. So these conversations around the treatment of color, treatment of people of color by police, there are very tangible actions that could be taken to address the concerns that a lot of people are presenting. At the same time, those city officials and the police bureau are basically sort of, dealing, sort of frying bigger fish at the moment, dealing with these protests and trying to figure out how to keep people safe downtown and handle these massive crowds that have formed. So those conversations have, at least publicly, from what we've seen, been put on the back burner while these protests continue.
And they encourage people to get involved. If you want to be involved in some of these demonstrations and show your solidarity, the peaceful demonstrations. Also, the leader of NAACP saying, join the NAACP. It's something that everyone can join. You can get online and join. Go to some of the meetings or some online meetings and get involved that way. We also saw members of Solve who were out today helping to clean up Pioneer Courthouse Square after the big gathering because they felt like that was something they could do for the community. So lots of ways you can get involved and do something positive.
Definitely, and our producer just told me the dumpster fire that we have been talking about was at Southwest 2nd and Morrison. It is now out. That's where this shot is now, showing Portland police officers downtown basically blocking that road. And then we can see Sky 8 on the left, and we've been talking about police basically driving around town. Our crew on the ground, we have multiple crews on the ground. Those two shots on the right, Mike Benner is one of them. It sounds like we might have Mike coming back in here. Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Maggie.
What's going on around you now? I know you guys have been on the move. Where are you at the moment?
Well, we're back at the square, and tell you what, these officers continue to drive around in circles, up one block, down the other, up the next, down the next, and with their sirens going. And you have to believe, without being privy to their tactics, that they're just trying to drive everyone home and drive groups of people away from each other. And it's working, except for this group, that's right here at the square. But some of these people are just picking things up and I think, getting ready to head home. Looks like officers have stopped on the other block over there. I don't know what. Some of them have gotten out, but I can't see exactly what they're doing. But again, there's some tactic being used, I think, is to drive people home. Something else I want to mention is we came up just a couple minutes ago into the square, and you didn't see any sort of smoke in the air. I tell you what, our eyes started burning and watering, and someone was in our throats. So, you know, the security guard we're with has mentioned that perhaps as these officers are driving around, they're maybe letting some, you know, tear gas go too to drive people, you know, home as well. There's a flashbang. So. And off in the distance, some smoke and tear gas going. So that is Broadway. So we're on the other side of the square from Broadway. But there must be something heading or something going on there. We're just keeping our distance, obviously, for our own safety. And I think we've had enough tear gas for the evening.
There's probably a cloud of tear gas over downtown right now. I reflect back on Friday night. I don't know what their strategy is driving around, but I could reflect on what happened Friday night, where there were pockets of people, the troublemakers, late into the night that really dispersed all through downtown. It looked like it was hard for them to patch up, like having their fingers in many holes in the dike. And if they certainly don't want it to devolve into that situation where we saw looting and so much destruction that night, that perhaps they're going around just trying to make sure there aren't pockets of people in other areas of downtown.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there, Laurel. I wasn't reporting on Friday, so I can't speak too much to what happened that night. But I can tell you what happened this evening, at least in the last 2 hours. And again, let's emphasize how peaceful this was up until about 9 o'clock. But what I've seen in the last several hours is eerily similar to those protests that we saw several nights in a row right after the presidential election in 2016. I was right alongside those protesters for several nights, probably walking hundreds of like 100 miles around the city. And there's just that tension in the air again this evening after such a peaceful night last night and the first half of this day, which again, let's repeat, is why Mayor Wheeler, dropped the curfew. It'll be interesting to see what the mayor does tomorrow after the last several hours here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, we've been watching as the Portland Police Bureau kind of shifts their messaging tactics, and they've been tweeting a lot tonight, giving frequent updates on Twitter. And one of them, not long after the tone kind of shifted and the clash kind of happened, one of those tweets included a video from the Bureau's Chief of Police, Jamie Resch, speaking to why police are employing the tactics that they are, basically what happened. So let's take a listen to what she said.
I want to reiterate that if demonstrators are peaceful and not engaged in criminal acts, they need to be mindful of the lawful orders being given and disperse when directed. We do not want peaceful protesters to be subject to riot control agents and the actions of some in the crowd that are creating a public safety risk.
All right, so that was Portland Police Bureau Chief that you just heard there, Jamie Resch. A video released by the Bureau on Twitter, just basically letting people know that things have changed, that there has been some activity, illegal activity that they caused the Bureau to deem the crowd that had come up to the fence an unlawful assembly. And then they said that people were throwing projectiles at officers. They didn't say exactly what they were, but one reporter on the ground from the Mercury said that she saw people setting off fireworks. And things have just been kind of escalating from there. Again, we have our crew. Those are officers in riot gear coming onto Pioneer Square. I think, Mike, they are on the opposite side of the square from where you were. And it looks like you moved a little bit, which I think is a good thing.
Can you hear me, Maggie? We are on the opposite end of Pioneer Courthouse Square. There's a bunch up on the steps. If you can see up here, Kenny Mack, and push in up by the Starbucks, that's now empty. But a number of warnings now. This is an unlawful assembly, they're saying, and now they're trying to clear Pioneer Courthouse Square, which had been the scene of the peaceful demonstrations just several hours ago. And now there are people back here. I'd say at least 100 people, maybe more, and you'll see officers now on the stairs trying to push this crowd out of the square.
Are they giving them warnings to move out there of the square, or they're just being visible to them right now?
They're visible right now, but a couple minutes ago there was a warning saying this is an unlawful assembly, and they were asking these folks to leave. So there has been at least one warning verbally here in the last minute or two.
So you're not in any danger of getting tear gas where you are, I hope, Mike.
No, I mean we're on the opposite side here, but now as they kind of move towards us, sometimes you just never know. But we're as far away as we can right now, and still be in position though to bring some pictures and video of what might transpire. But yeah, you see they're lining the street over there in front of First Republic. And you have protesters chanting, "Whose streets? Our streets."
Mike, can you tell who was honking there? Are there drivers, I assume, who can't get through, or what was that?
Yeah, behind us there are a number of drivers, but I think just by looking at the people in the car, and I think a lot of them were on the streets with us, so maybe they're heading home, and now they're just kind of stuck in traffic because a lot of people here are trying to make a left, but can't because police are blocking it. So there's a long line of cars. Oh, and there's some more flashbangs around the corner. Yeah, and then you have police now driving northbound on Broadway. Notice a lot of that, as they're trying to clear this area and drive up and down these blocks, a lot of the times they're going, against traffic. But no one's really out here at this hour but police and demonstrators.
It looks like the demonstrators there in the square aren't really planning to leave.
It's really interesting. We're watching from Sky 8.
No one's pushing them out yet. So, I mean, they are trying to be pushed out, but no one's actually leaving. Now you've got the officers going towards where I think that flashbang came from. So something must be happening a block or two away that is more pressing than the group gathered here at the square currently.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mike, we're watching Sky 8 and just watching sort of the chase that you described and you've been describing throughout the night, where officers are basically following, it looks like 1, 2, 3 people and sort of circling areas of the city, trying to find people who have just scattered in all different directions. And now we're looking at, I can't quite tell what that intersection is, but it seems pretty apparent that it's near the square. And we have officers parked blocking every single street, an officer parked in the middle of the intersection. And then we have another van with officers all in tactical gear, standing, hanging onto all sides, and cars parked in both directions. I mean, it's just chaotic.
And looking ahead,
now we have officers coming down Yamhill and approaching Yamhill and 6th. Let's see if they take a left and head down 6th. And they are not. They're going to keep going down Yamhill. So yeah, they're heading east on Yamhill right now. One line of police cruisers still blasting the sirens. And what I've also noticed, they have some people revving their engines and honking. What I've also noticed is police approach in their vehicles. A lot of the protesters will put their hands up as the police cruise by.
I just want to reiterate, we've tried to really kind of remind people of the sort of dichotomy here that police are struggling to balance, where they are trying to police a protest against police. And the city has been struggling on how to do that, like so many cities around the country are doing. This is not just Portland, where you have people protesting against police violence, which disproportionately impacts men of color in our country. And George Floyd's death is representative of too many deaths, and these protesters are out, and police departments across the country, including Portland's Bureau, seemingly letting people peacefully demonstrate. And then if and when we do see, or we have reports tonight that this is what happened, this is from the Bureau saying that people have been throwing things at police, that they start pushing back against fencing that's set up to protect the Justice Center. That's when police push back, and then it does create a conflict between these two sides, which in a lot of people's minds, from what we've heard from people in the days after these protests, obviously that's representative of the conflict at the core of these protests, where people are angry at police. So every time we've seen this escalate, these protests escalate from a peaceful demonstration to where things get chaotic. There's so much behind that, and there is so much anger and rage across the country. And every day afterward, we've heard the mayor and the police chief, or the acting chief at the time, walking us through how difficult this is to balance when things get out of control, and how rapidly it can spin out of control. And you're watching that unfold in real time again.
And looking ahead, the mayor
you guys...
Okay, let's listen to Mike. What's going on?
Sure.
Yeah, if you guys, I just wanted to kind of to go off Maggie's point there about what's happening here tonight, and I think it's worth mentioning again. We've talked about the peaceful protests that happened for most of the night. Keep in mind when the flashbangs and the tear gas went off for the first time tonight. It was this group that had walked away from the peaceful demonstration and went to the area of the Justice Center. So as all that's happening, the hundreds, if not thousands, of people who are still left here at the square at the time were untouched and not bothered by police. So, you had this group that went off, and according to police, engaged in criminal activity. They were the ones then hassled with tear gas and other, non-lethal agents. But the people that were protesting peacefully were not touched and not bothered throughout the whole thing.
And you can see here, Mike, you can't see it, but our viewers can see really the impressive sight from Sky 8 as tens of, 10,000 up to 20,000 people again tonight gathered in Pioneer Courthouse Square. From what we've heard, really powerful stories were shared there, and that it was, by all accounts, really a beautiful time for a lot of people there, and also the symbolic move on Burnside Bridge with the die-in, with everyone lying down, face down, hands behind their back, in symbolism for the way George Floyd died. This is the shot there on the Burnside Bridge that is so remarkable to see all those people. We don't have a count, but last night they said 15 to 20,000 people. It seems like about that many tonight. So these are the images that people want. I think the protesters that started today want people to remember, and not what we're seeing right now. And I want to let you know that the mayor every morning after these protests has held a news conference where he and the chief of police and community leaders reflect on what happened the night before and what the city's response is going to be. So that'll be tomorrow morning. We'll carry that on kgw.com. We'll have that going so that you can check and see what the mayor says. If there'll be another curfew, we don't know. And we're going to continue to monitor this, and you can check in on our news app and kgw.com for the very latest. Do you want to have a final wrap there for us, Mike?
Sure thing, Laurel. Again, we're still at Pioneer Courthouse Square. I'd say there's at least 100 to 150 people here, and sirens just on every corner. So again, I think the game plan right now for officers as they cruise down the street here behind us is to really to really send these folks home, the remaining people down here. They don't want anyone lingering, after police kind of let down their guard, if you will. So they're trying to get everyone to head home as we approach. Gosh, I don't know. Is it midnight? Yeah, it's 12:15 now. So I think that's the game plan right now as we're well into, just into Wednesday morning.
All right.
And here comes one more warning. Actually, they're saying this is an unlawful assembly, and you'll be subject to non-lethal agents if you don't leave the area.
All right. Well, Mike Benner, we've appreciated your reporting on the ground. You've really helped us keep track of a incredibly volatile situation in downtown Portland. You can see people removing or moving barriers that police have set up. And again, we've been watching police basically follow protesters who have sort of scattered throughout the city. We can only assume this is going to continue for a while. But, oh, wow. That was the multiple police cruisers just driving through that intersection. Allison, producer, is this live? You guys know what's happening? This is live.
Yeah, looked a little close to some of those people down there.
Yeah.
What is this on the other side of the square?
It is, Mike. I think it's on the opposite side of the square from where you are. And there were barriers that someone was moving.
All right, I'm heading.
Yeah, we're going to let you walk over there.
Let me head up that way.
Multiple police SUVs.
See if we can get a...
Pretty sure that is the southwest corner of the square.
Oh, yes, and police are now moving up
I lied to you. It's
on
Northwest
foot.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, now I see what you're talking about. They're calling this a civil disturbance. Hey, Josh. Hey, Ken, let's move back. Let's go ahead and move back, Ken. We're gonna move. I don't necessarily want to be in that area, but now I just wanted to get eyes on what you were saying there as they went through that intersection. I think it's almost as if they're trying to box people in here into the square. So we'll probably try to get out of this area.
Yeah.
I'll kick it back to you guys.
All right, Mike, thank you for your live reporting from there. We appreciate your joining us tonight. And of course, KGW Sunrise will be here in a few hours to continue live coverage. Hopefully it's not still going on then, but to look back on what happened tonight and also bring you that news conference from the mayor. You can always check in on KGW's news app and on KGW.com. For Maggie Vespa and myself, Laurel Porter, thanks for joining us on this 5th night of protests in honor of George Floyd, remembering mourning George Floyd tonight. Have a good morning.